Fox Sports, the Carlton Football Club and TNT for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily. If you missed any of this episode or you're after more sporting conversations, you can find this episode and hundreds more on the ABC Listen.
Why scroll when you can listen on the ABC Listen app? Listen to shows like ABC News Daily,
ABC Sport Daily
and Conversations. Get on the ABC Listen app today and every day.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
AFL. On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
For the first time in history, Marara Oval in Darwin plays host to a top four clash. Two sides at the pointy end of the AFL ladder going head-to-head to get Sir Doug Nicholls Round underway in the AFL. Third v fourth as the Gold Coast Suns play host to Hawthorn. The first to face off in the 19th year in which the AFL has had an official round to recognise the historic and ongoing impact of Indigenous and First Nations people on our great game, and the 10th in which it has been named after the great pioneer Sir Doug Nicholls. The top-end venue that has become a fortress for the Gold Coast Suns, no two ways about it. Since their return to regular home fixtures in Darwin, they are 7-0 up here with a 10-point win over the Dogs past Saturday, just gone, in a tight tussle that they held on in the end. The Hawks, they've made the trip just once, and it was a 67-point loss back in 2022. We've got someone on our broadcast tonight who featured in that game. We might stitch him up a little bit later, but it is a cracking night for football here in Darwin. Great to have your company. Plenty coming up. Recap some of the biggest news around there. Has been a sad passing in the AFL and the football world today that we will talk about in just a moment. We'll get into both camps as well, but great to be here at Marara Oval for the Gold Coast Suns and Hawthorn for a top four clash. I'm Mitch Turner. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the AFL. Alongside me, all the way from sunny Queensland, is Quentin Hull. G'day, Quentin.
Mitch, it's great to be in Darwin again, and it's going to be a gorgeous night for football. So many storylines. Of course, there's the individuals. We get to see only the second 200-game Sun. Tonight, Tuke Miller reaches that milestone, and from a Hawthorn perspective, a short turnaround, a couple of very important changes, and boy, I reckon they've impressed a lot with what they've done in the last 12 months in the AFL world, but they'll impress even more if they can come here and win tonight. And I think just the way that this team matches up with its depth, to see Ned Reeves play his first game of the season, to see Cal Shadir come back in after having the injuries to his back, he's such a promising player as well. It seems like Sam Mitchell has got a number of chess pieces that he can manoeuvre, and as we know, you can't just have your best 23 to be a top four force. And I think the Hawks have shown parts of the depth to their squad. That's one of the storylines, I think, tonight, without the likes of Gunston and Bruce and those guys that have been left at home. Lloyd Meek having a rest as well. What else have the Hawks got in their back pocket? We think it's pretty good. Tonight's a really good test for that.
It is going to be a test. The I guess challenge of coming up to Darwin and knocking off the Gold Coast Suns has been one that no side has been up for in recent history. They have a knack of winning in this venue up here in Darwin, and they play the conditions very well. Just some of those changes, as alluded to by Quentin Hull, for the Gold Coast Suns. Rogers goes out of the side, so too is Will Graham. A terrific effort that hurt his shoulder at the back end was a massive part of their win over the Bulldogs. Into the side, Ned Moyle comes in, so the two rucks in the side, and David Swallow, who will be the sub tonight. For the Hawks, as mentioned, out goes Jack Gunston, Luke Bruce, Lloyd Meek, Henry Hustwaite, and Jarman Impey, who is awaiting the birth of his child back in Melbourne. Into the side, Tom Barras returns after a rest. Ned Reeves, Scrimshaw back in the side. Cam McKenzie, and of course, as mentioned as well, Cal Shadir, the long-awaited return for Cal Shadir after overcoming bone stress in his back. Our experts, though, for ABC Sport tonight, both dual All-Australians, both best and fairest winners at their football club. First one from Port Adelaide and then Hawthorn, and he played in this fixture back in 2022 I believe it was, is Chad Wingard. Chad, some memories from that day?
Yes, I knew this question was going to come. But no, it's great to be up here. I didn't have too many memories. I know I did kick a couple goals, so like you just said before, I feel like I did my role. But yes, it's very tough to play up here. I'm really looking forward to hopefully a great contest, and I think Hawthorn really is almost like a free swing up here, I believe. I mean, they're coming in with some energy from some players coming in, like with Kelshadere, and I really, like you just said, I'm really keen to see what he can bring. We saw him Kelshadere last year bring some spark, and I think with Mac Andrews, you got Kelshadere can match him with his height and jump. So helping him with obviously Chol down there as well. We saw what happened last week with Norton. Didn't have an impact at all down there against obviously the Collins and Mac Andrews duo. So really hoping that Hawthorn can have a more impact up forward from their tools. But yeah, the midfield battle is always going to be one to admire with these two clubs.
Outside looking in, Chad, it seems that the style of footy here, you've got to have good crumbing forwards, and you know a thing or two about that. I think the exciting thing about tonight's matchup is the Suns play so well here, but if the Hawks haven't got the best group of small forwards in the competition, it's an argument to be had that they're in the top couple.
Yeah, I think they are in the top couple. I mean, even the player that's not playing at the moment, Luke Bruce, is one of the best small forwards that's not even on the park tonight. But you think about how much he's helped. And I think Dylan Moore hasn't really hit his strides this year just yet. And I know he's playing a little bit more on ball, a bit higher up. But you got Ginnivan, you got Watson, and like I said, you got Blake Hardwick that can go up there, Connor McDonald. They've got so many guys that can play the role, and they really swing each other around. And I think any one of them can really pop up and have a big night. And that's the thing with clubs that are really good. You don't just rely on the same players every week. You got some guys that can really step out of their skin, and each week you got someone that can step up to the right occasions, because like I said, if you have a tough matchup, you're going to make sure that other players are helping out.
That's Chad Wingard, two-time All-Australian, John Cahill medalist as well at the Port Adelaide Football Club. Great to have him alongside us tonight. And also, Chad's played here and he's played a game of football. A man who knows this ground very, very well. He knows Northern Territory football very, very well. It's the 265-game Tiger, two-time All-Australian, two-time Jack Dyer medalist. Back with us again, Joel Bowden. Great to have you here for what is a ripping game of football potentially ahead of us.
Yeah, good evening, and it will be. I think it's the first time we've had a top-of-the-table almost clash up here. Sometimes we've been unfortunate that one of the teams has been down lower on the table, but on a Thursday night there'll be a lot of people watching nationwide. We've also had the AFL Commission up here this week. They met on Monday. I know Andrew Dillon is still here. I just popped into the function across the forward pocket there of the Michael Long Leadership and Learning Centre, and it is very well patronised coming in. And I got here early this week, Mitch.
Yes, I got
here nice and early, but the line out the gate at 5:30 when I arrived was already 100 metres long, and they are lining up for merchandise out the back. They are propagating the hill over there, which I think tonight there is a very good chance we'll crack 10,000. It was just under last week, but this is the number one ticket in town, and these are two of the top teams. So you couldn't ask for more, and the clubs and the teams and the players are on show, and so is the Northern Territory on a Thursday night nationwide.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually spotted a few more Gold Coast Suns scarves, yes, scarves, up here in Darwin, which I know it's a massive part of the supporter wear around the country in a lot of sports, but a really interesting choice to don the Gold Coast Suns scarves for a few of the supporters walking down at the main strip here in Darwin this week. In just a moment, we will head into the Hawthorn rooms, and we'll check in with assistant coach Adrian Hickmott. We'll also hear from Sean Lemons of the Gold Coast Suns a little bit later on as well. He's an emergency tonight, but knows a thing or two about playing football up here. Of course, knows as well Took Miller, who's playing his 200th game, has been somewhat of an unheralded star at times around the competition. Has Took Miller, 2 All-Australians, 2 club champions. He's won the Marcus Ashcroft medal 4 times. He's won the Coaches Association Award back in 2022. He becomes, as Quentin Hull said, just the second Gold Coast Suns player to reach 200 after David Swallow, who will be their sub tonight. He also played his 150th game at Marara as well, so creating a bit of a knack is Took Miller for playing milestone games up here in the NT. As always, you can join in the conversation tonight for ABC Sport. The text line 0437 774 774. We've got plenty to crack into when we welcome the rest of the nation along to join us for Friday night footy, or Thursday night footy I should say, on ABC Sport. And we've got a few things to talk about that is happening around the AFL. I know Quentin Hull's been keeping a very close eye on the fixtures that have dropped. It's always an exciting time, isn't it, Q, when the back half of the AFL season gets brought in?
And without going too deep into it, the thing that I think has struck many, the Friday night double-ups are sometimes, I think, welcomed in certain parts of the world. I know in Perth it allows us on the East Coast to watch footy till midnight, and you guys actually play proper nighttime footy over there. But that's among, I think, 3 Friday night double-ups that we're going to get in the back end of the season. Still no word as to, of course, the final round of fixturing, because in particular with the Gold Coast Suns, there is the real proposition that you've got both Gold Coast and Essendon having their fate sorted in the very last game of the year after everyone else
by themselves
is finished. So we all assume that Essendon and Gold Coast will play Thursday and Friday of round 24, which is yet to be fixtured, and then we'll either play Wednesday or Thursday of the so-called bye week. But that's, I think, still part of the mystery at the back end of the season.
Yeah, we'll break that down for you as we go throughout the evening here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Charlie King is waiting downstairs on the boundary. He'll have Adrian Hickmott from the Hawthorn Football Club very, very shortly. He'll also have a chat to us about Sir Doug Nicholls-Round. Has done a lot of work around Australia and up here in the Northern Territory. Has the great Charlie King. So once again, it's great to have him along for the broadcast again tonight. Also some sad news today, the passing of the great Robert Walls. We will have a chat about that when we welcome the rest of the nation, because we'd love to pay tribute to someone who was a massive contributor to the football community all around the nation, really, not just in Melbourne circles. He had a wide reach, did Robert Walls, and of course the passing of him today at age 74. We'll certainly talk about some stories, and I know Joel Bowden can share a story of two of someone that he worked very, very close with. But we're slowly building up to the bounce here at Marara. I can see Adrian Hickmott is slowly making his way across to Charlie King, who is waiting very, very patiently downstairs. Chad, the game was played a little differently the other night. It was two very contrasting styles, as you mentioned. Gold Coast kind of played the dewy, wet weather style of game, and the Dogs almost played the Dockland style the way they moved it. Are you expecting to see any change from the Suns tonight, or stick to what works?
I expect Hawthorn to play their way. I think they're going to make sure that they try and win the contest and be attacking. I think they're going to go around as much as they can, try and use their speed, try and get around, I suppose, Gold Coast, not pierce through them like the Bulldogs were trying to do with their kicking. So I think Gold Coast will play a similar way. They had evidence that it won them the game. And but when you play Gold Coast up here, you've got to be ready for the contest first. So Bulldogs they were last week, and it gave them a fighting chance. They just didn't quite finish off right at the very end there. But I'm hoping for a really close contest, and obviously, hopefully Hawthorn gets on the better end of the deal this time.
You can see Adrian Hickmott about to step up and have a chat to Charlie King. We'll have a very brief chat to him and just ask about some of the changes. So I won't jump straight to your thoughts just yet, Joel, because I can see Adrian about to have a chat to Charlie downstairs. He's a very revered assistant coach around the game. I can just see the final messaging going from the Hawthorn media manager, Jake, across to Charlie. But whenever, Charlie, you're ready to go, take it away. I can see you've got Adrian Hickmott alongside you.
Yes, Adrian's with me. Adrian, welcome to Darwin. How are you feeling?
Yeah, beautiful. It's beautiful out here tonight, isn't it? It's great. We come up here a little bit early, did a couple of training sessions, get used to the conditions and all those things, but it's a beautiful town. We really enjoy it.
How much earlier did you come here?
It was only 2 days ago, so a couple of days.
How have you felt?
Yeah, well, the players have adapted really well. They're looking forward to it tonight, and they had 2 days to acclimatise and understand what the weather does, look around the beautiful town, and now we're ready to go.
Yeah, and lots of changes. Why is that?
Yeah, there's a few changes. Look, 5-day break, monitoring players. Kelsha comes in. Ned Reid gets a chance this week, so it should be really exciting. Kelsha hasn't played, missed out on a lot of weeks throughout the pre-season, and he's an excited young man to have a good crack today.
And your big ruckman's left out. What's that all about?
Yeah, well, again, a 5-day break, so it's difficult to back those up again and then play the week after. So the main thing is Ned gets a chance. He deserves a spot. He's been playing really good Box Hill football, so we look forward to seeing him tonight.
And how's the mood in the team? How are they feeling?
Yeah, they're feeling well. It's always a hard one. They weeks of coach, sometimes they feel really good and they come out playing really good, and another way around. So, look, they're keen to get out here and keen to have a crack.
All right, well, good luck tonight.
Good on you. Thank you very much.
There you go, Adrian Hickmott with the great Charlie King on the boundary. One of the great men in football is Adrian Hickmott, and so too is Charlie King. Great to have Charlie along for the broadcast. You might hear him in just a moment as part of our Sir Doug Nicholls round coverage. It is the 10th annual Sir Doug Nicholls round for the AFL. It is a great occasion. We'll talk about that once we welcome the rest of the nation along to Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner here alongside Quentin Hull, Charlie King on the boundary, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. The Gold Coast Suns taking on Hawthorn. More to come after this. This is ABC Sport.
It's all about love right now on ABC iView. The hit series Love Me, Love on the Spectrum, Summer Love, and more great titles.
Seriously? I can't stop smiling.
Find them where it's always free, always heartwarming.
Cheers to us.
ABC iView.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Welcome to the 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round with ABC Sport.
Front and centre, Bobby Hill, where he should be, where he always is. Bobby Thrill's got a couple.
Hello, I'm Charlie King, an ABC broadcaster and a proud Gurindji man. Over my 30 years in broadcasting, there's no disputing that Australian rules football has had a challenging history with its Indigenous players. From the heartbreaking
93 against Collingwood at Victoria Park, I did what I had to do. I pointed to my skin and said I'm black and I'm proud.
To the groundbreaking.
Here is Buddy Franklin on 999 goals. He steps forward now. He's done it! A legend joins the immortals.
And of course, the breathtaking.
Away goes Michael Long, still going, 30 metres out. Oh, what play! It may have been touched on the line. No! One of the plays of the year.
The Sir Doug Nicholls round.
We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. This round is a chance to focus on those that lead the way and set the standard.
Please have conversations with your kids, your friends. Have those uncomfortable conversations because that's the only way, like I said, that we're going to move forward in this nation.
Like all who play at the highest level, our Indigenous players have a varied path to the bright lights of the AFL, and this round lets us celebrate those journeys and hear their stories. This game is brilliant.
High up and under, Raken upstairs with the hang.
And our Indigenous players are brilliant.
It spills to Dudley, he's so deadly.
And I believe we can use that combination to make everyone better in all walks of life.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
So sit back, reflect and enjoy the call as we celebrate our culture and shine a spotlight on the best Indigenous players in our game.
To Burgoyne from 45, heads home and strikes.
Outside of the boot, it's a Rioli special.
Impey at the top of 50, eyes the sticks, fires away and kicks a brilliant goal. Kicks it to Kosiah, Pickett, one out the cage. Cosy burns him off, and then a little hand back to him as well as he pumps it up into the second tier.
Welcome to the 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round with ABC Sport on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
And it is wonderful to be here in Darwin at Marara Oval. To those who are joining us for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, the 10th edition of Sir Doug Nicholls round in the AFL, paying tribute to the historic and the ongoing contribution and impact that the Indigenous and First Nations people of Australia have had on our great game of football. The Gold Coast Suns taking on Hawthorn, two top four sides. For the first time that Darwin has been able to host two top four teams that go head-to-head on their great venue. There is a nice crowd building on what is a beautiful night under lights here in the top end. If you're just joining us, welcome along to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mitchell Turner is my name. Alongside me is Quentin Hull.
Mitch, it's great to be here on what is going to be a gorgeous night for football. I don't think we're going to get the 14,000 plus, which is the record for this venue when the Dogs hosted Port Adelaide back in 2006. But what I am looking at tonight, last year when Geelong came and played in this time slot, and that was a very good win for the Gold Coast Suns there. So we're going like for like of the Gold Coast era in this part of the world. That's the marker. 12,000 and change was the crowd last year for that game. So hopefully we get a few more than Saturday's game, which was a terrific contest. I mean, surely what the Dogs turned on here against the Suns, if that doesn't whet the appetite of the locals to turn up tonight, I don't know what will, because for the first time, this part of the world gets to see two teams that are really highly perched on the ladder and expected to play a big role in the fight for the flag this year.
We're joined by dual All-Australians on the ABC Sport team tonight in Chad Wingard, the former power player, former Hawk, who has played here before for the Hawthorn Football Club, and also Northern Territory's own. He is a proud member of the Northern Territory football community. He's a proud Tiger man as well, dual All-Australian. Joel Bowden, great to have you both along with us. For everyone just joining us now, as I said, it is the 10th edition of the Sir Doug Nicholls round. There's been some big news around the football world today, and don't get me wrong, we will talk about that very, very shortly, because there are some things that we'd love to address. But I guess the Sir Doug Nicholls round, Chad, for someone like yourself, this means an awful lot, I imagine, to you, and you've been a heavy part of it this week and over a number of years.
Yeah, I think it's important to pay tribute to, the past legends of this industry, and that they've paved the way for us. I'm a past player now, but the current players to be where they are and to feel confident and have a place where they can just, I suppose, play the sport that they love and express themselves for who they are. And like I said, we're celebrating a culture that's tens and tens of thousands of years old, the oldest living civilization in the world, and it's something to be very proud of. Every single individual in Australia is something to be proud of. It's something we hold close to our hearts, and like I said, it's a moment that we celebrate. And like I said, the players here, you wear the Guernsey, you have the build-up, you learn it's all about education as well, people who are getting first exposure to Indigenous culture and Torres Strait Islander culture. And it's a beautiful week, beautiful couple of weeks, and it's a moment where us Indigenous and First Nations people can really feel proud and really showcase what we're about as a people.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to celebrate. Charlie King is on the boundary for us tonight. I believe Charlie's still standing by. Charlie, you are part of our wonderful opener there, as you are every year for Sir Doug Nicholls round. What does this round mean to you, and what does it mean to have this round commenced here in Darwin in the top end as well?
Big deal. It's a really big deal, and Joel was talking before about all the people lined up outside. They've waited for this. This was announced some time ago. They knew this game was coming up. They knew these two teams are going to really turn it on, that they would be hard to beat this year. So it's a terrific game in front of us, we say that. But this is the 10th Sir Doug Nicholls round that we've had. They've been honouring and, recognising the contribution of Indigenous players in 19 years now, but this one's special, the 10th anniversary of it, and it's going to be something well worth sitting through. Can't wait for the entertainment. You can see some people walking in the far distance there. I think they're the red flag dancers from around the territory. I'll tell you more about those a little later on, but it's going to be fantastic. Crowd numbers, small as it always is at this time at the start of the match. They're all just putting the lawnmower away and about to head to the footy ground. They'll be here shortly.
Yeah, they do rock up on their own time here in Darwin, as I've been reliably informed by Charlie King and Joel Bowden throughout the week. It's a bit of Darwin time that goes on up here in the top, and the two teams aren't far away from running out. It is great to have the great Charlie King on the boundary with us once more, and a wonderful opener for us on Thursday night footy. Joel, it's a wonderful occasion. The round is a wonderful round, and as Charlie mentioned, for Darwin and for the Northern Territory, it's just a nice occasion for the fans to come out here and celebrate not just the current AFL Day players, but also the Indigenous players that have played this game and continue to play it today.
Certainly is, and we sit in the Morris Rioli grandstand. We've got Daniel Rioli, Joel Jeffrey, Mally Roses, who is going to kick goals tonight.
I spoke to him during the week, and I told him that you're his biggest fan.
He stubbed his toe a couple of times last week, and hopefully Chad got down to training and gave him a couple of tips on how to kick those left foot goals. And Ben Long, one of the famous names. And it is really important to the Northern Territory. The Territory's got 30-odd% of Indigenous population. Our game is the highest participation rate anywhere in the country, and in some of the Indigenous communities in the Northern Territory, every able-bodied man, woman and child is playing AFL football. In fact, there was a player in his 60s at one community in most recent times. You know, he's just played footy his whole life until he can no longer walk, and it is a way of life, football in the Northern Territory. And then go back to the very beginning, which was Marngrook, and we've seen it evolve all the way through. And the highlights of footy that we see and we love invariably come from Indigenous players, and I can think of none better for Hawthorn than Cyril Rioli in that three-peat. Incredible. Adams Goods, a champion for the Sydney Football Club, and the list just goes on and on and on. And you know, as a kid who grew up in Alice Springs, I played footy with Aboriginal fellas the whole time. You know, I loved it, and I love watching Aboriginal footballers play. And in the Northern Territory, in the NTFL, in the CAFL, all across the Territory, it is an Indigenous game, and that's what I love about it.
It's a massive night here in Darwin, but also it's been a big day in the world of Australian football. And we learnt this morning of the sad passing of Robert Walls at age 74. Today, a long battle with cancer, and today he chose to end that fight. And there's been well wishes and tributes from all around the football community to Robert Walls, who, as a player and a coach and administrator, was a massive part of our game here in Australia. He played 218 games for Carlton, 41 games for Fitzroy, 259 overall. He represented Victoria on 4 occasions. He coached Victoria. He played in 3 premierships for the Blues. He was a 2-time leading goal kicker there. He coached not just the Vics on 1 occasion, but Fitzroy, the Bears, Richmond, and of course coached Carlton to the 1987 premiership as well. He's an Australian Football Hall of Famer. He's a legend of the Carlton Football Club. And the sad news that filtered out this morning of Robert Walls passing. I know, Joel, you have a bit of a connection to Robert because he was part of your journey in the AFL.
Yeah, he certainly was, and as a 17-year-old I was drafted under the father-son rule. He played against my father in the late 60s and early 70s, and I watched him when he was at the Brisbane Bears. Also played football against his son David in the Teal Cup system. So when I got the phone call from Robert Walls as the coach of Richmond, I was really quite humbled. He rang up and he said, "G'day Joel, how you going?" I was in Alice Springs, right, 17-year-old, no idea. And he said, "We'd like you to come down to training." I said, "No problems. We drive down each year. We generally have Christmas down in Adelaide. We stay in a caravan park in Victor Harbour, and I'll ask Dad to drive me across. You know, I can probably get there after Christmas." He sort of, and his deep voice, and he always had a little, he used to always do that. We'd never forget him going and pulling his belt up a little bit during a team meeting at Richmond. But he said, no, young fella, we'll fly you to Melbourne and you can start training next week. And I quite honestly didn't understand it. But they booked me a ticket, I flew down, and as a lot of people have said today, he was a hard taskmaster. But for me as a 17-year-old, he was also a fatherly figure. He looked after me, but he pushed me. And I was pretty lazy when I was young. I went to Melbourne not knowing what a pre-season was. And he just pushed me, and he got the best out of me. And he's the coach, the AFL coach, that gave me my first game. So I'll be indebted to him, you know, forever. I will be really, really, you know, he's been in my thoughts all day. And I'll never forget the day we were playing West Coast on a Monday night. And, you know, coming from the Northern Territory, I always like to put the long sleeves on because I was a bit cold in Melbourne. So we're playing Monday night against West Coast. I've got the long sleeve woolen jumper on. And he comes out into the warm-up area in the old change rooms, the old Richmond change rooms, and he says to me, "Young fella, get that long sleeve off, get some oil on your arms and get out there." Not only did he put the oil on my arms, he rubbed it in and put me out there just before the game. And the guys after were pissing themselves laughing. There's Wolsey putting oil on this young kid's skinny white arms. But it had some effect. I went out and I kicked 4 goals in a quarter against West Coast, and we touched them up quite. I was very happy with the game that night. But he was always positive to me. He was a hard taskmaster, but unfortunately he got the sack at Richmond, and I was actually out injured, and I didn't get to say farewell. But I wrote him a letter, a handwritten letter, and he responded, and I'll never forget that. So, you know, Robert Walls, a really, really good person, a hard taskmaster, yes, but a loss to the game. And I know many years ago he lost his wife Erin to cancer, and now he's chosen to end his life due to a debilitating cancer illness. And I guess all I can say is Vale, Wolsey, number 42, an absolute champion.
Without going into too much detail, I mean, what the letter you write to a coach who is been given his marching orders from a football club, but has played a big role to you. What did you feel like you needed to express to Robert Walls in that letter? Well,
my gratitude for the care, my gratitude for when a young kid comes to the club, and I'm not the only one. There were players who went to the Brisbane Bears, there were players who went to Fitzroy, who went to Carlton, who were in their first years, and no doubt he showed the same empathy, the same care, and he's a father as well, right? He's got a number of children, 3. He's also got a number of grandchildren, which I read today about how he was trying to battle the chemo so that he could see more of his grandchildren. And I'm a parent and a father first, and then a comments, I don't call them special comments, but a comments person here at the ABC, and he was able to pass that on to so many young men. And look at the coaches today. I would dare say that every single senior coach and probably assistant coach has been influenced by Robert Walls at some stage during the career. He missed out on the success of the Brisbane Lions because he moved in an acrimonious swap between John Northey and Robert Walls in the 1995 season when Northey went north and Walls came to Richmond. But he then was a very astute but quite harsh commentator. You didn't want to get Wallsy into you if you were playing and he was commentating. But then he's a parent, he's a father and a grandfather, and he's lost a debilitating battle with cancer, which, we have to respect his decision with the voluntary assisted dying.
And it's amazing the generations of a football life. I read about his stardom as a teenage forward for Carlton and the 3 premierships that he played in. Then as a young fan, saw him as the coach and the hard-nosed man who obviously had the success at the Blues, which wasn't replicated elsewhere, but then as a young media person came through and saw the way that he was a part of what is now a massive industry, and he was one of the men at the forefront of that. And there's only a few others. You sort of think of Lee Matthews, who has also done it in that similar type of era, from the player to the coach to then the media giant. There wasn't anything really in the game that Robert Walls didn't achieve.
No, he was fantastic. I mean, it would have been Barassi before Walls, and then we've seen Walls and Lee Matthews, and now there's a whole heap of his disciples, let's call them, who have gone on and coached premierships and are being hugely successful. I think of Brad and Chris Scott, immediately, who were at the Bears. Darryl White was in contact this week, who went to the Bears with Wolsey, and he was just putting messages around to say that Wolsey's on his last legs.
Wolsey trying to find him somewhere down the Gold Coast in those days where life at footy at the Bears was very, very different.
Well, Darryl White's slightly different as well, but that's what Wolsey was good at, right? He was able to look after, 2 kids from Alice Springs. Michael McLean was in Brisbane when Wolsey was there, and look after young men, which it is a really, really difficult thing to leave your home, especially as a 17 or 18. You'll go interstate and go into what is an alpha male environment where everyone's fighting for a spot and everyone's trying to get in that first team. I remember a smothering drill we were doing. We're doing it out at Gosh's Paddock, where I think Melbourne now train and the Melbourne Storm train, and there were four cones, and you had to go and smother each cone, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I went to the first or second one, and the ball, of course, went straight through my hands, smashed me in the nose, blood pouring out. And I'm like, I'm 17 or 18. I start wiping the tears away, and I can never forget him just screaming, "Keep going, keep going." And I did the next 2 smothers, and then I fell down at the back. But there he was, just encouraging me. We all get knocked down, but it's about getting back up. It's not about failing, it's about what we do with our failure. Because most of the time in the AFL, teams lose games of footy. What do you do the next week? You go to a contest, you don't win that contest. What do you do the next contest? So I found him really quite fatherly, and when I look back, I still kept the letter. I hope it's in my box at home that I've got from my Richmond days, but I kept his response. I couldn't keep the letter I sent him, obviously, but I kept his response back.
I'm sure he kept it from the
and it was a handwritten letter, and I'll be eternally grateful and really just so fond of the memories that we had. And this is the bloke that gave me my first game and gave me a start.
Paul Roos also spoke today on the AFL Daily podcast for ABC Sport, and the influence that Robert Walls had on his coaching career as well, and it shaped him as a leader. So we pay our respects to the family of Robert Walls, who passed away this morning at the age of 74, a giant in the game of Australian rules football. We're not far away from Bouncedown here at Marara Oval. The first game of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. It is a cracker. The Gold Coast Suns playing host to Hawthorn, two top four sides. The Suns are fourth, the Hawks are third. Darwin has never seen two top four sides go at it. It should be a ripping night of football. The lights are on. The weather is nice. It's not too hot. Charlie King's on the boundary. He'll give us a bit of an update on the conditions later on as well. The two sides are out on the field, and we're not too far away either. About 5 or 6 minutes away from the Welcome to Country ceremony and the game officially getting underway. But as always, you can join the conversation. 0437 774 774 0437 774 774. If you've got any memories of Robert Walls that you'd love to share after his passing today, feel free to get in touch with the team. Joel Bowden is along with us, sharing his memories of his first coach, the two-time All-Australian. Chad Wingard is also with us tonight, the two-time All-Australian from the Port Adelaide Football Club and the Hawks. Myself, Mitch Turner, and Quentin Hull is alongside me, a man who knows the Suns very, very well and watches them very closely. And it's another test for the Gold Coast Suns tonight, a massive test for them. They're playing at a fortress, Quentin and Joel, but they're playing against a side that the conditions might suit at times. They are quick, they are smaller on occasion, the Hawks, and they've just got a bit of something about them. This stage could suit them, but it's a big test for the Suns.
Well, I've got a really interesting question for Joel. If you had two teams and you looked at them in these conditions, Joel, and you had one team with the better small forwards against the other team with the better tall forwards, who would you back? Because this venue, and I don't know whether it's going to be as humid tonight, across the journey, it's been this. I mean, you've got to have the big men to bring it to ground, but it is different football in this part of the world.
Yeah.
And the Suns have mastered that.
Well, they've simplified it, and I've watched the games here. I don't watch as many games outside of the territory because of the number of games. But the Suns have mastered it, and they have won 7 in a row. But they're really simple. It's almost like Tommy Hafey back in the days of Richmond or Dennis Pagan at North Melbourne, where it's just kick the ball long, get it down to a contest, and then run onto it. They had a lot of inside 50s last week, and then the Dogs tried to run it out. I don't know what Hawthorn will do, but I suspect they'll probably try and use their feet and try and use their skill and their pace to run it out off half back. I'm going to back the Suns because it's a tried and tested formula that they've won here. In saying that, I think with Bruce and Gunston out, they lose a lot of goals, the Hawks. I think those two had been averaging 3 and 2 a game. So they lose a lot of goals, and the Suns score heavily here. They scored 25 goals last year against Geelong. Last week, obviously not so many, but scoring well over 13, 14 goals. So they're a high-scoring team and with lots of inside 50s. The question about small forwards, I think it's just weight of numbers. I think it's almost wet weather footy. It's simple footy. Get it as close and as deep to goal as you can, and that way you're going to increase your scoring chances.
And these two teams, certainly the Hawks proved it last year by making the finals, that they are a team that's on the rise. The Suns have never been to finals, but there are hopes that this might be the year. And I think when you look at teams developing in that nature, Joel, the question is, how do they play once their one wood is taken away? And I still think that's probably a really big question, particularly for Gold Coast. I think Hawthorn have shown a different dynamic of different ways to win the game. Whether or not the Suns can reassert their authority and change tack in a game where they don't get it on their terms, I think that's probably the last piece of Damien Hardwick's jigsaw puzzle that he's trying to get into this group.
So the difficulty with our competition is that you have to win finals and grand finals at the MCG. They will not be playing at Marara for more than 2 games a season. If they can come to Marara in Darwin and win 2 and bank them, then that's going to get them in the finals. If they win tonight, they'll make the finals. But then they have to go to the MCG to play a preliminary final or a grand final, and they won't be able to play the same type of football. Notwithstanding that, the G and finals are conducive to simple football, crash and bash, and Hardwick knows exactly how to win premierships at the MCG. So if he can replicate that style of footy at the MCG, then I think the Suns can go deep in September.
It's a man that knows the MCG well, former Tiger, 2-time Jack Dyer medalist. in the back of the box, Joel Bowden. We'll head down to ground level now because the Welcome to Country ceremony is about to take place. Janine McLennan is down there, and both sides, the Gold Coast Suns and Hawthorn, are lined up facing each other. The dancers are down there ready, the red flag dancers travelled from Arnhem Land to be here tonight.
Performing tonight's Welcome to Country,
Let's head down to ground
Larrakia
level.
woman Janine McClellan, featuring the red flag dancers of Nomborindi.
I acknowledge my Larrakia elders and families and pay my respect to the past, present and future of the Larrakia people of our lands and waters. And the Larrakia people acknowledge fellow Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander nations from across the road to across the lands and seas, and pay our respect to your people of your lands and waters. And as we come together during Sir Douglas Nicol Round, I'd like to acknowledge the past players to the current players for leading the way for the next generation Indigenous players to this great game that we all love, AFL. For thousands of years, we've called this place home. We are the Larrakia people, the saltwater people. This is Larrakia country, and we are the Larrakia people. Under the soles of our feet always was and always will be Aboriginal land of the Larrakia people, and we invite you to walk with us. On behalf of our Larrakia elders and families, we welcome you to this very special event, and we welcome the Gold Coast Suns Football Club and the Hawthorn Football Club. We welcome you to Larrakia country, and may it be a safe one.
Thank you and enjoy the game.
There have it, the Welcome to Country ceremony from downstairs here at Marara Oval, and a wonderful, wonderful performance by the red flag dancers, who have travelled from Arnhem Land to be here tonight. The Welcome to Country ceremony from downstairs here at Marara Oval, and a wonderful, wonderful performance by the red flag dancers who have travelled from Arnhem Land to be here tonight. Thank you and enjoy the game. Thank you and enjoy the game. A wonderful occasion, Sir Doug Nicholls round getting underway for the AFL. For the 10th time, it'll be Sir Doug Nicholls round, the 19th time the AFL has officially recognised the Indigenous and First Nations players that have made such a big impact, not just on the top level of football, but at many levels around the country. Mitch Turner here, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull alongside me. Charlie King is down on the boundary and with us in the box. Dual All-Australians, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. We're not far away from the bounce here at Marara. Two top four sides going head to head. For the first time that Darwin has seen it, the Gold Coast Suns, they have a stranglehold on this venue. It is a daunting task. About as daunting a task as you'd think coming here these days for any side. 7-0 since they returned to playing regular football up here, Chad and Joel. And we talk about fortresses around the country and tough places to play, but this is a pretty scary place for sides to come now, isn't it?
Well, it's not dissimilar to what Hawthorn were doing in Tasmania a few years ago, where clubs were almost having a free swing, as Chad called it earlier. If you went down to play Hawthorn in Launceston at York Park, you go, oh, well, we might rest a couple, we might try something different. And they were winning 90-odd% in that venue. Good thing for the Northern Territory, if the Gold Coast Suns can keep winning up here, they'll keep coming up here. And the coach won't be saying, oh, no, I don't think we're going to go. So I want the Gold Coast Suns to keep winning. We love that there's Sir Doug Nicholls round as well as 2 games in 2 weekends. It also coincides with our dry season up here. We've got Base in the Grass this weekend and a whole other myriad of events going on. So it's really good for the Territory. But if you're the opposing side and you've come off a 5-day break and you've got to get on a flight and drive, you've got to fly all the way to the Northern Territory and then get out of the aircraft and it's 32 degrees, that's a big issue. And I think that's why the Gold Coast Suns are at an absolute advantage up here.
Just having a brief chat to the Suns downstairs, they sense a feeling that the Western Bulldogs did it pretty well last week, trying to ignore the heat factor. Quentin Hull, you were keeping a close eye out in the middle. There was an exchange of gifts between the two sides, a number of players at the middle. Who won the toss?
I was actually looking at the Hawthorn huddle, Mitch, so
keep an eye out as
you've got me.
I did see it was James Sicily and Carl Amon were out there for Hawthorn. For the Gold Coast Suns, it was the Northern Territory boys. So it was Malcolm Roses, Joel Jeffrey, Daniel Rioli, as well as Ben Long, the 4 out there. They had an exchanging of gifts between the two clubs. The Gold Coast Suns had the fire sticks that were made in far north Queensland for Hawthorn, and they had the spear thrower made for them by Trent Lee, who is a Larrakia artist from local land here in Darwin.
And just speaking, no doubt you mentioned it last week, but again, just the full circle moment for Dan Rioli and Ben Long. I mean, the St Mary's Clubhouse is literally beyond the concourse here, Joel, where they would have, as kids, tried to sort of sneak in and get into the bar after weekends of footy here, and now they're the main act.
Very, very true, Quentin. So to our right, the right-hand side here, that forward pocket on the far side is the St Mary's Club, just over the back there, and over to the left-hand side is the Wanderers Football Club, where Joel Jeffrey comes from, and the Motlop family are very, very prominent there.
So Doug Nicholls round about to get underway in the AFL. It's the Gold Coast Suns playing host to Hawthorn here at Marara in Darwin. Here's Quinton Hull.
It's Witts and Reeves battling in the first ruck. Reeves taps down to Newcomb, and Hawthorn will get the first clearance, but Newcomb threw it to Ward. So it's going to be a free kick, or perhaps Anderson was held. It's a free kick nonetheless to the Suns in the middle, and the skipper kicks wide. Noble gathers on the bounce on the outer wing. Kicks towards the forward line and leaping, taking the grab against his old mob, Scrimshaw. Back into the team after a couple of weeks out. Good mark for Hawthorn in the left back pocket. Kicks wide to the wing, and Amon marks in space.
Amon goes further up the wing. Has a player out the back in Joel. Played for Gold Coast the last time these two sides met here. Now he's in the Hawthorn colours. Amon kept going, got the handball from Joel, takes a bounce, scrubber kick inside the forward 50. Watson is there though, couldn't take possession. Conditions slippery already. Now lays on top of it and he's in trouble. Tackle was laid by Matt Rowell, as per usual, holding the ball called. The Suns win it back as Rowell goes wide to Hewland.
Hand passes to his skipper, Anderson, near defensive 50, left half back for Gold Coast. Hands it to the boundary for Closey, hemmed in by Battle. So Closey gives it back to Anderson, hands it to Hewland, now the kick from defensive 50. Kicks it to a pack on the wing. It's Sicily in front in a 2-on-2. Strong mark for the Hawks. Skipper on halfway. Short pass infield. Ward takes the grab. On the Morris Rioli stand wing, on what by local standards, it's not a scorching night. Good conditions for footy. Ward kicks into attack, hoping for Chol, but Collins reads the kick and takes the intercept mark for the Suns.
10th game here in Darwin for Sam Collins during his time at Gold Coast and also the Fremantle Dockers. Goes back to Andrew. Flick across by foot to the right back pocket. Hewland. Just some slow play here from the Suns. Takes a bit of a run. Now kicks to the outer wing. Flying from the back. Taking the mark is Walter. Strong grab over the top of his Hawthorn opponent there in Scrimshaw. Once again, numbers flooding back from the Hawks. Force to wait. Now kicks long and high to right half forward. Does Day over the back. No one flies. Whistle has been blown. There's a free kick spotted. It's going the way of Ben King and the Suns.
Yeah.
And he'll go back and have the set shot from about 50 metres out. Slightly worse than 45-degree angle to the right.
Yes, as I was getting to, Barras just took his eyes off the ball, tried to find his body of his opponent in Ben King, and obviously just too late. Ben King's movement, obviously you can just see him moving around the contest, create a bit of confusion for Barras, and let's see if he can finish off. This is the hard part for him. 27 goals for the season. He kicked the final goal of the game on Saturday night. Can he kick the first tonight? It's short off hands. It's through for a minor score. So one behind opens the scoring for us here at Marara. It's the Suns with that behind. The Hawks yet to score. 3 minutes played in the first term. Thursday night footy for ABC Sport.
And aim on taking a moment or two to work out the inbound a couple of steps beyond the goal square, and a long kick towards the wing. Ginnivan gets to the front of the pack. Takes the mark, just defensive side of the wing for the Hawks. Plays on. Kicks towards half forward. Good hard running from Newcomb. Presents to the gap at half forward and takes the grab. Has to hold up. Newcomb kicks across the half forward line back to Ginnivan. Basically set a half forward 60 metres out for Hawthorn. Looks left, looks right. Now is called to play on by the umpire. And off a step just kicks a high hoping ball towards full forward. Whistle before the ball arrives. Free kick Hawthorn. Now I was looking at the imminent battle between Chol and Collins, but I think the free kick was paid for something other than that.
Hewland on more in the goal square by the looks of it. Couldn't see what, but that's where it's been paid.
Yep, so it was definitely headed for the too tall timber, but now it's a gift opportunity for Dylan Moore to kick the first goal of Thursday night footy. And the brown and gold flags fly in Darwin behind the goals as Moore opens the major account for the Hawks. They're one straight, the Suns one behind.
Well, the Gold Coast Suns had a slow build-up with 3 long kicks into their forward line and a free kick. Ben King couldn't convert. Similar to Hawthorn, they had an opportunity to switch it on both forays forward there. They didn't, and they've gone in long, free kick, and Moore finishes off. It was a pretty simple kick from directly in front. But clearly, the umpires are on their job tonight and paying free kicks in the marking contests.
You heard that cheer in the background as well. That was the young Kalshadir, who is back from that bone stress in his back that he suffered in the pre-season. We haven't seen him since that now infamous semi-final loss to Port Adelaide. Great to see Kalshadir run straight down to the forward line for the Hawks. We have the first goal on the board, back in the middle. Witts over the top of Reeves, taps it down. Humphrey couldn't take clean possession. Witts went back in, tapped it to Anderson. Now Rowell spins out of traffic. Rioli, oiled up arms as always, comes wide to the broadcast wing. Closey takes the mark. Rioli kept going, receives the handball. D'Ambrosio just forced him to stop. Spins on a dime. Now kicks towards half forward. No mark taken. Front of the pack, Closey came through. Got it to Rao. Breaks the tackle at left half forward. Gives it to Noble. Kicks inside the forward 50, looking for a target. Witts couldn't take the mark. At ground level. Jath's in there, so too the Hawthorn defenders. The support coming from McGuinness. Ball will be tossed up 25 metres out, directly in front of the Gold Coast goal.
Down at the Michael Long centre end of Marara. Now there's a free kick in the stoppage, and it's going Hawthorn's way. Reeves not given a fair go at the ruck contest. Plays on quickly with a short pass. Scrimshaw takes the mark just forward of the left back pocket. Takes a moment or two before using his left boot to kick the Hawks towards the wing. Chol at the front of Andrew. takes the mark. Gee, I hope those two play on each other for a while. That'll be fun. Chol with his left boot, kicking to half forward. Weddle the target. Spoiled away by Powell of Gold Coast. Roves his own crumbs. Suns ball. Hand pass to Fiorini. Hands to Hewlin. Hands to Anderson, who runs to the wing. Takes a bounce. Gives it to Rioli, who has a fumble. Regathers the ball. The momentum's lost, though. His hand pass is turned over. Chol on the wing. He's had it chopped off. Fiorini steals it for Gold Coast. Rush kick to 60. Holman marks. Plays on and chips to Miller, and if that's 15, well, maybe there's a little bit of sensitivity of the moment. A short pass has been paid a mark, and the man in his 200th game, Tuke Miller, is right in front, and the man on the mark is 45 metres out. A chance to get that milestone moment out of the way early. What a battler he's been for this club. Two-time best and fairest, former skipper. In game 200, launches a right boot from 50. And it's a great start to his 200th game. Tuke Miller kicks the Suns' opening goal, and as expected, everyone in the red strip in Darwin is getting around Tuke, not only for kicking the first goal, but he's got a major in his 200th.
They're going to check it as well because the goal umpire got absolutely poleaxed on the goal line, and it looked like it carried the distance, but the goal umpire went down. He can spot the replay on the big screen through your binoculars, Q, as we head down to Charlie King on the boundary.
The two Territorians just have run out. Joel Jeffrey and Mally Rose has taken part.
That goal on the replay looks all clear. It's clearly got over the line, and Miller in his 200th game gets a good start.
And it wasn't just any player that ran into the goal ump. It was Ned Reeves, one of the biggest guys out there. So hopefully that goal umpire, yes, I've just seen him. Mitch wave the flags. He looks okay. But I reckon he'll be feeling a bit sore between his shoulder blades tomorrow when he gets up.
Well, Quentin, I'll go out on a limb here and I'll say we won't have goal umpires soon. We'll get rid of them because of occupational health and safety. You're going to put a small person amongst 6 to 10 to 34 other players who are on the goal line for a kick after the siren in the grand final. Ridiculous. Get rid of them. Get rid of the flags, because the flags are another dangerous object you're putting near the field of play. I'm going out on a limb.
We can't get rid of David Roden. I don't care what happens. I don't care what you say. We cannot get rid of the best goal umpire to ever see the field.
He can do the showdown.
Thoughts of Joel Bowden and Chad Wingard on ABC Sport. Would have been a former teammate of yours, David Roden. You played with him, didn't you, Joel?
I did play with D-Rod,
and you did as well. You both did.
He is a very happy man. Yep. He's always smiling. He used to say, look good, feel good, play good.
He is still a great member of the football community. Second bounce to restart play in the middle. Miller again involved. Handball to Anderson to the Suns. Rowell bursting out of the middle. Kicks it deep inside the forward 50. In front, long was he held? Yes. Hardwick had the arms wrapped around. And the free kick will go to the hometown hero, one of 4 out there tonight, one of the Darwin boys, Ben Long, down at the Michael Long centre end. Will have the shot from 15 metres out, and he should not miss this.
It'll be a good start for the NT Connection. It took him about 2.5 quarters to get on the board last week, and clearly a hold there in the marking contest. Holman tried to kick the goal afterwards, but it's been called back.
Ben Long, 15 metres out, kicks it, celebrates onto the roof of the Michael Long Centre. And the Darwin boys got a goal again here at Marara. The Suns, once more, come from everywhere to celebrate. They get their second on the board. They push the margin out to 7 points. 2-1-13 Gold Coast. Hawthorn a 1 straight 6. We've played 10 minutes here in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner alongside Quentin Hull, our experts Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden.
And that was absolute class by Gold Coast there. The handball in congestion by Matt Rowell to release their player, that was unbelievable to get that through. And if you look at the stats at the moment, Gold Coast have had 34 disposals to Hawthorn's 15. So they're over double getting their hands on the ball. They're winning all the contested ball. They've had 3 inside 50, 3 centre clearances. They're just all over them at the moment. You expect Hawthorn to respond. Now Chol's in the ruck.
Chad Wingard with you, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Moyles in the ruck as well. Got the tap down. Free kick goes to McKenzie of the Hawks. He was taken high. Quickly picks up the footy and plays on. Kicks Hawthorn a deep entry into attack. Collins fists the pack for the Suns. Anderson rose, but Newcombe runs him down immediately. Was there prior? No, says the umpire. Ball up 40 from Hawthorn's goal.
Sam Collins spoiled that ball 25 metres. That's almost a rebound 50.
He's an absolute brute. 10th game here in Darwin for Sam Collins. Ball tapped down. Anderson throws on the left boot. Clears defensive 50. Bouncing ball up the wing. Sicily pushes Walter off it. Getting back. Battle. It's got a Gold Coast Suns player in Holman to contend with, who took him to ground.
Got to be something.
And it has
the
been
umpires
paid.
paid deliberate out of bounds when the player who was tackled threw the ball with one hand.
Had to be something.
Had to be a throw.
He kicked it right at the very end with his foot.
I was going to say, the motion from the umpire was a bit of one of each, one of the other. Throw or insufficient intent. Gold Coast free kick. Anderson receives it. Massive mark! Flying high at the forward 50. Walter could have taken mark of the year in the top end. That is huge. He climbs on top of the shoulders of James Sicily. That is massive.
Oh, my God. That's bigger than his one last week. We saw him fly last week, and he got even higher. He has frequent flyers up here, like I said last week. What an absolute sit.
Huge grab from Jed Walter. Now to finish off the work. He'll kick from right on 50. If you take a mark like that, you've got to finish it, Jed, and he didn't. He hits the left upright, or he just scrapes it to the left. It's a minus score. A mark like that deserved a goal, not to be. The margin now, 8 points the way of the Suns.
In the years post-Tracy, you can't build things that high in Darwin. That was a huge fly. Long kick to the wing from the inbound of the Hawks. Fiorini, though, rose for Gold Coast. Hand passes to Noble. Kicks the Suns back into attack. Long to the drop. And beats two in the contest to take a two-grab mark. 40. Oh, has he been paid? No, he hasn't. There must have been a Hawthorn touch between the first and second grabs, Chad. You're a bit bemused, but yeah, he took it to ground, but the ump said ball it up. So Moyle with the tap down, too long, but he's kicked to full forward, intercepted by McGuinness of the Hawks. Hands it to Sicily. Rushed clearance, though. Straight to Jeffrey of Gold Coast. 70 from goal. Kicks it back into attack. No one there for the Suns, and it rolls over the boundary line for a throw-in. Right forward pocket for Gold Coast. Suns 2-2-14, leading the Hawks 1 straight 6, 13 and a half minutes first term.
And Hawthorn, the last two kick-ins they've had, it's called a set play. So they kick it on the far side and they try and get their fastest player on Gold Coast's slowest player. Didn't pay off, but they're trying to get a goal. They're trying to get it in space, which is their strength at the moment.
Ball knocked to the back of the pack. First onto it was Jath. Kicks out to the wing for Hawthorn. Noble trying to tap it down for the Suns. Ball in congestion. Noble goes back in, lost it. Euler now on hands and knees for Gold Coast is tackled. Non-officiating umpire from a long way away spotted a free kick. Said Euler was taken high.
I hope he's got binoculars to see it from that far.
He was 60 metres away, was the umpire. Noble took in the middle of the ground to the Suns, off to Collins. His kick inside 50, almost marked by Ward. Couldn't take it for the Hawks. Humphrey comes through for Gold Coast. Shrugs a tackle. Kicks on goal. It's a booming kick. 6 points to Humphrey. Taps the wrist and says it's Bailey time. The Suns get another. They have their third. 3-2-20 Gold Coast. Hawthorn a 1 straight 6. 14 and a half played here in the first term. Live footy from Darwin. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner alongside Quentin Hull, our experts. Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. Terrific finish.
And Sam Collins came through the centre there, lowered his eyes to try and hit up Ben Long. Just got chopped off. But what Ben Long did really well was he got a spoil in to give that extra opportunity for Humphrey. Now, Humphrey, he is strong because he brushed a tackle and then kicked it on a 45. You know, he was facing out to the forward pocket and pulled it around his body. It's a 50-metre kick in the end. It has gone straight through the middle, and that is a remarkable goal from that position with his body facing away from the goals to pull it around.
Suns by 14 points. Centre bounce. Witt's back in the middle. Gets a palm down looking for goal kicker Humphrey, but he's jumped on by Newcomb and also Moore. It will have a secondary ball up still in the bullseye. Glorious conditions in Darwin. Not as humid as it can get for footy this time of year. Rowell tries to burst through. McKenzie tackles him. Ball comes free. Morrison picks up, but he's tackled, and still the ball is stuck near the bullseye. Umpire comes in for another stoppage. Tosses it in the air. Ruckman Sherrod. Oh, Humphrey put his head down and ball it into Reeves, and the umpire says not high, not holding the ball. I'll do it again. Mitch, have a go. I can't get it out of here.
I'll try. Clear the congestion for you, Quentin Hull. Ball up in the air, straight down, coming through is Matt Rowell. No one clears it better than him. Couldn't on this occasion. The Hawks can, though. Amon kicks inside the forward 50. Out to take the mark was Ewell, and he spilt it, though. Players crash back in. Just beyond half forward for the Hawks, McDonald. He takes it away. Kicks inside the 50. Oh, Watson flew high. Flew early and flew illegally, said the umpire. Nick Watson tried to match the efforts of Walter. It's a free kick. Powell will take it and switch it to the right back pocket for the Suns.
Bodie Ewell receives and takes a moment before driving a long right foot drop, punt to the wing. Moyle's the target. Battle's got his arms from behind. Free kick for a chop. Ned Moyle, first game of the season. He's on a long-term deal and is seen as the future when Jared Witts finally passes by. That being said, Witts has still been such a consistent footballer, but they've gone with the two big men tonight. Moyle with the short pass to Closey, marks it on the wing. High kick for the Suns, back into attack again. Reeves with the fist for Hawthorn. Gets it to ground level. Sicily tries to forage it clear. Stolen by Rowell. He's tackled. Hand passes it out the back. Ainsworth picks up. Gives to Noble. Rush kick inside 50. Morrison's there. It was 2-on-1 to the Hawks. Holman was the target, but Morrison takes the grab for Hawthorn.
Kicks it across his own defensive 50 to Amon, who goes further wide to right half back to Moore. Kick up the wing now to Newcomb in front of the interchange gates. Looking for a target. Precision here from Hawthorn. Cal Shadir couldn't take the mark. It's Morrison on this occasion. His handball to McKenzie. Missed the target. Holman steals it for the Suns. Nice little weighted kick to Flanders. Wants to turn and go. Quickly rolls. Sees an option on the pocket. King gets free. Takes the mark. And this is a tough angle to kick goals from here at Marara. He's out at left half forward in front of the Michael Long centre. And he'll have to kick from 50 metres out. Joel, Chad, it's tough from this spot.
Tough pocket, and he had a couple of shots from this position last week without any success. However, in saying that, watch him go and kick this straight through the high diddle-diddle.
He's had one crack already tonight. Ben King makes his approach. It's a beautiful looking strike. Oh, that's how it's done. That's the execution you need. Ben King, absolute perfection from the flank. He gets his first goal. The Suns, though, all of a sudden, they have 4, and the margin is just starting to grow. 4-2-26 Gold Coast. One straight 6 Hawthorn. Margin is out to 20. We've played 18 and a half minutes in the first.
Yeah, and you can see Hawthorn, they're normally pretty stable with their back six. They look like they're normally an aerial threat. At the moment, Hawthorn, if you look at Battle, he just gave away a free kick. You obviously gave another free kick that was in the goal square. They don't look very confident with their body. Obviously, Barris, who's one of the best intercept markers of his career, and he gave away a free kick. So they're giving about 3 or 4 free kicks away in the aerial contest, which is just not Hawthorn-like. So they're obviously searching for body, and they're not getting either too much speed or they're not slowing them down from their defensive 50, but they're also just not being strong enough in the contest and giving away too many free kicks. It just, like I've said, the intercept marks have just been non-existent at the moment.
The Suns with the jump, 20 points the lead already, and another centre clearance here, defensive side of the bounce. It's Rowell for Gold Coast, kick to half forward. Roses gathers on the half volley, turns on his left, cute little chip, hoping for Miller, missed the target. Amon picks up for Hawthorn at half back, hands it to Warple, chip to the wing. Sicily takes the grab, wants to play on quickly. Hand passes to McGuinness. Kicks to half forward, half volley for Watson. Well gathered, he's tackled, but gets a hand pass to Ginnivan. Near the boundary, finds some space. Squaring kick from Ginnivan. Intercepted by the spoil of Jeffrey, but he's fisted straight to Morrison. 60 from goal. Kicks it back to full forward. Weddle was the target, but great work from Fiorini getting back in the hole to take the mark for the Suns.
See Weddle up forward again. Chad, Joel's move they've used a little bit at times this year.
Yeah, and if they're not getting marks in their D50, they might switch that. So he's a very explosive player for him. He can be used for run, for marking, whatever hole they need to fill. He's for the guy at the moment. He's a Swiss Army knife.
Suns work it out by foot through the defensive 50. Noble eventually brings it out to the wing to Rioli. Still shining. That oil on the arms, much like Robert Walls rubbing it into Joel Bowden back in the day. The kick goes up towards half forward. This time, Barris to the front. Takes a strong mark. Read the ball better. Takes the intercept, and Hawthorn will have it back just beyond right half back. They trail the Suns, though, by 20 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Defensive kick in field. Battle takes the mark and switches to the left half back flank. Scrimshaw takes the grab. Hawks on defensive 50. Scrimshaw has a bounce. Make it a second underneath the big screen on the outer side. Now kicks to the wing. Well-placed kick. D'Ambrosio marks. Plays on. Kicks the Hawks into attack. But Collins reads the ball brilliantly and outmarks Weddle. Great play from the Suns' key defender. Plays on quickly with a kick to Holman. Marks and chips short to Jeffrey. At left half back, Jeffrey decides to hand pass to Noble. He's pressured by Warple and pinned in. Kick around the boundary, pinched by Watson. Runs back at Noble. And Watson draws the free kick. He ran straight at Noble. Hand passed it to absolutely no one beyond Noble, but got rid of the ball and got high contact.
I think if you're Noble, though, you're pretty happy with that, giving away that free kick. You don't want him getting past you and kicking a goal there. Slowed him right up. Now Gold Coast got all their numbers back in D50.
And Watson is giving some type of signal here. Noble's right on 50. Watson's kicking it basically to 35 metres from goal, hoping for Reeves. Wits the spoil. Newcomb does the roving for the Hawks. Hand pass fumbled by Warple, and now Warple drags it in, punches it out in time. Quick hand pass from McDonald, gives it on to Ginnivan. High kick back to full forward. Big pack of players there. D'Ambrosio can't pick up. Rioli does. Hands it to Jeffrey, and the Suns are away.
Rowell has to chase the loose ball. Hamill missed the target. In there working hard as per usual is Hardwick. He wins it against the 2-on-1 for the Hawks. Back out to Watson. Slips over. Gets the handball to Morrison. Went the fend off. Somehow got a kick out in time under the Roses' pressure. Ward gathers. A little skewed kick inside the forward 50 going up and unable to take the mark, but copping some unfair contact was Noah Anderson. Plenty of feedback coming from the crowd as well. It's a free kick to the Suns, and Anderson, the skipper, is able to flick wide, still inside defensive 50, and find Mac Andrew.
Suns 4-2-26, Hawks 1 straight 6. Getting close to quarter time here in Darwin. The kick to the wing from Andrew pitches and goes out of play. So 23 minutes played. If you've just tuned in, no late changes to the selected teams. Bailey McDonald is the sub for Hawthorn. David Swallow is the sub for Gold Coast, as the Suns quest for an 8th straight victory at this venue. Boundary throw-in misses the big ruckman. Miller picks up after it pitched on the ground. The Suns' former skipper kicks to half forward. Flanders drops a mark he should have taken. Has time to regather. Hands it to Humphrey. Slewed kick inside 50. Gets through Amon. Picked up by Ainsworth. And he spun around and kicked the goal. Well, that just absolutely clean bowled Carl Amon. And it's turning a bad term worse for the Hawks. Ben Ainsworth, that's now 5 individual goal kickers for the Suns. 5-2-32 leads Hawthorn 1 straight 6.
And the ball was just banged in there hard and along the ground. And even though it's not a hot and over-humid night tonight, it's still skidded on. And as you said, Quentin, clean bowled him. Ainsworth runs onto it, snaps a goal. The Gold Coast are running away with this. And if not for that free kick in the first quarter where Hawthorn got their only shot on goal and a goal, they would be well out of this game and looking down the barrel of a heavy defeat tonight.
Chad, we spoke about it. Is it time to move it? Josh Weddle has not touched the footy. We've played 25 minutes in this first term. They're seeping goals down back, the Hawks, and I know he's a mid-sized target, but he's still up forward.
Yeah, I think it starts in the middle here. This is where they need to start winning the ball. They're losing the contested possession count by far too much. That is 28-17 in the favour of Gold Coast, and that kind of says that they're up for the fight and Hawthorn aren't.
Newcomb, Ward, Warple are the midfielders for the Hawks. Warple able to get the handball away to Morrison. Kicks towards Moore at half forward. Ball knocks away from him. Ginnivan onto it. Handballs to no one really in particular. Fiorini comes through, steals it for the Suns. Now Noble there offering support. His handball straight back to Hawthorn. Ward gathers. Kicks a wobbly ball inside forward 50 over the back. Watson trying to create something. Taken to ground. Ball tapped out to space. Laying the tackle is Chol. The Suns trying to work it out in close confines. Deep in defence. Mac Andrew runs into trouble. Did he have prior? Umpire said no. As Dylan Moore laid the tackle, they'll toss it up 5 metres in from the boundary. About 30 metres around from the Hawks attacking goal. They trail by 26 points.
I think he's a bit unlucky there, Moore. I think Andrew tried to break the tackle and couldn't. The umpire landed on the conservative side. Suns ball from the stoppage. Noble. Hand passes in the chop. Still tight on the boundary. Rouse in traffic. Loses it. D'Ambrosio's kick is smothered off the boot and ricochets out of play. Boundary throw in. Hawks at left half forward and needing something late in this first term. They kicked the first goal of the game, but Gold Coast has kicked the next 5. Suns lead by 26 points. 26 minutes played on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport at Marara. Boundary throw in. Reeves and Moyle to do the ruck work. Reeves with the tap. No rover, though, for him. Picked up by Closey of the Suns. Hands it to Miller. Hands it on to Fiorini. Rush kick from centre half back towards half forward. Out the back. Battle first to meet it for the Hawks. Hands it to Scrimshaw. And he kicks across the face of goal. It'll bounce kindly for Hardwick.
Hardwick, plenty of time to gather in the right back pocket. Able to clear defensive 50 by foot to Ward. Little 45 kick to Scrimshaw. Right half back, hearing word potentially there might be a communication issue between the benches. Damien Hardwick has been using the mobile phone, I'm being informed, in the box, which we've seen recently before in a couple of AFL fixtures. So not hurting the Suns at all as they maintain a 26-point lead. The Hawks by foot working up the broadcast swing. Morrison to Ginnivan. Kick inside the forward pocket. Coming over the top again is Collins with a big fist into the path of the big fella in Moyle, who was more than happy to see it go out of bounds.
Who can we blame here? What was it, the TV broadcast on Anzac Day that was the issue?
Well, I would say the TV broadcast wasn't here last week,
so we can't blame them?
Well, they weren't here last week and it worked on Saturday.
Well,
they're here tonight and it's not working. Maybe we can. You take over. You get a goal for us.
Boundary throw in. Moore's got a high contact free kick there from Rowell. That was pretty easy to pick up. Even Rowell flung his head back, realising that he got Dylan Moore high. And Rowell will stand the mark 49 metres from goal. So just trying to look. There's no flags around. It was pretty still when we were on the ground earlier, so I don't think there's... actually, the flags out in the concourse are absolutely limp.
Yeah.
Moore goes for everything, kicks it near side, out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Powell in the left back pocket for the Suns. Yeah, Mitch, I found the flags. You can hardly see them because they're right along the flagpole. It's so still out there, they're not even flickering. Not a murmur out there.
The Northern Territory fishermen will be watching those flags, Quentin. Very happy.
Suns, clear defensive 50, up to the wing. The back, King couldn't mark. Gets away from him, comes down to Rao, and to Flanders. Kick up the wing from Closey. On the side, Sicily managed to knock it out into the path of Amon. Hawthorn have it back. Newcomb. Little chip kick up the wing. Scrimshaw in front, had to be strong and was. Took the mark, hits the ground, runs straight away. Spears the ball to half forward. Ginnivan. He's getting involved. Takes the mark, kicks into the pocket. Guinea to the Wizard. The two small, exciting Hawthorn forwards connecting. There's a nice little pocket of Hawthorn fans right in front of Nick Watson here, and didn't they love it?
That's the first passage of play that Hawthorn have actually played on from all their marks. So maybe they're forced to with Scrimshaw there, but let's see if Watto can finish it off from a very tight angle in the right pocket.
This is as tight as it gets. Outside the boundary line, Watson from the right forward pocket. The new Wizard is in town. He turns to the crowd and says, "Get loud." And there is a massive spattering of Hawthorn fans down that end here at Marara. A terrific finish from Nick the Wizard Watson. And Hawthorn have finally responded to a run of 5 straight goals to the Suns. They get their second. 2 straight 12 the Hawks. The Suns 5-2-32 margin, 20 points, almost 30 played in the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and as I said, Hawthorn just looked like they got a little bit of energy in that passage of play. They've obviously, it was a touch or maybe a touch mark, but Scrimshaw was forced to play on, and that created their movement. If you look at the previous few plays, they're very stagnant. It's been chip, catch. There's no mark and play on, and that's not Hawthorn. That's just not the way they want to play. If that's Bulldogs, you say, yep, they're playing the way they want to play. But they need to get to the outside, need to use their speed, and as soon as Ginnivan got it, he rolled and hit. He just knew where Watto was going to be.
Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport. Whistle in the middle, just as Newcomb thought he'd had a clearance for the Hawks. It's a free kick going the Suns' way. Anderson was impeded in the stoppage. So he'll kick the Suns from the bullseye. High towards full forward. Another big fly from Walter. Couldn't mark that time. Rode by King. Hand pass punched away by Giath of the Hawks. And Ward receives. They're out of trouble. Kicks to half back. Moore takes the grab. Wants to play on. Will. Kicks a high ball. Looking for Chol and Collins. Third man in, McGuinness. Makes the spoil. Near the boundary line. Collins picks up. Dives over the line under the pressure of Chol. And we'll see a boundary throwing. And right beneath us, our broadcast position in the Morris Reality stand here at Marara, where it's Gold Coast 5-2-32 leading Hawthorn. 2 straight 12 late in the first term.
First game, Sir Doug Nichols round 2025 in the AFL. Ball spun back in, Moyle to the front, taps it down into the path of Humphrey, who knocked it towards Rowell. Handball over the top to Miller, taps it towards left half forward, was grabbed illegally from behind before he took possession. So the free kick will come back.
The 30-second sign's up on the boundary, so there's not long to go.
The 200 gamer kicks it inside the forward 50. Big pack flies. Jath from the side gets the punch down towards Amon. High clearing kick for the Hawks. Rowell climbs high. Can't take the mark. Noble in there for the Suns. Now Miller extracts it. His handball misses Rowell. Time to go back and gather. Off to Closey. Seconds ticking down. Siren will win out. And that'll end the first quarter. They can't find one more, the Suns, but it is a strong start once again here at Marara. They kick 5 goals to 2. The run of 5 in there as well. 5-2-32 Gold Coast. The Hawks, they are 2 straight 12. The margin is 20 points here up in Darwin. First match of Sir Doug Nichols round for 2025. The goal kickers from both sides for the Suns, all singles for both teams tonight. Ainsworth, Miller in game 200. Bailey, Humphrey, Ben Long, Ben King, all one to their name, and so too for the Hawks. Individual goal kickers. Dylan Moore get their first, and Nick Watson producing something special at the back end. If you want to join the conversation, 0437 774 774. Great to have your company up here at Marara Oval in Darwin. Listening, great to have your company. ABC Radio, Sport Digital, streaming on the ABC Listen app. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The Exxon Valdez supertanker.
Salman Rushdie's the satanic.
The People's Liberation Army has
Step back to the 80s for the end of an era.
I am excited.
Season 3 of The Newsreader, Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is the Sir Doug Nichols round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Luke Miller is right in front, and the man on the mark is 45 metres out. A chance to get that milestone moment in game 200. Launches a right boot from 50, and it's a great start to his 200th game. Tuke Miller kicks the Suns' opening goal, and as expected, everyone in the red strip in Darwin is getting around Tuke.
Ben Long, 15 metres out, kicks it, celebrates onto the roof of the Michael Long Centre. And the Darwin boys got a goal again here at Marara. Noble took in the middle of the ground of the Suns, off to Collins. His kick inside 50, almost marked by Ward. Couldn't take it for the Hawks. Humphrey comes through for Gold Coast, shrugs the tackle, kicks on goal. It's a booming kick. 6 points to Humphrey. Taps the wrist and says it's Bailey time. He's had one crack already tonight. Ben King makes his approach. It's a beautiful looking strike. Oh, that's how it's done. That's the execution you need. Ben King, absolute perfection from the flank. Spears the ball to half forward. Ginnivan, he's getting involved. Takes the mark, kicks into the pocket. Giddy to the Wizard. The 2 small, exciting Hawthorn forwards connecting outside the boundary line. Watson from the right forward pocket. The new Wizard is in town.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nichols round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
It's the Suns by 20 points here in Darwin at Marara for the start of Sir Doug Nichols round in the 2025 AFL season. 5-2-32 Gold Coast, Hawthorn 2 straight 12. Just an update if you were with us in the first quarter. There was a communication issue for the Gold Coast Suns. They lost communication between the boxes and the bench for about 5 to 10 minutes. But it's back up and running now. Coincidentally, once it got back up and running, Hawthorn finally found another goal. So maybe they need to turn the phones off once more down on the bench. Mitch Turner here alongside Quentin Hull for ABC Sport. Our experts in the box, both dual All-Australians, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. Your thoughts on the first term?
Yeah, I thought obviously Gold Coast started extremely well and they were very consistent in the game. And I thought, to be honest, some guy that doesn't get as much props as he deserves is Collins. I thought he was very good back there. He had five marks and 4 of them were in D50. So he's setting himself up to be able to impact the ball, not just marking, but spoiling. So I think Hawthorn has to have a real notice of where he is and put him on the strong side. So he's on the far side, which means he's allowed to come off his man, which has been Chol, has been Kelsher, and impact it. But if you're the guy on the strong side, which means the same side that the ball's getting kicked on, it means that you got him under the ball and he can't run and jump at it. So he's one to watch at the moment. He's had 5 disposals, 5 marks. Someone has had a big impact without obviously having a lot of touches, but someone you've got to be just a little bit cautious about. But another one is Matt Rao. I mean, he has 6 ground ball gets. He's only had the 27 metres gained, but he's had 7 contested possessions, and he's been like almost setting the tone in there. And I think in terms of the contested possession, it's 42 count to Gold Coast, to Hawthorn, and he's leading that with 7. He's really stepping up, and sometimes it's more about mentality than efficiency, and he's been so strong in that.
Agreed, and I think Collins, you touched on at the beginning there, Chad, has just been a fridge down there, I think we called him last week, and we've just noticed that the 2 teams have gone into the air-conditioned box, we call it here. So there's an area where the clubs can utilise air conditioning for a few minutes. They're back out on the field now, the Gold Coast Suns, but it seems to me that Hawthorn are still in the air-conditioned area, and Sam Mitchell's probably talking to them in that area. I know I've coached a couple of teams up here. We get the chance to use Marara number 1, as we call it, and we go in there all the time, especially at half-time, but we get in there whenever we can. You do your address in there, you get the 7 minutes that you can possibly get in a cooler environment to recover, hydrate, whether it's lollies, whether it's, sugary drinks or whatever it is they're using to get themselves back, some electrolytes, some hydrolyte, and then they'll come out. But the Gold Coast Suns did start well. Hawthorn were lucky to get that last goal. Watson kicking it from outside the boundary in the forward pocket, like a freakish goal, unbelievable. But they were lucky to get the first one. They're lucky to get the last one. The Gold Coast Suns started with a bang, and 5 goals in a quarter. They're setting themselves up for another high-scoring game here at Marara.
The Dogs didn't go into the rooms on Saturday night, just scored while they were up here at Marara. Just stand next to Sam Collins, I imagine, if you're hot, as you'd call him in the fridge all night. So just go and stand next to him, stay nice and cool, if that's what we're rolling with. A couple of other stats there. John Noble, 11 touches. For the Suns, he leads all comers on the ground. Matt Rao with 10, Anderson with 9. For the Hawks, Carl Amon has 9 touches, Jack Ginnivan 7, Morrison and Scrimshaw 6. Down on the boundary for us tonight for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport is the great Charlie King. Charlie, got something for us down there?
Yeah, certainly have. That great mark taken by Jed Walters. What a ripper. I'm still trying to get over that. 27 degrees here, 67% humidity. The grandstand is full. Dare I say it, I think we'll be somewhere between 10,000 and 11,000.
It's a great prediction, Charlie. It feels like there is more than was here last Saturday already at 9,800. Just a touch over that we got on Saturday for the Gold Coast Suns v the Western Bulldogs. It feels like there is at least 500 to 1,000 more tonight.
As far as the numbers in the first term, individually, John Noble led the way for the Suns with 11 possessions, Rowell with 10, Anderson 9, so there are the big names there for the Suns. For the Hawks, Amon with 9, Ginnivan 7, and a host with 6. The inside 50s went the Suns' way, 18 to 14. Clearances level at 8 apiece, but I don't have the breakdown of centre bounce clearances, but it seems that the Suns got the better of that stat.
Well, the centre clearances last week, Quentin, they didn't have the second ruckman in Moyle. So they actually went behind because they put Walter in there and they lost a number of those clearances against the Bulldogs. They brought 2 ruckmen in, and so now we've got Moyle and Witt swapping through the centre, and I think that's because of last week's clearances out of the middle.
And that's also because Ned Reeves isn't known for his endurance, so they're going to try and chase him and make him work the whole night.
Second quarter about to get underway here at Marara, up in Darwin. It's a top 4 clash. 3rd v 4th. The Suns, they lead by 20 points. Ball up in the middle. Witts taps it down, laying on top of it. Caught in a tackle is Anderson. He's been pinged as well. Newcomb had him before he gets to his feet. The Suns skipper Newcomb is off and he's hit late by Miller.
He sold it. Yeah.
Downfield free kick. A little bit of frustration. As Chad Wingard said, he They put a little bit of top-end tax on it, Jai Newcomb, but it is a downfield free kick going the way of the Hawks, and Hardwick will be the recipient at right half forward, and I think he's taking a shot from about 55 out.
He's got a booming leg on him, so do not doubt that for a second. He's going to make the distance very comfortably.
He's gone a long way back. He needs to go a long way forward. Hardwick from right half forward, outside the paint of 50, to deliver a blow in the second term for the Hawks. They strike first. Hawthorn get one back. It's one they needed. 3 straight 18 now are the Hawks. The Suns are 5-2-32. The margin is back to 14 points. We've played just 60 seconds in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden, both dual Australians as our experts.
And a downfield free kick where Touk Miller jumped to smother and came down, and I think the Hawthorn player might have put a little bit of mayo on it.
Might have.
But when you get a downfield free kick or a 50-metre penalty, that is a significant area of the field. And, geez, Hardwick can kick the ball because the goal umpire did not move and he was just outside 50. That was a fantastic shot from the 50-metre arc.
Call it a top-end tariff that he put on it. Just a little bit extra.
The humidity does get to a lot of people up here.
Joel Bowden with you on ABC Sport. Reeves taps it down but straight to Witts. He's tackled by Warple. Ball falls to deck. Reeves dives in. It's still near the bullseye. Newcomb picks up. Hawthorn will get the clearance eventually. Kicks wide towards half forward. Powell leads Ginnivan to the ball. Powell gathers. Hand passes to Collins. Ginnivan, I think, slung Powell after he got rid of the ball. So the whistle is sounded. And it's not going to be upfield. It's going to be back to Will Powell to take the free kick.
And the umpires are hot tonight. They're paying everything that they see.
I'm glad that you noticed that, Joel. I was thinking that myself without finding the moment to say it. Long kick goes to a pack on the wing. Roses tries to come through for the Suns without great effect. Warple's in there as well to lock it up. Yeah, it's been a tough week for the umpiring fraternity, and that relationship between Headhouse, which no doubt will continue to be talked about in the wake of the Lockie Schultz controversy at the start of last round. From the stoppage, Fiorini back of the pack for the Suns with the clearance. Kicks to half forward. Walter leading out. Drops the chest mark. Picked up by McGuinness of Hawthorn. Hand passes to Amon from right half back. Kicks the Hawks towards the wing. Powell attacks the pack and takes the mark in front of Ginnivan.
I just can't see how in a marking contest you're allowed to tackle the player. You know, Walter was going for the ball, being tackled while he's trying to mark the ball, and then it's called play on. Yeah. You've got to pay a free kick.
They've never paid that.
Never paid it, right?
They've
you're going for the
that.
ball, Chad. You're a forward. You're getting tackled while you're trying to mark the ball.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to be as biased as they come.
I don't think the Suns are complaining too much these days about tackles in marking contests, and they have got on the end of the went the other way against the Crows early this year. Inside the forward 50, the Suns go. Dropping the mark was Witts. Home one at the back, little handball to Warple. Now McGuinness to Newcomb. Outside defensive 50, up to the wing. Fiorini there to cut it off and punch the ball out of play for the Suns. Just on the text line, 0437 774. The Terrelgan Tiger wants to know a question for Q and Joel. Which Southerner is sweating more tonight, Mitch or Chad? The Chad's got the long sleeve on. You've got the pants on tonight, Chad. So you're going very bold.
Yeah, got to look apart.
Boundary throw in front of what's a very heavily packed outer. Good old footy outer. And Flanders off the stoppage. Hands it to Jeffrey. Suns have got the ball. Hands it out the back to Rioli. Hands it back to Fiorini. Still in the wing. Gives it to his skipper by hand. Anderson. Ringa-Rosie with the hand pass. Gives it back to Powell. Now a kick. Finally. From the wing. Powell kicks into attack over the head of King. Barris there to spoil the pack. Roved by Sicily. Chips it towards the boundary line. Weddle's there to pick up. Clears defence for the Hawks, but not too far. Good work by Witts, the big man, to get low to a dipping kick. And Witts takes the exiting kick from the Hawks. He'll pump the Suns back into attack from 60 out, left half forward. Witts kicks towards the boundary line. Weddle at the back, red at best. And has paid the mark in the right back pocket for the Hawks.
Well, you have a chance. They've made the move, have they? The Hawks, Weddle in defence, comes out to battle. Now Amon, maybe on left half back, kicks up the broadcast wing. Hardwick in between two. Can't take the mark of the Hawks. Andrew and Hewland were there to knock it out of play. Little love coming through from Mari from Parkville on the SMS line. ABC team, always first class, but how good is Chad Wingard. Says a little love to the former Hawk, former Port Adelaide player. He played here against the Suns a couple of years ago.
Stop bringing it up.
And he's a showdown
It's the
advocate.
one time the Hawks have played here. They lost by 67 points to the Suns.
That is dog.
Chad Wingard kicked 2 goals.
Oh, thanks, mate.
He won a showdown medal as well. Ball kicked up towards half forward. Andrew in front. Is he held? No. Play on is the call. There was a whistle blown, but now they've played advantage. Miller from the interchange gates. Kicks up towards half forward, and Sicily, the captain, is there to take the intercept mark for the Hawks.
Ben Long had to bring that to ground.
Yeah, sorry, Joel.
Long as a forward, you can't be outmarked consistently, and he just has to bring that ball to ground so his crummers can get there.
Sicily chips off a short pass to D'Ambrosio. Runs forward to the flank, kicks to half forward. Andrew crumbs across the front of the pack to score for Gold Coast, but Ginnivan Roves hands it to Watson, hard in the boundary, 45 from goal, uses his left boot with a squaring kick across the face of goal. Chol almost marks, dropped it. Stolen by Powell of the Suns, and now they'll slingshot off half back. Hands it to Flanders, hands it to Miller. Miller's kick wide to the wing, marked by Roses. Mally Roses plays on with a hand pass to King. 40 out, finish it, it deserves it. King with the shot, lets everyone down. Kicks it across the face for a behind.
Just with that one there, he's running inside 450. They're the ones that you almost open up onto your right foot. He's a right footer, and try and snap it. You have more control when you're snapping on the run than you do running directly at the goal. So if he just opened up a little bit, he could have snapped that and caressed it through the goal.
Suns 5-3-33, Hawks 3 straight 18.
Long kick out from Sicily up to the wing. Good grab taken in front by Newcomb. They have it to Ginnivan by hand, who immediately ran into trouble. Had to go back to Newcomb, now to Jath, who kicks up the wing. Chol almost didn't expect the ball to get to him. Surprising in the end, he dropped the mark. Collins came through. He was tackled, dispossessed. Now Moore crashing in for the Hawks is taken to ground. A little bit of afters between him and Odie Hewland, but all fair in love and war. All tossed up just forward of centre wing for the Hawks. McKenzie trying to work his way through traffic, couldn't. Miller was pulled off it. Morrison gets a grubbering kick forward for the Hawks, but it's turned over. Noble gathers. Handball over the top, a looping one to Rioli, who's caught. Taken to ground by Scrimshaw, loses possession. McDonald now for the Hawks. Snap around the body. Inside 50. Hardwick traps it well. Handballs off to Moore, spills it. Regathers. Snaps from the boundary. Can he bring it back enough? No. Coming across once again, Collins just belts the ball out of bounds and then gives it a little bit to his Hawthorn opponent there in Ginnivan. Ball will be tossed back in 10 metres around from the Hawthorn attacking goal. They trail by 15 points here in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's 8 minutes old, this second quarter, and that concourse area is really packed tonight. I think we'll be in for a bigger crowd than Saturday's game against the Bulldogs. Ball ricochets off the pack back out of play. So in that regard, in the Gold Coast instalment of coming to this part of the world, their best crowd was the corresponding game last year when they got more than 12,000 fans in to see them play the Cats. Way back in 2006, 14,000 fans saw the Dogs in Port Adelaide.
And Quentin, the capacity's reduced because of the Michael Long Centre now. We just simply can't get 14,500 in.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to bring up that secondary number, Joel. It seems the more relevant. Moore from the stoppage in the pocket. Gets it to his boot, has a snap, kicks a near side behind, and narrows that margin back to 14. 5-3-33 to 3-1-19.
Suns will bring the ball back into play through Noble, who had a couple of options to go to. Eventually goes wide to the pocket to Powell, who kicks up the wing. Good mark taken in front, Fiorini. 1-on-1 contest. Not only a big contested marker is the left footer. He took it on that occasion. Short ball wasn't great. Had to go down and gather it. Anderson was clean, got it back to Fiorini, but he's pushed out of bounds. So slightly reduced capacity, as Joel Bowden and Quentin Hull have mentioned, but just by looking around, has to be over 10,000 at least tonight, creeping up to at least that 11,000 mark, just by pure observation comparing tonight to the Bulldogs game. It is a wonderful night, plenty of fans here in attendance. Ball tossed back in, well to the front. Coming through the stoppage was Humphrey. Handball to Noble. Sold a bit of foot candy. Back to Humphrey. Now Flanders Off to Yulin through the middle of Marara. Hot handball to Miller, able to gather on the second attempt. Kicks inside the forward 50. Barris can't take the mark. It spills out the back. Walters onto it. He's tackled. Keeps it in play. Handball to Long. No. Snaps the goal. Long's got his second. A Darwin double. The umpires will check whether it hit the post. It was a sharp bit of work by Walter just to keep the ball alive as the Hawks defenders were desperate to drag him over the line. So you see the replay here, and being at Marara, it's a long way away from us. So Quentin Hull and I have got the binoculars out on the big screen trying to figure out what the call is. And there was an attempted smother on the ball by Scrimshaw. I can't really tell here if it was touched.
What was it called, do you reckon? What was the call on the play? What was the umpire's call?
It was hard to see down on the field because...
That matters so much in these ones.
And you know what?
Couldn't hear it.
The replay is against the backboard of a yellow sign. So we're seeing the yellow Sharon also obscured by the yellow signage, trying to work out whether that's got part of the phalanges of the Hawthorn defender.
It was a lunging attempt by... It's a great word, phalanges. It is the correct, the correct term.
That is good.
For the digits, as they call them as well. Jack Scrimshaw, a lunging attempt. James Sicily standing at the top of the goal square, the captain.
When
He's
they take
for the free kick.
When they take this long, Chad, you've got to entertain them some way.
Is it metatarsals? Or is that the hand? Which one's
tarsals is in your foot.
Feet?
Tarsals and metatarsals. Carpals.
Metacarpals.
You remember tarsals, toes to toes. That's how I remember.
There we go. Jeez,
and we still haven't got
a
decision yet.
So as we sit here and wait for the score review, which the crowd are yelling touch.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call is a goal.
It's a goal. There we go.
So Ben Long does have his second. We waited an awfully long time. The umpire's call was a goal. The vision inconclusive by the looks of it. And that is Ben Long's second goal of the night. He becomes the first multiple goal scorer for either side. The Suns have their sixth. 6-3-39 Gold Coast. Hawthorn 3-1-19, 20-point margin. 13 minutes into the second. Down on the boundary for us is the great Charlie King. Charlie.
Yeah, Carl Amon came in and he just spent 2 minutes on the phone to the coach, I understand, and then he ran straight back out on the field.
Maybe some either constructive criticism or some messaging for a senior player. By the way, a great bit of play to keep that alive by the Suns.
Well, clearly the phones are working and Hardwick's getting his message across, and that's a bit of the top-end tax that you were talking about before, Mitch. Local NT boy Ben Long. Inconclusive. Umpire's call.
20 points the lead to Brisbane. To Gold Coast, my apologies. Free kick in the middle. Going Rao's way for the Suns. Hand passes to Noble. Noble with a long kick into attack. Long's the target. Got one grab, not the second. Sicily spoils for the Hawks. Picks up. Rush kick towards half back. Closey gets to the drop. Not a good clearing kick from Sicily, and Closey's marked it for the Suns at left half forward 50 from goal.
Yeah, and Sicily, it's been well documented his struggle over the start of this year, and you can just see it in his confidence. Like that, he would never rush that kick and miss a kick by that much. That's normally going 55, 60 metres, and that's come off the side of his boot, gone 15 metres, maybe 20, obviously, because it's a mark, and turned it over in your D50. Always hurt you for a shot on goal here.
Man on the mark's 48 metres out. Tough angle at left half forward for Closey. Geez, given that a great ride on his right boot. That's right over the goal umpire's hat. Sam Closey puts the Suns back out to that equal game high margin of 26 points. They've kicked the last 2 goals in the game. 14 and a half minutes second term. It's Gold Coast 7 goals, 3-45, leading Hawthorn 3-1-19. Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden, your experts on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And that's 2 in 2 minutes for the Suns. And Ben Long actually made a contest against Sicily then. The time before it went inside 50, he was outmarked and outpositioned. Sicily then gets a free kick or a mark so he can actually go back. He makes the contest. Sicily gets the ball after the contest is under pressure. Error in disposal. Closey gets to have a shot at goal. But, gee, from just outside 50, another fantastic kick. And after a few minutes of ebbs and flows, the Gold Coast have now put 2 on quickly, and they're back out to 4, nearly 5 goals.
And Gold Coast had 36 disposals, going at 92 disposal efficiency compared to 34, 65%. So Hawthorn. So that just shows how efficient they're being at the moment.
They're on fire. Here they go again from the middle. Anderson over the top to Flanders for another one for the Suns. It carries the line. Flanders gets in on the act, and this is getting away from the Hawks early. Straight out of the middle, the captain extracts it. Flanders did the rest. And all of a sudden, the margin is blown out to 32 points. 8-3-51 the Suns. The Hawks 3-1-19. 32-point margin. We've played 16 minutes in the second. Mitch Turner alongside Quinton Hull, our experts for ABC Sport, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden.
And Gold Coast, they've had 7 inside 50s here for 4 shots on goal. Like, they kicked 3-goal-1. We just spoke about their efficiency, and it was very timely. 92 disposal efficiency as they just kicked 2 disposals. So they had 2 disposals and then a shot on goal and straight through the middle six. It's been unbelievable how efficient they are in this kind of weather.
Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport. Centre bounce. Humphreys wrapped up by Moore. No clearance that time. Well, we're remembering the great man today. I know Hawthorn went to the fridge at quarter time. It wasn't quite dimmer saying like Wolsey did all those years ago. The Hawks have gone into the shade. They must be tiring. But it was Hawthorn on that famous day as Rioli out the back of the stoppage at centre half back for the Suns. Hands it to Andrew. He gives it on to Jeffrey. Right half back for Gold Coast. Kicks it to a 2-on-2. Moyle there, the predominant target. Spoiled away by Battle. Ainsworth and Scrimshaw were there as well. Yeah, I think it's among my favourite Robert Walls stories. The day he saw the Hawks go into the shade at three-quarter time when they were 45 points in front. He said to the Bears, they're tiring, boys. And it became one of the great comebacks in footy history.
The great Robert Walls. John Bowden spoke with him pre-game, his former coach, sadly passing away today at the age of 74. Hawks in action tonight right now against the Suns, and they need a bit of a comeback because they are trailing. Now, that ball was out of bounds. McKenzie dropped the mark going back, hugged the boundary, clearly stepped over. Now he's back involved in the play, taking the ground in the tackle. He was out by about half a metre in front of us here. That's why I continue to tell the news of Robert Walls, because the ball was about a metre and a half out of bounds. I thought I had a bit of time. In the end, ball up, edge of the centre square. Witts takes it out of the ruck, handballs it inside the forward 50. Eamon gathers for Hawthorn, handball off to Ward. He's caught in a tackle, just gets a handball to Scrimshaw. Now to Battle. Amon through hands, the Hawks go up the wing. Connor McDonald kicks ahead towards Chol. In front, Andrew, drop the mark. Now Rioli coming through the Suns cleverly. Takes it out of bounds, and they're not calling that in the NT. I'll give you the tip. Steps out of bounds. It'll be tossed back in just outside the forward 50 of the Hawthorn.
Not in front of the Rioli grandstand.
Yeah.
They're not, Mitch.
That was almost right underneath the lettering of Rioli stand, so they're not going to pay it against Dan there. You wouldn't think. Boundary throw in. Hawthorn needs something. Oh, but Witts with clean possession from the ruck tap just got his opponent out of the way. Hands it to Humphrey, hands it on to Flanders. Handed to the wing for Anderson. Under a bit of pressure, he torps the ball. High to half forward. Long's underneath it. Sicily's there to make the spoil and knocks it out of play. Score check almost 20 minutes into the second quarter. It's Gold Coast 8-3-51. Hawthorn 3-1-19. The Suns leading by 20 points at quarter time. Hawks got the first goal of this term, but Gold Coast has kicked the next 3 and currently enjoys a game-high lead of 32 points. Boundary throw in right half forward for the Suns. Witts again, he's dominating Reeves. Rao couldn't pick up, tunnelled it to the advantage of Humphrey, who's tackled immediately, and we'll see a baller.
And Witts is dominating. This is the 2 ruckman strategy that they've brought here today.
A decision to rest Lloyd Meek for the trip up here to the top end, and right now not really paying off for Hawthorn because the domination around the ball has got the Suns well and truly ahead of this contest. Ball tossed up again in front. This time was Reeves, taps it down. Players can't clear congestion. Will go again. Just beyond right half forward for the Suns. Beautiful night here in Darwin. Anderson just hacks it off the deck inside the middle of the 50. Bouncing ball. Sicily can't take it. Ainsworth crashing through. Taken to ground by Morrison. Umpire circling and says that's okay. All legal. It'll be tossed up 35 metres out directly in front of the Hawks goal. They trail by 32 points.
Again, Witts with the tap down, but he's knuckled it straight to Scrimshaw. Rush clearance for the Hawks. Bounces to the wing. Oh, Andrew said no to Bodie, it's yours. Hewlin said yours as well, and Charles stole it for the Hawks. Hand passes infield to Givenovan. Rush kick inside 50. He almost shinned that towards Watson. Rolls towards the boundary. Watson tries to keep it in. He does. Powell, though, there to win the tap infield. He's got support. Gives it to Hewlin by hand. Hands it to Noble, who's at fullback. And now he hands it on to Rioli. 2 bounces. Make it 3 to defensive 50. Rioli takes a 4th bounce. Out on the wing here at Marara. Now the kick towards half forward. Couple to beat Long, has it spoiled away from him. Weddle picks up for the Hawks. Hand pass out the back. Little kick to the middle of the ground, marked by McDonald. Connor plays on. Warple now. 55 from goal at right half forward for the Hawks. Deep entry, and Watson uses his body to protect the drop. And Mark's falling backwards near the point post in the right forward pocket.
And I tell you what, he's at full stretch, which isn't very big, but he took that at the tip of his phalanges, as we've been talking about before. And he's on his left foot. Looks like he's going to try and snap it around the body, but he's kicked a goal that was miraculous in the first quarter. Can he do it here in the second?
Powell just could not get back. Watson, 2 steps infield, left foot snap. Great finish to a great mark. And he's got half of the Hawks 4. That's 2 for Nick Watson, and a much-needed time for Hawthorn. It narrows Gold Coast's lead to 26 points, 22 minutes second term. Suns 8-3, 51. Hawks 4-1, 25.
Gold Coast had a couple of players behind the ball there, in Joel Jeffrey and Daniel Rioli, when it went in the first time. And it looked like they were a little bit too relaxed, and McAndrew didn't attack the ball enough. They then were able to repel it deep, but when Daniel Rioli takes 4 bounces out of half-back, he's actually out of position. So when the turnover happened, the ball went back quickly, a one-on-one. Powell wasn't able to get the spoil on, and, geez, Watson was at full Ned Fernandes stretch.
I'm still getting used to calling him the Wizard, because I'm from the West, and we had one Wizard out West, and it was the great Jeffrey Farmer.
There's only one Wizard.
He owns the nickname, the former Demon, the former Docker, but Nick Watson's doing his best. Reeves went up really high, came down hard in the middle of the ground. He's hurt himself. The Suns come away with it. Rowell, Otter, Humphrey, kick inside the forward 50 off the hands of Barris and over the line for a rush behind. The score now 8-4-52. The Suns. Hawks 4-1-25. Q, you kept an eye in the middle on Reeves, who hit the ground solidly.
He's feeling for his right buttock or hip. He doesn't look good. He's trying to get some weight on his right leg, and it's really sore. Meanwhile, plays back underway. Long inbound for the Hawks to the outer side. Connor McDonald's tackled by Jeffrey. We'll see a ball up. And Ned Reeves is now limping towards the boundary line on our side of the ground with the ball on the outer side.
It was a little bit of old-fashioned ruck work where Witts just barreled him and then hit the ball.
Miller crashes through, wins the ball at half forward. Well tackled by Sicily, holding the ball. Play on. Newcomb takes the advantage for the Hawks. Hands it to Warple. Hands it onto the wing. Ward's in trouble. Tackled by Jeffrey. Got rid of it just in time. Newcomb picks up. Kicks to half forward. Deere robes his own crumb. Has a bounce on the boundary. Deserves a good finish. Doesn't go for goal. Kicks it across the face. And Weddle takes the mark in the opposite pocket. Oh, brilliant skill from Kelsey Deere. And now Weddle in the pocket. He snaps near side for a point.
It is a point.
Even though the crowd's gone up.
Now,
that's right. Fake it till you make it.
So that's a behind. 8-4-52 to 4-2-26.
The Suns go quickly. Andrew on the run. Kicks the top towards left half forward. In front, Roses. Marks. Plays on. Kicks into the pocket. The Suns have the numbers. Over the back, McGuinness for the Hawks. Taken to ground by Walter. And they had the numbers out there, the Suns, and they just couldn't find the target.
The Hawks come back tonight, Mitch. They've got torpedoes everywhere.
Andrew the top on the run. Ball up deep inside the forward 50 for the Suns. Tapped down by Witts. Stolen by Miller. He's tackled by Morrison. They'll ball it up again. A little further in front now. Off the goal, though, the Suns. Witts. Mismatch against Weddle. Trying to tap it down. Long's in there as well. Witts takes it on the second attempt. Gives it to Miller. He's caught. Warple just thumps it out of the air. Straight though to Anderson. Steps around on his left. Kicks towards goal. That's a class finish from the Suns skipper. Oh, can do it on both sides, anywhere. Can Noah Anderson. And that was a terrific finish. Warple punched it straight to Noah Anderson. He snapped it on his left. He gets his first of the night. Suns get their ninth. 9-5-58 Gold Coast. 4-2-26 the Hawks. Margin restored at 32 points. We'll go down to the boundary. Charlie King.
Yeah, some bad news for Ned Reeves, the big man for Hawthorn, has come off with a bad limp. Looks like it might be upper knee somewhere on the thigh, I reckon.
That's why you play two ruckmen.
That's why you play two ruckmen. And if you're going to knock the ball out of a contest when the opposition are setting 2 or 3 off the back of the contest, you've got to hit it at a 45 towards the boundary line somewhat. But Mr. Anderson, did they say that was the one? But it goes onto his left foot, snaps it beautifully.
That's very good. Is that a Matrix reference by you? That's a very, very niche and good reference. Well done, Joel Bowden.
I like it, Joel. So now Chol's gone into the ruck. I think he got over Moyle there, but tapped it only down to Anderson. Another inside 50 for the Suns. High kick. Battle does the roving for the Hawks. Hampus doesn't really find a teammate. Jath overruns it. Long kicks it cleverly off the ground. Looking for Walter. Picked up by Screamshaw, though. Rush kick from fullback for the Hawks to get him out of trouble. D'Ambrosio. Well, the crowd thought it was a free kick, but the umpire not. Rush towards the wing for the Hawks. Collins meets it for the Suns. Goes to deck and thumps it along the boundary line with intent to keep it in. Yes, no, according to the umpire, even though John Noble was a metre away. Free kick to Warple. Plays on quickly. Kicks it to Deere, who takes the mark on the wing. Suns 9-4-58. Hawks 4-2-26. 27 minutes, second term.
His first disposal for Kelsey Deere here. He kicks it up towards left half forward, and the ball comes down in the arms of Moore, who's taken it ground, wins the free kick. Just over the shoulder from Rao. So Moore has it just beyond left half forward. Rolls around, kicks it towards the top of the goal square. Who's there? Flying from behind. Joel couldn't take the mark. He was trying to match Walter after his first quarter effort. He flew high. He dropped at the former Sun. That's wrapped up at the bottom of the pack. We'll have a ball up. 15 metres out, directly in front of the goal. Ball tapped down. Holman strapping around the head. Kicks beyond defensive 50, and Sicily pushes up to punch the ball out of play.
And as I said with Collins, you want to put him underneath the ball. And that's why, because you can run and jump at him. He can't run and jump. And actually, you want to put the best marker in the hole so you can run and attack it. So that was great by Chol. Sacrifice, but that's the kick that you want to have.
Jade Wingard with you. It's Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Up in Darwin to start the Sir Doug Nicholls rounds. Suns leading by 32 points. Boundary throw in. On attacking 50 for Hawthorn, but Anderson there. He is the one tonight, Joel. He's having a good game, the skipper. High ball to the wing. King has it punched away by Battle and out of play.
Well, he's going to need to be able to sustain it for a long period of time, because these are long quarters with the number of goals that are being kicked, and you can start to see the players' shoulders glistening, and they're kicking it off the ground, and they're seeing it just become a territory game. Get the ball forward.
Boundary throw in. Moyle to the front, sort of it skimmed off his knuckles almost from the sweat there, Joel. Miller picks up at the stoppage, defensive side of the wing for the Suns. Hands it to Flanders, hands to Humphrey. Miller runs on, says, give it to me. Oh, he fumbled at the crucial moment. Allows Moore to come in and run it over the line for a boundary throw in at left half back for the Hawks. It's the Suns by 32 points, 29 minutes. Second term.
He holds the record for the most disposals in a game already, Noah Anderson. 42 against the Cats last year at Marara. It's the record for this venue. He already has 20. Haven't quite reached half-time. Ball spun back in and able to tap it to a teammate is Moyle. And we'll go again. At the bottom of that pack is probably Humphrey, who slowly gets to his feet. Weddle, the Moyle in the ruck. Ball tapped down. Miller was in front of Warple. Couldn't take possession. Sliding through Moore for the Hawks. Got it to D'Ambrosio. Game 50 for him. Kicks up the wing and reading it best is Bodie Hewlin. Able to take the mark and switch it back inside the corridor. Centre half back to Andrew. Keeps running. Does Hewlin. Handball back to Andrew. Missed the target. Under a bit of pressure here, the Suns. Collins comes in. Composure. Hits Hewlin with a handball. Now the kick out wide. Just beats Chol and finds the chest of Noble.
Kicks it around the boundary line to Witts, who takes the mark near the interchange area, hands it back to Noble, who's tackled by Chol. Noble hands the ball over his head. Witts is there. He grabs it. He's tackled by Newcomb. No prior. And the ball up. Down to you, Charlie. It's close to you on the boundary.
Yeah, Ned Reeves looks like he's okay moving freely now.
It's good news. He's now actually signalling to come back on the ground, Mitch.
Ball tossed back up in the air. He's not out there yet. Weddle's doing the ruck work. Now he is. Weddle tapped it to Reeves. Rolls reverse. It came down, though, to Newcomb. Wobbling ball towards half forward. Deere knocked it towards Ginnivan. High kick towards centre half forward. Flying across. Jeffrey took the mark. Played on. What's the umpire say? Yes.
Oh, you've got to be
played
joking.
On. No, he did. Played on. Caught.
He's a territory boy. He's allowed to do what he wants up here.
Holding the ball. Watson plays on immediately. The Wizard has 3, and the Magic has travelled north with him. Watson's playing a bit of a lone hand up forward for the Hawks. He got Jeffrey holding the ball. He took off immediately on the free kick, rolled, kick from 50. Watson is keeping the Hawks in it. 5-2-32 Hawthorn. The Suns are 9-4-58. We've played 31 and a bit minutes here in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. So Doug Nichols round, Mitch Turner and Quentin Hull alongside Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden.
Well, the Gold Coast Suns in the last couple of minutes went away from what they know works up here. Late in the second quarter, they started handballing it and mucking around with the ball. It's very, very simple, boys. Kick a torpedo 70 metres down the field and get it out of your area. Stop mucking around with the ball, because otherwise the Hawks will stay in the game.
Good to see Reeves back out there. Tapped down to Warple. Tackled off it by Miller. Ricochets back to him. He has another go while on his back. Got it to Moore somehow. Kicked off the deck by Newcomb. Hawks any manner to try and get it into attack. Picked up by McGuinness on half forward. Hand pass over the top, though. Doesn't find a teammate. Stolen by Closey of the Sun. Hand it to the wing. No one there for Gold Coast. Moore picks up. Hands it to Amon. Give it to McInnes by hand. Kick to half forward, and Morrison marks 55 out. Hands it to Amon. He weaves his way around Anderson. Steadies from 40. Finishes. Great kick from Carl Amon. And the Hawks have kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game just when it was getting away from them. Hawthorn have steadied a little late in this second term. And now the lead is back to just 20 points for the Suns at 9-4-58 to 6-2-38. First goal of the night for Carl Amon.
Well, it's been interesting because obviously we had Ned Reeves off for a fair bit of this quarter, and it's 9 hitouts to 20. But Hawthorn are only down by clearance by 4. So when it's more predictable, you know where the hitouts are going, they're just putting their numbers there and fighting. And now Ned's out there. You've got to make sure that you get capital. Because, I mean, Watto's actually holding him up there. Like you said, he's been magical this whole game. And it finished there by Kyle. I mean, that side step on your left, that was a great finish.
He was part of the launch for Sir Doug Nichols' round. The other night, and he's part of the Hawks' launch on the Suns right now. Out of the middle, McKenzie with the Hawks. Kicks inside the forward 50. No mark taken. Looping handball into the path of Connor McDonald. It's cut off by a couple of Suns. Humphrey, handball though, straight back to Hawthorn. Morrison kicks it in the Watson direction. Powell is there to punch the ball out of play in the forward pocket. It's once again locked in Hawthorn's forward 50. It's a long quarter. We had a score review that took a long time. 34 minutes played, 20 points the margin.
Hawthorn in attack once more down at that Michael Long centre end of the ground. Boundary throw in. Ruckman share it. Ground level. Rioli first to meet it for Gold Coast. Hands it to Anderson, who's immediately tackled. No prior. That was Watson on the defensive side there. He's showing the sizzle with the ball, and a great tackle there on Anderson to keep it locked in attack for the Horse. Topped up near the point post. On the deck, Anderson first to pick up. Hands it to Miller in tight. It's stolen by Warple, who runs it over the line. Gee, hard ball to win over there. Boundary throw in once more. About 15 metres around from the goals that the Hawks are attacking. Right forward pocket for Hawthorn. Left back pocket for the Suns. Boundary throw in. Reeves and Witts volleyball it a little out the back. Warple picks up. He ran into Ginnivan. Eventually got a hand pass clear. McDonald with a hand pass to Ginnivan. Ginnivan snaps and continues the Hawks' run at the back of the second term. Great finish from 30 out in the right forward pocket. And it's the small man doing it for the Hawks in attack. Jack Ginnivan's got his first of the night. That's 3 in a row for Hawthorn, and we're back to a 14-point ball game in the shadows of half-time. Suns 9-4, 58, Hawks 7-2, 44.
And you asked the question before the game, Quinton, about the small forwards, and they're contributing and they are hitting the scoreboard. Watson's got 3, Ginnivan, Amon got the last one. It is weighted numbers, and I just can't understand why the Gold Coast Suns have gone away from what they know works and started stuffing around with the ball, but you can't take anything away from Ginnivan. Just set up just off the pack there in a congested area inside 50. Was able to snap truly from about 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
We're out to a 32-point lead just not long ago, about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Now the Suns are flying back out of the middle. The Hawks on that occasion. Out of the middle, Miller goes. High kick towards Ainsworth. Just there to knock it away from him. McGuinness comes through. So too the Suns playing Flanders, who caught one and went to ground behind the ball. Play on call. Now players crash in. Wanted a free kick. So it was a 32-point lead to the Suns, and now the Hawks have kicked 3 straight goals and have cut the margin back to 14 points. Late stages of this first half. Reeves takes it out of the ruck. Handball's looking for a teammate in Newcomb coming through. Humphrey is wrapped up. About a minute to go. First half here, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ball toss back up. Miller gets it to Noble for the Suns. Now they go inside 50. Flying for the mark is Walter. Can't take the mark. Jatt there to clean it up. Little handball to McGuinness. His kick smothered though. Can't clear defensive 50. Ball falls into the lap of Scrimshaw. Now McGuinness goes back in for the Hawks. Handball cut off by Long. Back to McGuinness. Turnover footy at half forward. The Suns trying to get something to go forward. Humphrey was pulled off the kick. Falls to Jatt of the Hawks. Now Scrimshaw kicks a high ball. Can they clear defensive 50 now? No. It's off hands and finally out of bounds at right half forward. And Quinton Hull can take over and maybe take us home in this first half. Wasn't a pretty 5 minutes just there. 30 seconds.
37 minutes gone. There is fatigue setting in.
Yeah, they need the icebox, Joel, don't they? Boundary throw in. 50 from the Suns' goal. Warple bumped off the ball by Miller. McGuinness picks up, though, for the Hawks. Hand pass, though, stolen by Noble. 70 from goal for Gold Coast. Late deep entry for the Suns. Huge pack off hands. Amon roves in the pocket for Hawthorn. Kicks them out of immediate danger. Noble at the front of the pack got buffeted off the footy. Ricochet spills to Warple. Rush kick from left half back to the wing. Not a Hawk in sight. Bodie Hewland there to pick up for the Suns. And that's a welcome sound for everyone at Marara, I reckon. Because as much as it's far from the sapping humidity that you get during wet season, it's still a pretty tough night in these climbs for these two teams. And Hawthorn doing just what the contest needed at the back end of that second quarter. They were out by 32 points, the Suns, beyond the half-hour mark of that term. But the Hawks kicking the last 3 goals of the quarter. So what was a 20-point lead for Gold Coast at quarter time is now a 14-point lead. Suns 9 goals for 58 to the Hawks 7-2 44. For the Suns, Ben Long's kicked 2 goals. The rest are all singles. Flanders, Ainsworth, Miller, Anderson, Humphrey, Closey and King. While for the Hawks, Nick Watson has 3 and single goals for Amon, Moore, Hardwick and Ginnivan.
That's a tale of the first half as both teams get a bit of an applause coming to the change rooms. The Hawks certainly have a lot of love up here in the top end. We know they're an exciting team. Had some links to the territory in the past, but they're getting a nice round of applause. So too are the Suns when they head towards the Michael Long Centre to our left in just a moment. A beautiful night here in Darwin at Marara. It is the Suns still leading by 14 points. We'll get to your texts in just a moment. Plenty coming in, and plenty of love as well for Robert Walls, who sadly lost today, who passed away at the age of 74, the Carlton champion and a champion at a number of football clubs. But before we break into some of the other news around the place at the moment, let's get the thoughts of our experts here on the first half for ABC Sport. Dual All-Australians, both best and fairest winners as well, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden.
Yeah, and I think Hawthorn just really brought it up to them. They started to get the clearances back, they started to get the territory. And if I'm Gold Coast, they just lost a bit of shape in their defensive 50. They felt like, obviously, Watto made some magic happen. You can't stop that sometimes, but some of the decisions to, like, we talk about Daniel earlier, that run was beautiful. He ran and bounced 4 times, but then he turned it over and he didn't have that same intensity going back into his D50. So that transitioned all the way from that turnover from their attacking half all the way down into their D50 and they get a shot on goal. So it shows you that you need to run both ways, and maybe Gold Coast got a bit ahead of themselves and they didn't. We saw it against Bulldogs. They allow teams to get back into the game, and it starts in their centre bounces. They just lose the centre bounces and they score like consecutively, and you just can't do that when you're a mature side. You stop runs pretty quickly. You don't allow 2-goal runs to come into 3 and 4. And Hawthorn, and same with Bulldogs, they came back late in that last game that we just had in that last quarter and almost stole the game away from them. So they've got to learn these lessons, and they've got to learn them quite fast, because when it comes to finals, which is what they're trying to get to, they can't afford to have these runs against them, 3, 4, 5 goals against them in consecutive, especially in a favourable place up here in Darwin.
And it was a little bit of complacency, I reckon.
Yeah.
And the players, although they don't know how long the quarter's got to go, they look up at the scoreboard and they say, 27 minutes gone, okay, well, maybe we'll just slow it down a bit. Well, there was still 10 minutes left in the quarter. And they started to kick the ball sideways. They started to overuse it by hand and foot, and they got cut up, where Watson gets 2, Eamon gets 1, Ginnivan in the end there from a congested area, and they should have just stuck to their guns and kept going until the final siren. Now, yes, there was a score review that took a little bit of time out of it, but the players have to get switched on and understand these things, that in the Northern Territory it's a simple game. The ball's starting to get slippery. Yardage is important. I've seen more torpedoes tonight than I've seen in many a day. So maybe the coaches are talking to them about that. But when they go away from what they know, when they go away from what put them 5 goals in front, well, Hawthorn are a very good side, so they come back, and they come back quickly.
It was a 35 and a bit minute quarter there, as you mentioned, Joel Bowden, mainly due to the score review that took a long, long time to confirm Ben Long's second goal of the night. If you want to join the conversation, 0437 774 774. We spoke a little bit about Robert Walls pre-game, and Joel, of course, played under Robert as his first coach at the Richmond Football Club. Richard from Brisbane said, "Thank you, boys, for such a lovely tribute to Wolsey. As a little kid in Melbourne, I have a particular memory of seeing him roving the half-forward line like a lion on the wide expanses of VFL Park in the early 70s. This memory, too, reminds me of all the times my late father took me to the footy. Go the Blue Baggers." That's Richard in Brisbane. Richard in Geelong says, "I love reading Robert Wall's columns back when he was the Bears coach. I remember him writing about driving his son to an under-18 game in Ballarat and being asked, 'What is that white stuff?' Answer was, 'That's fog, son.' This led to the reflection, perhaps we've been living in Queensland just a bit too long." So that might be something Quentin Hull can relate to. And, of course, a bit of love coming through on the text line from Rory, who brings up something we'll talk about very, very soon. So maybe I'll leave Rory for now. What I'll get to is Fran, which says, "I love this Sir Doug Nicholls round. A pleasure to be part of it. And listening to Mr. Charlie King is a bonus, and nice to put a few faces to the names of the Gold Coast players that don't get to see them on free-to-air too much."
It's a story from a long time ago, Mitch. When my first year at uni, I only did one before I actually got a job. But I was in Canberra and had a friend who had literally just moved from Darwin to Canberra. And it was the start of uni and a late night out. Coming home in the taxi, the question was, "What is this?" I said, "It's fog." And literally here's an 18-year-old who from Darwin had not seen fog until a late night out as they start to spread their wings in Canberra all those years ago.
Well, in the top end, Quentin, what we have is smoke. So in the dry season, when the fires start happening around, we have a lot of smoke come through, but we don't have fog that often, if at all.
What I will say is it's a very, very late night if you're starting to see fog. I don't reckon it's about 10 p.m.
It was an early morning, Mitch.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I think it might have been that the clock might have turned over. Continue to send your text, though, 0437 774 774. Velasquez. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but you can have a look at the text line if you can see it there, Q. That's a name Velarquez in Fitzroy?
Velarquez from Fitzroy. Thank you, Joel. You speak well.
There you go. You can also listen to Joel Bowden's words and tribute he paid to his former coach, Robert Walls, at the start of our coverage tonight. That's available on the ABC Listen app, and you can jump on the AFL Daily pod feed.
And one before the news, Brian says, I'm out at the park for a light 5 tonight. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe it's a run. I'm assuming it's a light 5K.
I imagine so. Light 5, maybe 5 drinks. It is very, very warm.
He's enjoying the phalanges chat.
Yeah.
So what happens when the arc takes a while?
We get weird.
We get creative.
Exactly.
Some interesting areas. It is medically and scientifically the correct terminology to use. Right now, though, in the football, it is a 14-point margin now to the Gold Coast Suns. 9-4-58. They lead the Hawks 7-2-44. We'll be back very shortly with more thoughts from our experts, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. It's great to have your company on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Newly minted Greens leader Larissa Waters has urged the Labor Party to work with the Greens and stop blaming others for failing to pass legislation. Senator Waters, who is a Queenslander, has been chosen unopposed as the party's new leader following the defeat of Adam Bant in his federal seat of Melbourne. Senator Maureen Faruqi has been elected deputy leader over Senator Dorinda Cox, 9 votes to 3. Senator Waters says the government will need the Greens in the Senate.
The Labor Party have a choice. They can work with us. They can work with us and help people and protect nature, or they can choose to work with the coalition. They're going to need to pick because they don't have the numbers in the Senate to pass the legislation that they want to work on.
Data released today by the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows that South Australia's unemployment rate has dropped to 3.9%, lower than the national average of 4.1%. Total employment in the state is also at its highest rate, with more than 960,000 currently employed in SA. South Australia's Treasurer, Stephen Mulligan, says the state is continuing to move in the right direction.
It's clear from today's figures we've finally shaken off that reputation of always having the worst unemployment rate in the nation or well above the national average. Over the last 3 years, we've seen an extra 63,000 jobs created across the state's economy. The bulk of those are full-time.
A man is in a critical but stable condition after being attacked by a shark at one of Adelaide's southern beaches earlier today. Daniel Litchens reports.
Emergency services were called here to Port Noarlunga just before 10 o'clock, with paramedics treating a man for injuries to his thigh caused by a shark attack. He was taken to Flinders Medical Centre. The beach is a popular snorkelling and diving spot, but swimmers have been urged by police to avoid the water. It's the second shark attack at Port Noarlunga in the past 2 years, with 32-year-old Bridget O'Shannessy sustaining injuries to the head after an attack in December 2023.
A former Geelong property developer has been sentenced to 7 years in jail for scamming more than $1.1 million from investors. Jonathan Kendall has the story.
Judge Francis Dalziel described Raymond Tweedley as a man with a significant history of dishonest offending. The Geelong County Court heard he induced one man who was undergoing chemotherapy to invest $1 million in his bogus waste disposal business. The accused told investors the venture had the backing of the Philippines government, but when he was arrested in 2022, admitted his business was just a concept and there were no government contracts. He pleaded guilty to 3 counts of obtaining financial advantage by deception and 1 charge of attempting to pervert the course of justice. Tweedley was sentenced to 7 years jail with a non-parole period of 5 years.
A Sydney-based strata company has been permanently disqualified from operating in New South Wales. An investigation by Fair Trading has found Result Strata Management and its general manager, Michael Lee, charged unit holders undue fees, did not appropriately disclose conflicts of interest, and failed to meet building safety obligations. It follows the company's suspension in January after a Four Corners investigation revealed Mr. Lee's alleged unethical behaviour. Still in New South Wales, where a 4th person has been charged over the fatal shooting of a Hunter Valley man in 2022. Bridget Murphy has more.
25-year-old Zachary Davies Scott was gunned down at a property in Head and Greeter in December 2022 in what police believe was a home invasion gone wrong. Strikeforce Roslyn was set up soon after to investigate his death. 3 people remain before the courts over the incident, and a woman has been convicted of hindering the investigation. This morning, detectives searched a property at Lambton where they arrested and charged a 45-year-old man with murder. Police allege he was part of a joint criminal enterprise responsible for the murder, assisting the group before and after the incident.
Looking at sport, and the Carlton Football Club has praised the courage of late AFL legend Robert Walls. The triple VFL Premiership player and winning coach has passed away at the age of 74. He was diagnosed with leukaemia 2 years ago. Walls also coached Fitzroy, the Brisbane Bears and Richmond. Carlton says Walls faced his final days with extraordinary courage and remarkable perspective. The Brisbane Lions say that players will wear black armbands in their match on Sunday to pay tribute to the contribution made by the Bears' longest-serving coach. AFL Chief Executive Andrew Dillon says Walls was a straight talker, beloved by his teammates and players, with an extraordinary list of accomplishments. And the Australian Rugby League Commission has announced the appointment of Anthony De Sigli as the Chief Executive Officer of the NRL's newest club, the Perth Bears.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Now Flanders off to Yulin through the middle of Marara. Hot handball to Miller, able to gather on the second attempt. Kicks inside the forward 50. Barris can't take the mark. It spills out the back. Walters onto it. He's tackled. Keeps it in play. Handball to Long. No. Snaps the goal.
And Gold Coast had 36 disposals, going at 92 disposal efficiency. So that just shows how efficient they're being at the moment.
They're on fire. Here they go again from the middle. Anderson over the top to Flanders for another one for the Suns. It carries the line. Flanders gets in on the act, and this is getting away from the Hawks early.
Warple now, 55 from goal at right half forward for the Hawks. Deep entry, and Watson uses his body to protect the drop, and Mark's falling backwards near the point post in the right forward pocket. Watson, 2 steps infield, left foot snap, great finish to a great mark. Kick to half forward, and Morrison marks 55 out, hands it to Amon. He weaves his way around Anderson, steadies from 40, finishes. Great kick from Carl Amon. And the Hawks have kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game just when it was getting away from them. Reeves and Witts volleyball it a little out the back. Warple picks up. He ran into Ginnivan, eventually got a hand pass clear. McDonald with a hand pass to Ginnivan. Ginnivan snaps and continues the Hawks' run at the back of the second term. Great finish from 30 out in the right forward pocket.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Terrific to have your company here live from Marara Oval in the top end up in Darwin for what is a cracking clash between Gold Coast and Hawthorn, a top 4 battle. The first time we've seen 2 sides in the top 4 go head to head in the top end. At the moment, Gold Coast Suns are leading by 14 points, 9-4-58 to the Hawks, 7-44. Mitch Turner here with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull is alongside me, our experts, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden are here with us as well. We just enjoyed some halftime entertainment from, I believe it was the Red Flag Dancers. Again, Charlie King is down on the boundary for us. Charlie, you're watching along to tonight's entertainment?
Yeah, it was wonderful. The Red Flag Dancers, they're a well-known cultural dancing group. They come from a little community called Numbulwar, or Rose River as it used to be called. They're the Numbarindi people, and they're in the Gulf country opposite Groote Island. They travel around to Australia and different places and entertain. They're beautiful dancers, the Red Flag Dancers.
And Charlie, you know this ground better than most. You got a guesstimate on the attendance tonight?
I think it's over 11,000.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because, as we've been mentioning, the record's 14, but they can't get that many these days because of the Michael Long building at behind the goals. But Last year there was 12,112 here for the game against Geelong, which is the best crowd in the era where the Suns have been bringing games. So, was that a run for the Hawks, Joel Bowden and Chad Wingard, or a significant change in the way that this game is being played? They kicked 4 of the last 5 goals of the term. It was getting out of hand, but now it's just 14 points in favour of the Suns at half-time.
Yeah, and when you look at it, Hawthorn only kicked 1 more goal than them in the quarter. So you can't overlook it, but we just saw the run that obviously Gold Coast started. We thought the game was going to be really, I suppose, in their grips and in their vice, and they just released that pressure. And Hawthorn is a good team. They're a great team, and if you give them a sniff, especially some guys who are very potent up forward like Watson, Ginnivan, Moore, they've got some talent up there. And what happened is they got a sniff and they took it, and good teams will. And that's what I said. We spoke about maturity of Gold Coast. We spoke about it last week. We're like, where's their maturity? Where's their growth? And we said this was an opportunity for them. Last week when Bulldogs were running at them, they still played their game style. How is Gold Coast going to hold up against the good teams later in the season? Because let's be real, that's what they're aiming for. They've got a very, I suppose, easy run to start off with the first 12 rounds. They've got some favourable places where they're playing, favourable teams. They need to learn this pretty quickly if they want to challenge, not just make finals, but challenge there.
And they're playing Hawthorn away from the MCG. We know the Hawks play really well at the G, and they've got them on foreign territory. They had the Bulldogs on foreign territory. They've got the Hawks here tonight. Yep. They're on top of the game in both scenarios, in both games, and then they let it slip a bit. They've got to have something that they can fall back on. And most of that second quarter, they had 1 or 2 out the back, which also meant Hawthorn had 1 or 2 plays out the back. All last week, they were playing a high half forward in at the contest and allowing the Bulldogs to have an extra player behind the ball. It was mostly Johannesson last week. But what do they do when it's not going their way? Or when a club like Hawthorn kicks 3 goals in a row? There's got to be a tactic that Hardwick puts in place that says, OK, let's stop this run on and let's make it shit fight for the next 5 minutes.
And it's the one watch, I think, in year 2 of Damien Hardwick at the Suns. I think those that watch closely can see that they are a better footy team, but still the old problem of how can they win a game a different way if they don't have it on their terms. And I think, Chad, you've played in good and struggling teams. It's the last step, isn't it? How can you still have a winning day if you're forced to go away from what you like best? It's
your players that need to step up. It's the guys in each line, your captains, your leadership. They're the ones that you lean on the most. And we knew when I was at Port Adelaide, we had a good side. And we knew that Robbie Gray, when something's not going our way, we had Justin Westhoff. He goes back. He settles us down there. Robbie Gray will set us in the middle. And then I might go up to the stoppage to try and get some momentum. That was our plan. What is Gold Coast's plan? We don't know. And it hasn't been proven yet, but they held off last week. But can they, obviously, when they get momentum, can they hold it?
And Matt Rowell was down in that second quarter. He didn't have as good a second quarter. He has to lift this quarter, and he's in the middle here for the first bounce in the third quarter.
2 subs yet to be used by either side. David Swallow for the Gold Coast Suns. He's joined by Tuke Miller tonight as the second Sun to reach the 200-game mark. Bailey McDonald for the Hawks. Also yet to be used. Keep getting those texts in. 0437 774 774. Guy Taylor down on the farm in Tambalup, the home of Jeffrey Farmer, says could not agree more. There's only one wizard, and it's Jeffrey. Second half about to get underway. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. It's the Suns by 14 points. Here's Quentin Hull.
And good news that Reeves, we saw him at the back end of the second term, but he's in first ruck for the third quarter after that heavy knock a short time ago. He's out-rucked here by Moyle, who taps down for Miller. Suns first clearance. Hand pass to Anderson. Hands it to Rowell, bursting forward of the stoppage. Inside 50. Lead from Long. Got a finger. Couldn't mark. Scrimshaw rose. His hand pass stolen by King. Give it to Flanders. A banana from the left forward pocket hits the far post. It was going through the major opening. It just skimmed the far post on the inside. Almost on the back edge of the post, if you get my drift. It's a behind. Gold Coast 9-5-59, Hawks 7-2-44.
Almost a second for Flanders. It's a goal in the round ball game. They were up here playing the Australia Cup during the week. The A-League and professional sides. Kick out defence is knocked down and taken to tackler's ward for the Hawks. They'll reset in between wing and half forward. Outside of the ground, over the top of Moyle is Reeves. Taps it down through traffic to Ambrosio. Back to the ruckman in Reeves. His kick up the wing falls on the chest of Chol. The Hawks want to go quickly. Ward receives the handball and spears a kick straight back to the Suns. Hewland is there to receive the mark, and he thought about switching it. It was shut off. And now he'll chip into the middle. And too low for Rioli, who's taken on the bounce, manages to gather, snap up towards the attacking edge of the centre square. Landers in front, couldn't take the mark, taps it down to Newcomb, and now Scrimshaw kicks up to the wing for the Hawks.
On the head of Chol, it's spoiled away by Collins, who butters up at ground level. He is having a good game. Hands it to Anderson, given to Fiorini. Hands it to half forward for Miller, given to Anderson by hand off a step. Long kick towards the pocket. Holman caught behind. Battle was in front, and Battle gets the free kick for a chop. Amon takes the advantage. Hawks run it through half back. He hands it to Warple. Hands it to the edge of the square for Newcomb, hands it back to Warple, hands it on to Amon, who continued to run, chips it to attacking 50, more marks, plays on, kicks to Watson in the pocket, and Watson takes the mark, 40 metres from goal, tough angle.
Well, he's about 10 metres better off than he was last time he had a shot, and last time he was outside the boundary line, so got to give him a chance from here, Quentin.
Already with the 3 goals tonight to take him to 17 for the 2025 campaign. This to narrow the margin to single figures. Nick Watson, 45 out. It's a right to left swinger. Won't have the distance, in fact. It's off the knuckles of the pack and actually bounced either side at the boundary side of the point post. It's a throw in. Hawks still in attack. No score. Throw in next to the behind post.
And that's poor by Gold Coast. You've got to get that over the line, because now they're another chance to score a goal here. Instead of just kicking it out, gaining territory, now they've got to defend again.
3 goals already for Watson. He's kicked 4 just once in his career. Ball tossed back in. Moyle taps it boundary side. Ewell in the first there for the Suns. Gathers. Kicks out beyond defensive 50. Big fist over the top. From behind was Walter. And it comes ricocheting off the leg of Ginnivan, who was trying to track down the loose ball. And it's gone out of bounds on the full. So Suns will somehow hold on to possession. Rowell kicks up the wing. Walter between 2 Hawks. Can't take the mark. Ainsworth overruns it. McGuinness for Hawthorn was stripped. Now Anderson receives the handball for the Suns. Kicks up towards half-board. Barris, big double fist back to the wing. Falls into the lap of a teammate in Battle. Handball inboard to Newcomb. Now McGuinness from the centre circle. Kicks inside the forward 50. Watson slipped. And Collins got across and takes intercept mark and will come wide to the wing.
Closey's in space, takes the mark, and will hold up for a moment for the Suns. Now Closey with his right boot, kicks Gold Coast to attacking 50. King in a 2-on-2, read it better than everyone, and takes a double grabbing mark 45 metres from goal. You're shaking your head, Chad. What are you shaking your head about? Tom Barris going too early?
Yeah, Tom Barris needs to body up. He actually had to have outnumber. So he's got an extra Hawthorn player. If he bodies up King, that allows your Hawthorn player to at least mark it or half the context. You can't allow your guy to run and jump at it, and he's better than that. And Barris will know that. He put his hand up straight away.
Well, it's a 15-point lead to the Suns, but Gold Coast somewhat need a steadier after Hawthorn kicked the last 3 of the second term. King from 50, that is a beautiful right foot drop punt. We were right behind it, never deviated. Swing was pure, strike was strong, and over the goal umpires had it goes for Ben King's second. Suns by 21 at 10-5, 65 to 7-2, 44.
And we spoke about Collins, his impact, and that started with a mark inside D50. He came off his opponent and really started their transition. But if you're Hawthorn, you can't allow a D50 to forward 50 transition goal. I know they had to win 2 contests, but you've got to put more of a fight in that. You can't allow Ben King, who's the Coleman winner at the moment, to have a run and jump at it, to have another set shot when you've got the outnumber at Hawthorn. So you've got to make sure Barris there has to lock down his opponent, allow for someone to come across, either spoil or mark that ball. So pretty poor there, but again, Gold Coast, this is the most important thing right now. How do you respond after kicking a goal? What's next?
And
that's the most
was
important
in
thing.
The region. If you had to lock him down, Sicily can come over the top and spoil it.
Suns strike first in the second half. Ball back in the middle. The Hawks emerge with it. Warple kick towards half forward. McGuinness and Rioli go at it off hands. It rolls past all the way to Chol. Picks up off the deck. His kick a little bit too low for Deer. Ginnivan, though, gathers back to Deer. His handball looking for McDonald. Gets it to Ward, who was through traffic. Somehow squeeze it out to Battle. Looked like a throw, not paid. Battle goes to McDonald. who comes wide into the pocket, and Ginnivan takes the mark from a similar spot that Nick Watson kicked his goal from in the first term. So if there was ever a little back and forth rivalry between the two mercurial forwards, this is about as good an answer as you can get to the question.
But Mitch, you said it looked like a throw. That was a throw. And in a 4-umpire system, you can't miss that throw.
He was on the other side. He just couldn't see. Unfortunately, there was no one on this side of the umpire.
Ginnivan from outside the boundary, right forward pocket, starts it right, and he can't swing it back. Point one goes to Watson. So Ginnivan with a behind. He can't recreate the Wizards. 7-3-45 the Hawks, 10-5-65 the Suns. We've played 7 minutes in the third term.
Noble chips it to Powell, follows up, receives the hand pass, runs to 50 and kicks to the wing, where Ainsworth marks in front of a packed outer. Ben Ainsworth on the defensive side of the wing underneath a banner which reads Larrakia Country Darwin. The start for the Sir Doug Nicholls rounds in 2025. Back to right half back. Powell receives again, now runs to the edge of the centre square. Booming deep entry into attack. Scrimshaw flies the pack to spoil for Hawthorn, and then Flanders applies a tackle on Ward to lock it up. Ball up about 25 metres from the Suns' goal, quickly thrown in the air. Moyle wins the tap for the Suns, but rowed by D'Ambrosio of Hawthorn. Clearing kick towards half-back. Deere had a second play at it and decided to tap it rather than gather it. Puts McKenzie under pressure. Can't win clean possession. It's locked up, and a ball up to take place. Left half-back for the Hawks, right half-forward for the Suns. It's Gold Coast by 20 points, 8 minutes into the third term.
Ball tossed up in the air again. Rowell takes it from the stoppage, kicks inside forward 50. Sisley read it best. Couldn't take the mark. He spills at the ground level. Scrimshaw's there in support. Did well to win it to Jath, who handballs wide now to D'Ambrosio. Game 50 for the former Bomber. Kicks up the wing, spearing ball. Sharp bullet-like onto the chest of Mabior Chol. Was playing at this venue before for the Gold Coast Suns. He kicked 3 in a win over the Hawks. Chol kicks inside the forward 50 and nothing's changed. He's kicking to Suns players. And Moyle takes intercept mark and goes back into his defensive goal square to Noble.
Very cheeky.
There's no place like home, Toto.
Chips it to Ewell, and here's the 1-2 again. Noble to a player, then runs on, receives the hand pass, but turns over the kick. Battle marks on the wing. Hand passes to Connor McDonald from 60. Kicks to full forward. One bite, but not the second for Moore. He grabs it on the second attempt, is tackled by Powell and loses the ball. Newland hands to Anderson. Anderson on to Noble. Rush clearing kick from the left back pocket. 2-on-2 out on the flank. Hawthorn with the numbers out the back. Weddle receives. Off the hands of the pack. Hand passes to Barris on the wing. Kicks it back to attacking 50. Moyle's fist is taken by Reeves. Hand pass taken by McDonald. Kick to the forward line, and Charles there at the top of the square to take the mark. Big Mabior imposes himself at a time of need. Another rushed entry, but the big man found the drop, Big Mabior. He's now more Hawk than Sun nor Tiger, having played 31 times for Richmond and 30 times for the Suns. This is game 33 in the brown and gold. So you can see the full moon emerging among the trees at that end of the ground. What a scene it is for Mabchal to keep the Hawks in the hunt. Chips it through. His first of the night. 14 points the lead to Gold Coast. Suns 10-5-65. Hawks 8-3-51.
And footy can be just at the margins. At the contest there, Tookmiller went to the front, whereas Weddle went to the back, and he got it over the back and was able to put the ball back deep inside 50. And Chol, he's got very good hands. He outmarked Collins. I actually don't think Collins went for the absolute spoil then. I think he thought he was maybe a chance to mark, and as soon as you do that, the forward gets the benefit of the doubt, and he's able to finish it off with a nice goal from 30 metres directly in front. This is game on here.
Was it Noble that missed the kick coming out of the defensive? He's supposed to be the reliable one for the Suns. He's having a terrific season, but he's had 27 touches tonight, John Noble. Having some sort of impact since heading north, a little further north tonight. McKenzie with the Hawks, gets the clearance towards half forward. Watson couldn't take the mark. Out to McGuinness though. Handballs into the pocket. Out into the path of Kel Shadir. Has McAndrew for company. Gathers. Kicks back towards the top of the goal second. Moore dropped it in a hurried kick. Falls on the chest of Hewland. And they messed up a chance that they could have potentially created a second goal in a row. Instead, the Suns will exit and they'll kick out towards the wing, and Witt's in front. Can't take the mark. Back to the Hawks. Back to McKenzie. From 55 metres out. Kicks to the goal square. Collins is there. He takes a defensive mark and will repel for the Suns.
Having a huge game, Sam Collins. Short kick upfield. Rioli marks between fullback and centre half back. Decides to conservatively kick to Hewland in the pocket. Uncontested mark for Bodie Hewland. Suns just under a bit of pressure here, despite leading the game by 14 points. Hewland's pass is short and precise. Jeffrey takes the grab. A very stagnant movement from the back line here for the adopted locals. All that being said, I reckon there's more noise in the house for the Hawks, as Jeffrey another short pass. Powell the next man in the chain, but the Suns have only got it to left half back. Now the long kick to a contest from Powell. High. Walter again flies from behind. Can't mark. Ryerson Rhodes drops the ball. Umpire says play on. Weddle gives the hand pass to Deere. Deere's hand pass into the chop doesn't create much. Connor McDonald forages forward. His hand pass stolen by Flanders of the Suns. Hands it to Rao. Tapped on by Humphrey to Ainsworth. Left half forward. 70. And Ben Long has lifted himself above James Sicily to take an even better mark than Jed Walters.
Mate, there's a trampoline in that pocket. That is the exact same spot that Jed Walters took. We've got to take up this turf. There's something underneath there.
This is not like Warwick Kappa laying on Chris Langford's back all those years ago at the SCG. Ben Long in his hometown. Can he kick number 3?
I had to give you guys the moment of jubilation. I didn't want it to drown out the description. Man. What a fly from Ben Long. He's at home. He needs a goal to finish it off. He's pushing across the face for a point. He's kicked a point, Ben Long. And there was a bit of Kappa on Langford about that. Yeah. Almost parallel to the deck. What's that, a 15-point lead for the Suns?
And another Hawks defender who found themselves underneath it as well. Sicily on this occasion. The Hawks go quickly up the middle. Amon kicks it out in front of McKenzie. Couldn't find it. Coming through, pushed off. It was Deere. McKenzie followed up. Tackled by Rioli. More in there on hands and knees trying to rip it free. A lot of work for a point, Ben. That's all I'll say. As the ball will be tossed up outside half forward for the Hawks. Witts taps it down. Who can emerge from this stoppage? Players crashing in over the top is Ward. He taps it out in the nick of time. Got it to Newcomb. Now D'Ambrosio kicks inside the 50 and a strong regulation set of hands from Blake Hardwick, who just stood strong in front of Hewland, stuck out the Dukes and brought it in. It wasn't quite as acrobatic and theatric as Ben Long, but it'll have a set shot about 40 metres out, pretty much directly in front. It's hard to believe he's only kicked 29 goals in his career. I know he's spent most of it as a defender, but
this is a very big kick. 14 and a half minutes gone.
To cut the margin back to 9 points. Hardwick from directly in front. His second goal is an important one. The Hawks will not go away. They continue to come. Hardwick has 2. The Hawks have back-to-back majors. And the Ben Long miss at one end results in a Hardwick goal at the other. 9-3-57 the Hawks. 10-6-66 the Suns. 15 played in the third term. Thursday night footy for ABC Sport. Mitch Turner alongside Quentin Hull, our experts. Both dual Australians, Joel Bowden and Chad Wingard.
Well, if you look at the score, it's 9 goals 3 for Hawthorn and 10 goals 6 for Gold Coast. So accuracy is starting to play a little bit of a factor here. And we've seen that some of the goals that Hawthorn have kicked have been pretty amazing, but that's just a stock standard kick, no different to what Ben Long was. So at some point, it happened last week too. Gold Coast kicked, I think, almost equal amount of points as goals. So it's going to come down to who can kick straighter at the right time.
Chad Wingard with your Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Bounce recalled, which gives us a moment to just let you know. It was a 32-point lead for Gold Coast, half an hour into the second quarter. Hawks have kicked 5 of the last 6 goals in the game. It's now just 9 points the difference. Centre bounce. Or ball up thrown in the air after the first one was errant. Flanders gets a clearance from the scrimmage. Hand passes to Closey. Clearance Suns. Kicks inside 50 at the boots of the leading long. Put it on his head. He's better there. Couldn't pick it up. Weddle does for the Hawks. Hand passes to Ward. Rush kick back to the middle. Witts is first to meet it. Charles got him. Witts drops the ball onto his foot. Yep, that's a kick. Play on, says the umpire. Closey picks up for the Suns. On the wing. Hand passes to Rowell. Rowell hands it out wide to Roses. He's trying to dance around Ward. He does a little. Has a bounce without great creativity. Gives the problem to Closey. Now Closey's kick. Long to attack. King, was he pushed under it? No, says the umpire. Clean mark to Weddle for the Hawks.
Takes off immediately, does Weddle. Little handball into the pocket, and they've coughed this up, the Hawks. Weddle luckily went back and gathered it. Got it off to Newcomb. Handball back to Weddle. Continues his run now. Beyond defensive 50. Kicks a tumbling ball to the attacking edge of the centre square, and Noble was there to gather. And he'll swing it wide to Closey, who immediately rolls. Kicks to half-board. Moyle is there. Late spoil coming from Jaff. The umpire said it was fine. Nothing untoward with it. And the Hawks are able to clean up as Jaff goes short. And now Morrison has it over the top.
Plays on. Moore presents forward of the wing, takes the chest mark. Morrison runs on. Moore gives the hand pass, honours the hard run. Morrison kicks to the pocket. Joel! 1-2 bites. No, can't play the mark. Hardwick Roves gives it to Deere. Deere's kick around the boundary looking for Watson, who can't keep it in. He slips as he gathers near the point post. He's tackled by Powell as well. Out of play, boundary throw in left forward pocket for Hawthorn. As mentioned, the Hawks have kicked 5 of the last 6 goals in the game. Suns lead it by 9 points. 18 minutes played, third term.
It's deep inside Hawthorn, attacking territory once again as well. Can they kick a third for the third term? Ball spun back in at the front. Shallow throw in. Reeves taps it straight to Ralbo for the Suns. Handball to Holman. His kick back into the centre square. Punch by Battle. Straight down to Ward. Sees an option inside the forward 50. 1-on-1 Newcomb and Miller. Newcomb goes to ground. And the umpire said he was infringed upon. Is it Newcomb or McGuinness? It is Newcomb. He was 1-on-1 with Tuke Miller. Now, he's two tough competitors. Neither gave an inch. In the end, the umpire said he just got over the shoulder. Tuke Miller. We'll have to see the replay here. Chad and Joel. A little bit. Not a lot in it. Jai's sold 2 important free kicks today, and this one obviously gets a shot on goal, but the last one got a free kick and got a shot on goal for Hawthorn in the first quarter. As Quinton Hull mentioned, they were 32 points down late in the second term. Newcomb bangs it through. He gets his first. The margin is back to...
It's on inside 50.
It is on in the top end. Newcomb was talking some trash to Miller, and now they come from everywhere. Players rolling around inside forward 50 for the Hawks. The umpires are in there trying to sort it out. But there are players being dragged all over the place. Newcomb got taken for a ride. It's no surprise as Mac Andrew is in the thick of it all. He's getting into McKenzie, and now Cal Shadir and Watson come in to support it. There is a bit of feeling. This is a top 4 clash. This means a lot to both sides. Right now, the margin's back to 3 points. 10-3, 63 the Hawks. 10-6, 66 the Suns. And maybe Gold Coast are feeling like their fortress is being breached a little at the moment.
And that's a very costly free kick there against Miller, but that's probably a very costly 20 seconds of push and shove for those players when really nothing is going to be gained from that push and shove other than a little bit more fatigue.
There was a bit of lip between Holman and Newcomb, and whether that was the spark, we'll wait and see. Centre bounce Miller with the clearance for the Suns. Deep entry for Gold Coast. Barris with the hand to knock it away for Hawthorn. On attacking 50 for the Suns. First to meet it is Humphrey, though, for the Gold Coast. Hand pass indiscriminate. Barris there again for the Hawks. Taps it to the advantage of Newcomb. Rides a tackle, but his hand pass stolen by Closey. Gives it to Ainsworth. Kicks the answering goal for the Suns. On his left boot from 20 metres out. And Ainsworth now has a couple as Gold Coast get one back. 9 points to lead to the Suns. 72 plays, 63.
And I tell you what, Tuke Miller gave away that free kick, and his maturity, that he didn't get caught up in that fight. He was the first one to get hit from Nuke, and he just went straight back to the centre, allowed all the I suppose, the unnecessary contact. They're fighting on the ground. Tuke Miller got that centre clearance. So he made a mistake, and you could see he was the first one with the ruckman saying, I know it's on me. This is on me. I'm going to get this back for us. And that is a leader, and that is someone who steps up at the right moment. We spoke about who is going to step up for Gold Coast, and that was the moment, and that was it.
Tommy, and it's interesting, in his 200th game, and I reckon it was also the blokes who were married who stepped out of that little bit of a melee.
Barris has got a nick and has come to the bench. Mitch?
He's getting a bit of patchwork done below us right now as Miller once again is involved. Off to Daniel Rioli. Breaks a tackle, takes a bounce, handballs to Rowell, kick and a half from home, goes to the top of the goal square, flying from the side, unable to take the grab again was Humphrey. Ball falls out to Jaff in the left back pocket for the Hawks.
Oh, what
and
a
Amon's
press.
kick smothered by Holman, called by Chad Wingard. He came up, met it, and ensured the ball was not coming out. It goes out of bounds. It'll be a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns. They lead by 9 points, 22 minutes played. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports, the Doug Nicholls round for 2025.
And a great opener for these two rounds it has been so far. Weddle, his clearing kick, well, went along the ground, ricocheted away from Miller, fortunately for the Hawks. Morrison picks up, kick to half-forward Ginnivan, toes it to the advantage of Hardwick, picks it up, gives it to Ginnivan. Hacks a hoping ball to a one-on-one in the forward line. It's Watson v Powell. Powell does well to protect the drop. Win the crumb and bounce away. Two bounces to right half-back. Make it a third for Powell. He's got Rioli running in support. Gives the hand pass. Rioli's kick to the wing. Miller can't mark but controls. Hand passes to Rowell on halfway, edge of the centre square. Finds time to hand pass to Holman. Bullet hand pass to Miller. His kick smothered brilliantly by Scrimshaw. Ball skims inside 50 for the Suns. Moyle can't take it. Jack does. He gives it away to Amon, who's tackled. Lost it. Humphrey picks up. He's tackled by Scrimshaw. Play on as McKenzie comes away for the Hawks.
Kicks into the middle of the ground as McKenzie. The Hawks have it. Moving it quickly. Now McDonald kicks into the forward 50. Deer out of position. Andrew came through and made the spoil. Ball's back to Deer. Off to Ginnivan. His dribbling kick. Never a chance. It's cleaned up by Collins, but the Collins defensive kick, not a great one. Off to Hardwick. Handball to McGuinness. Middle of the 50. He snaps. Guess who? Sam Collins, last line of defence. But the great goalkeepers of the past takes the mark, and he'll go wide to Noble, who'll exit defensive 50.
Long kick again. Walter the target. 2-on-2. Couldn't take the mark. Under pressure from Scrimshaw. Near the boundary, D'Ambrosio. He's over it. Rowell's over him. The ump says mine.
Still strikes me as inconsistent. The play goes for the mark, and they can almost get tackled in the marking contest. The ball spills free. No play on.
Ball tossed up. Witts taps down to Rowell. Can't pick up because Warple's on him. Indiscriminate kick stolen by Sicily. From the wing, rushes it inside 50 for the Hawks. Off the pack, Jeffrey Rose for Gold Coast. Rides a tackle of Hardwick. Desperate handball to Noble. He's under pressure. Hand pass pinched. Umpire says no advantage, holding the ball. And another little spot fire over the top of that. Morrison's made the tackle as Noble was about to come clear. And Morrison's going to earn the shot on goal for the Hawks. Oh, this is really good footy.
Yeah.
Different style to what you'd see anywhere, because it almost looks like country footy sometimes, and I say that in the kindest respect. The ball movement is different because you just don't have the blessing of dry conditions. Hit a contest, win your one-on-ones, make your moment. Here's Morrison to narrow that margin back to 3 points. Slight angle right, 45 out, kicks the goal. Suns 11-6, 72. Hawks 11-3, 69. Charlie King on the boundary.
Yes, they've activated their sub, the Hawks, Bailey McDonald on the field.
Thanks, Charlie.
Kelch.
And potentially that's a tactical sub to get them into the game relatively early. There's 25 minutes gone. But what that looked like to me, Quentin, was tight and tough football. They got it inside 50 and it was forward pressure. Joel Jeffrey scrambled the handball out. Didn't really get to Noble. He got put under too much pressure, and then what I would call incorrect disposal, where he didn't get rid of the ball by hand or foot, and therefore it gives Hawthorn another shot at goal. Morrison goes back 40 metres out and kicks truly. This is game on again. 3 points the difference.
Hasn't been a great return for Cal Shadir, and to be honest, conditions don't always suit a big marking forward. He's out of the game. Anderson from the middle kicks it forward for the Suns, coming out to meet. It was long. Thought he got a push in the back. Umpire said no. Walters handball, couldn't find a target. Weddle for Hawthorn's able to kick a bouncing ball out to the wing. Oh, big bump late on the Gold Coast player. Looks like Anderson, who copped it from Warple, and he's taking a while to get to his feet. He collected him after he got rid of the ball, and umpire paid it downfield, I think, in the end. It's a free kick to Rioli. Plays on from centre wing. Kicks inside the forward 50, shoved under. It was King at the back. Walter can't gather. D'Ambrosio over the Hawks. Got it across to a teammate who was just activated in McDonald, and he couldn't gather, and it's gone out of bounds.
You've got to protect the ball player, but we've also got to incentivise the ball player who's going for the mark. That's 3 pushes, I reckon, in the last 10 minutes.
Well, that was for insufficient intent from Ainsworth, kicking it over the boundary line. Weddle from the back pocket, kicks it to a pack on the wing. Hawks with the numbers. Ginnivan takes a moment, chips around the boundary line, out of bounds on the foot. Sicily was the target, kicked it too wide, so Bodie Hewland will take the free kick for Gold Coast. Right beneath our broadcast position in the Morris Rioli stand, this is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and it's a beauty in Darwin as Hewland plays on, kicks towards half forward. Walter again. Did they pay that? Oh, he had a big bite, but no, not enough. Not enough, out of bounds. Everything's bigger in the territory, Joel. You've got to have a bigger piece. Not paid the mark.
Well,
out of play.
He's got springs in his boots. And, well, we should have paid that mark. And we've got to protect the marking player.
You've got to pay the top-end tax. That's what we've been saying all night. Ball goes over the back. The throw-in. Amon kicks it off the deck. Falls in the lap of Watson. Wants to move it quickly. It's not pretty, but it gets on the bounce to the captain in Sicily. Handball over the top to Moore. Beautifully weighted kick inside 50. Finds the lead. The defender turned forward in Blake Hardwick, and he's got a chance to kick his 3rd goal of the night. And with a chance to put Hawthorn in front for the first time since about the 8th minute of the game. They have not been in front since they kicked the first.
And the 30-second sign's gone up on the boundary line for both teams.
Blake Hardwick will kick from 45 metres out. The Hawks haven't led since the opening stages. They lead now. Hardwick's got 3. Hawthorn are back in front. And this top 4 clash is living up to the billing here in Darwin. 12-3, 75 Hawthorn. The Suns are 11-6, 72. We're approaching the 3-quarter time siren. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Don't go anywhere. Mitch Turner, Quentin Hull alongside Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden.
And Dylan Moore got that ball about 70 metres out, and he put that where only Blake Hardwick could get that ball. He didn't kick purely to space. That lead was the hardest kick across his body, and he just put it perfectly into the pool, we used to call it, right in the pool where only he can get it. They've put Sicily up forward now, which I really love that move. He hasn't had the best day, and he can really make an impact straight away. So he's starting in the square. Let's see what he can do.
Well, no time for a score, Chad. I'm looking for the spot fires. Bounce, siren, and now, again, just look around the ground because there's been a bit in this between these two teams. See Mav Charles getting a high five from Bailey McDonald, who's just been subbed into the game. Yeah, not quite.
I'm just looking at McAndrew and James Sicily, who are walking next to each other. That's where my money would be going.
Oh, I can't wait.
And Ben Ainsworth is having a big conversation with one of the field umpires as these two teams go to their respective huddles. So the Suns, who led it by 20 points at quarter time, by 14 at half time, now trail at 3-quarter time. It's Hawthorn, Mitch. Hawthorn, 12 goals, 3, 75 to Gold Coast's 11, 6, 72. And just, again, a reminder, as the Hawks go to the fridge at 3-quarter time beneath us, they're getting a huge applause. Suns are going to go and cool off as well, figuratively and literally. So half-hour mark of the second term, Hawks were 32 points down. 6, 7, 8. They've kicked 8 of the last 10 goals in the game.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5 to 2 for the quarter.
Yep.
So they are well and truly not just back in the game, they're in front of the game, the Hawks, at the time being here in Darwin. The goal kickers for Hawthorn, 3 each to Nick Watson and Blake Hardwick, then singles to Ginnivan, Joel Moore, Amon Newcomb and Morrison. For the Suns, 2 apiece to Ben King, Ben Long, Ben Ainsworth. The 3 Bens, I didn't realise actually I said it. Sam Flanders, Tuke Miller, Noah Anderson, Bailey Humphrey and Sam Closey all have singles. But right now it is the Hawks that have found their way back in front. They lead by 3 points, 12-3-75 to the Suns, 11-6-72. If you want to be involved in the conversation tonight, 0437 774 774. Mitch Turner alongside Quentin Hull, joined by Charlie King on the boundary, and also Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden up in the box. If you want to listen to Joel Bowden's tribute pre-game to his former coach Robert Walls, who he sadly lost today at the age of 74, that is on the ABC Listen app on the AFL Daily Pod. Final quarter about to start here in Darwin, not far away. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
What has changed over 17 seasons of Gruen? Advertising has changed too. It's worse and it's everywhere. But one thing that hasn't changed is Gruen.
The brand new season of Gruen. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Now Closey with his right boot, kicks Gold Coast to attacking. 50, King! And a 2-on-2, read it better than everyone. And takes a double grabbing mark 45 metres from goal. It's a 15-point lead to the Suns, but Gold Coast somewhat need a steadier after Hawthorn kicked the last 3 of the second term. King from 50, that is a beautiful, beautiful right foot drop punt. We were right behind it, never deviated. And over the goal umpires had it goes for Ben King's second. Hand pass taken by McDonald. Kick to the forward line and Charles there at the top of the square to take the mark. For Matt Charles to keep the Hawks in the hunt. Chips it through. His first of the night. 14 points the lead to Gold Coast.
Got it to Newcomb. Now D'Ambrosio kicks inside the 50 and a strong regulation set of hands from Blake Hardwick to cut the margin to 9 points. Hardwick from directly in front. His second goal is an important one. The Hawks will not go away. They continue to come.
Hand pass indiscriminate. Barris there again for the Hawks. Taps it to the advantage of Newcomb. Rides a tackle. His hand pass stolen by Closey. Gives it to Ainsworth. Kicks the answering goal for the Suns.
Blake Hardwick kick from 45 metres out. The Hawks haven't led since the opening stages. They lead now.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Oh, we have a cracker of a finish coming up here in Darwin at Marara Oval. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The opening of Sir Doug Nicholls round, the 2025 AFL season. And after trailing by 32 points, the Hawks have found themselves in front heading into the final change by just 3 points. Can they hold on and end this 7 straight run at this venue by the Gold Coast Suns? Mitch Turner here alongside Quentin Hull, our experts, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. We'll hear from them in just a moment, but a few score checks from around the place. Q, you've got one?
Yeah, just the conclusion, in a sense, of the Women's State of Origin battle for the Shield. There is game 3 to come, but New South Wales has won game 2 after they won the first game. So the New South Wales women have won the State of Origin Shield over Queensland, winning tonight's second game in Sydney by 26 points to 6. That's after they won game 1 in Lang Park. So this is just the second ever 3-game series for women in State of Origin. Mitch, Queensland coming from a game down to win the Shield last year, 2-1. But now the Blues have got that back. So just like the men, the good guys have got the Shield on the good side of the border.
Commiserations to the Queensland supporters. Zane Bojack, thinking of you back in Queensland. Unfortunately for you, the New South Wales women have got the win in the State of Origin series. They go up 2-0. Artist on the text line, Bill says John Noble needs to clean up his disposals.
Yeah.
0437 774 774. Normally very good. Tonight hasn't been great. We'll get some thoughts from our experts, both dual All-Australians and best and fairest winners at their respective clubs, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. We had a good one last week. We've got a cracker tonight.
Yeah, and it is a cracker. And that quarter, Hawthorn just got on top of I call it the trenches. They won the trenches battle. So they got 22 more disposals. They had plus 15 in contested possessions, and they also had plus 14 in ground ball gets. So when the ball's there to be won, Hawthorn are winning it. And that means that they're in the trenches, they're putting their head over the ball, they're being cleaner, and they're obviously kicking straighter. Like we've said, they've kicked 5-goal-1 to 2-goal-2. So, like I said, Hawthorn, they came to play. And if you give them a sniff, a good side takes advantage, and they have momentum coming into this quarter. And Gold Coast, again, they're still in this. Obviously, they're going to fight, but they need to show their maturity, and I'm really looking forward to this last quarter. I'm going to see the swings. There's going to be plenty of action.
Hawks have emerged from the fridge with about 60 seconds before the final term. It looks like, Joel, as well, the Suns have pulled their sub. Ned Moyles out of the game, and David Swallow is in.
Well, and that's another runner for them, so it's late in the game, especially considering that second quarter went for somewhat of 37 minutes, notwithstanding the score review. But fatigue is setting in, and I think what we saw from the Gold Coast Suns late in that second quarter was them slow down a bit. And Hawthorn, as you said, Chad, they're a good side. They took advantage of it. They've kicked 8 of the last 10 goals, and that quarter, the third quarter, they simply dominated. They dominated all over the ground.
I can see a crowd number here, which we sometimes get coming up with the champion data screen. 12,314, an extra 2,500 in from last week, Hugh.
And that's the biggest crowd during the recent era of the Gold Coast coming to this part of the world.
Since the redevelopment of the...
Yeah. It's about 200 more than came for the Cats game last year.
How fitting.
Terrific turnout for what is sure to be a cracking finish. The Hawks lead by 3 points. Final quarter underway. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The ball tumbles out the way of the Hawks. Ginnivan grabs it. Was immediately wrapped up by Noah Anderson. And we'll ball it up. Attacking side of the centre square for the Hawks. All tapped down. Rowell bullies his way through. High up and under kick. Going back with courage was Weddle. He was crunched. Falls down to Holman of the Suns. Handballs forward, and the umpire non-officiating again. Said Weddle was caught high as he backs back into the pack, and he'll win the free kick and come to the broadcast wing where Barris can mark.
In space and takes a bit of time. Tom Barris, no one on the mark, so he strolls off, has a stutter step before kicking high to attacking 50 for Hawthorn. Collins! Oh, he is a behemoth tonight. In front of the pack, takes the mark for the Suns. Chips to the goal mouth. Jeffrey marks before Watson can arrive. Jeffrey plays on, kicks to the outer wing. Newcomb flies to spoil Swallow. Ball on the deck. Close he rose for Gold Coast. Hands it to Anderson. Rides a tackle. Hands to Swallow. Hands it to Roses. Forward of the congestion on the wing. Roses kicks towards attacking 50. Long fly. Scrimshaw spoils. Boundary wins. Throw it in on left half forward for the Suns. Right half back for the Hawks. No score early stages, final term. Hawks lead it by 3 points.
Just a bit of tension in the match to start this fourth quarter. Neither side willing to budge at all. The Hawks throwing everything they have at the Suns. They now hold a 3-point lead. Ball tossed in, goes over the back of both rucks. Warple, a tumbling ball towards Hewland, who just handballs it to no one. In the end, it was straight to Warple, the Hawks. He's happy to go wide by hand to his skipper in Sicily. Kick up the wing. Nice defensive mark taken by Darwin's own Daniel Rioli.
Mitch, that was a terrible turnover from Hewland. He ran onto his left foot, then just indiscriminately handballed it forward straight to Hawthorn.
Rioli goes to centre half back, and Collins takes the mark and goes back to Rioli. It feels weird, Sam Collins marking it when it's not an intercept. He's had 10 marks tonight. Rioli rolls, plays on, kicks towards half forward. Barris with a fist, knocks it down out of the hands of Rowell. Witts doing the roving at ground level. Gave it to Humphrey. Kicks a high ball inside the forward 50. Barris punches it away. It comes to Swallow. The super sub snaps. Goals. Still knows how to make an impact, David Swallow. No one's played more football for the Gold Coast Suns than that man wearing number 24. And the sub is into the game, immediate impact, and nice to see Toot Miller give him a hug as he joins him in the 200 club tonight. The Suns back in front, 12-6, 78. The Hawks, 12-3, 75. Margin reversed. We've played 3 minutes in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And in his 242nd game, he comes on as the sub and makes an immediate impact. And we just saw a little bit of chipping across the half-back line. You know, Collins, Rioli back and forward. But then Rioli takes the game on. I still don't understand why the players then stand 5 metres extra off the mark, which gives their opponents that extra 5 metres. Rioli gets it deep inside 50. A bit of a rough and tumble. Swallow snaps a goal.
Centre bounce, a bit wobbly. Up lets it go. Rowell picks up for the Suns, hands it to Humphrey. Clearance for Gold Coast. High kick to attacking 50. King's out the back of the pack. He shepherds Jath off the ball. Gathers in the pocket. Gives to Roses. He knows this geography, but he can't snap truly there. Tighten the right forward pocket. Misses near side for a point. Suns by 4 at 79-75 early final term.
I saw him at the launch, Joel, and I said every time you had the ball, Joel Bowden rose to his feet. You'd need to kick one for him. Mally Roses. The Hawks go straight at the middle of defence at 50. Newcomb got it by hand to aim, and he was almost blindsided and run down by Mally Roses. In the end, he got away with it, got it to D'Ambrosio. Now back to Newcomb, just backward of centre wing, comes wide. Ginnivan under pressure from Hewland, who closed late. Punched the ball out of bounds. The umpire said he chopped the arm. I'm not sure about it.
How can you pay chopping the arms there, but we won't pay smashing a bloke over the head in the forward line? Outside the 50, the umpires actually pay a different set of rules.
Thoughts from former Tiger Joel Bowden. Ginnivan wins the free kick in the end. Kicks it inside forward 50. Off hands. Clever little tap by Reeves, trying to get it towards Sicily, who becomes tackler. Now he has the ball again. He's tackled. And the ball is tied up deep inside. Hawthorn's attacking 50. They trail by 4 points. 4.5 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Congested forward line here for the Hawks. McGuinness tries to crash his way through. Tackled immediately. Ball out of play. And we'll see it thrown in.
Wow. He's paid insufficient intent.
Really?
Deliberate out of bounds.
It might have been out of the full.
No, it was tapped. It was definitely tapped.
Bailey Humphrey standing the mark, shaking his head. Was he the man that tapped it out of play? And James Warple's got the free kick. What was that hashtag during your era, Chad?
I'm pretty trying to stay AFL neutral right now.
Warple, hard on the pocket. Right foot shot. Oh, what hit the post. Absolutely flushed it.
Probably footy gods, as they would say.
It's hit the post.
It's a good point, Q, just to say that Chad is being paid by the AFL currently, so I'll be the critical one of the umpires.
79-76.
Sam Collins it was, who was pinned to the delivery on the kick across towards Rioli. Is a shocker. And it goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. That was a tough call. It might have been one of those ones that I will say, it's my pet peeve when you say well disguised. If you can recognise it's well disguised, it's not very well disguised. So the ball spun back in. Coming through the pack, McGuinness for Hawthorn had a fresh area off the ground, then somehow fell on the ball, couldn't get it out. Now D'Ambrosio comes in. Rowell stands tall for the Suns, kicks up towards the wing. Weddle couldn't take the mark over the top of Roses, who did well to knock him off the ball. Allowed Rowell to come through and take it. Now Anderson running with numbers, kicks inside the forward 50. One-on-one, Longby, Scrimshaw out the back. Taken to ground in a tackle.
Free kick.
McDonald, and a free kick has been paid
to Ben Long.
Jeez.
He's been held.
I didn't see much in that either.
It was a great one-on-one battle between Scrimshaw and Long. The umpire says the Guernsey was tugged.
Territory tax.
This is strange. It must be hard to be out there at the moment. It is pretty hard to see which calls are going to go which way, and that's a very frustrating thing to be a player when you can't quite get a feel for the game because it's been officiated in a certain way.
So Ben Long has 2 goals already. Wouldn't this be nice? They love him in the top end. He bangs it through. Ben Long has 3. The Long name is a massive part of this town, this state, this territory, and this ground, and Ben Long is making his own tonight. He has 3 goals. The Suns' margin is back out by 9 points. 13-7, 85 Gold Coast, 12-4, 76 the Hawks. 12,500 here at Marara, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner alongside Quentin Hull, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden, our experts.
And he's transformed his game, because when he started he was a half-back. He's gone forward, he's averaging a couple of goals a game, and there he was the key forward. He was the one target inside 50. Now, dubious to say the least, but because he is that target, he's able to get the free kick and he finishes off nicely. I mean, Benlong went from half-back to half-forward. Daniel Rioli was a half-forward and has gone to half-back. These guys are reinventing themselves.
More at the stoppage for the Hawks. Received the tap, crashed into Rowell. Rowell makes the tackle. Umpire will do it again. Still in the bullseye. 9 points the lead to Gold Coast. Reeves got the hand there for the Hawks. Where's his rover? Amon picks up. Hands it out the back to Giath. Rush kick from the bullseye to half forward. Hewlin fists it away from Hardwick. Ricochets to Andrew. Bursts away from Chol. Wins the footy. Hands it to Jeffrey on left half back. Andrew runs on. Receives the hand pass. Runs to the wing. Driving kick to half forward. Scrimshaw battling there with Long. Scrimshaw drops the mark. The slippery ball evades him. Long can't keep it in though. It's over the line for a throw in. Left half forward for the Suns, right half back for the Hawks. Gold Coast 13-7-85. Hawthorn 12-4-76. 9 minutes, fourth quarter.
Beautiful bright lights here at Marara. We have Thursday night footy. Showcasing two high-quality sides. Ball goes over the back of the two rucks. McKenzie, into McDonald, kick into the middle of the ground. The Suns have it back. Under pressure is Jeffrey. Did very well to find Mac Andrew with the hands. Andrew able to come wide to the logo on the broadcast wing. Noble. Disposal number 30. Coming up for the former Pie. Decides to play on. Kicks up towards right half forward. Barris sets himself, takes the mark. Umpire pays it. Has the head bandaged up. Bit of claret coming from it earlier. On this occasion, takes the mark, and the Hawks have won back possession. Left half back, they trail by 9 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Very conservative kick back to full back. Weddle takes the mark, completes the switch from left back pocket to right. Scrimshaw takes the grab. What's he got ahead of him? He's called to play on, or good kick to the corridor. Ward at centre half back. Marks on defensive 50 for 4. Rowell got away. Plays on, kicks down the middle to Warple. He marks, plays on, kicks to Sicily against Collins. Gets out the back of the pair of them. Sicily first out to chase it, can't pick it up. Moore's there, he's tackled immediately. And we'll see it bounce, or a ball up at least. Are they tossing it in the air? Yep.
The players are getting tired now.
Yeah, Jeffrey's got up pulling his hammy as well, chucked in the air. Ricochets to Moore, 40 from goal, tackled but got a boot to it. Put him off his kick. Noble marks for the Suns. Another stat for Johnny Noble.
31 now for Noble. Goes wide to Hewland. 21st touch for him. Kicks it out into the path of Powell. Arches the back. Breaks the tackle of Chol. Now tries to step inside Connor McDonald. Gave him a long time. The umpire eventually pinned him. He turns it over. The Hawks take advantage. Kick towards half. Half forward comes off hands. Coming through Hardwick. Couldn't find a teammate Humphrey. Able to gather again for the Suns. The short kick. A shocker towards Chol. Thought he had his arms chopped. Umpire called play on. It's a bit messy at the moment. The Suns, though, with ball in hand. Well, they did. Flanders dropped it. Now he has it back. Handball over the top. Can't find a teammate. Someone needs to break this open. Ward spins through traffic. There's been friendly fire behind play. 2 players are down. Newcomb gets it to McDonald. Back to Newcomb. Kick into the pocket. Dribbling ball out in front of Watson. Has Hewlin for company. Can't gather. Collins rushes in. He's dispossessed. Oh, Watson. Oh, to Morrison. Kick inside the forward 50. It was a throw. Now, there was friendly fire in the middle of the ground. Not friendly fire, but 2 players running, clashed heads off the ball.
I think it was McKenzie and Holman.
Yeah, correct, Joel. And both are circulating. Newland clears from the right back pocket for the Suns. Gold Coast by 9 points. Long kick to the ruckman. Reeves punches away from Witts. Out of play. Throw it in. Chad, Joel, what are you seeing as we get to the meaty part of this one?
It's now going to come down to effort. It's just effort. They're going to have to put in more effort than the opposition. Holman's got a bandage around his head. He's just had a collision with McKenzie. They're all just going to have to give everything they've got, even though they're utterly and absolutely fatigued already at the 12-minute mark. And
there's a lot of Hawks fans here in Darwin. From the ruck, which clearly taps down to Holman. Clearance from half back. The kick to half forward. Walter drops a chest mark under harassment from Barris. Ball's on the deck. Barris goes again. He nudges Walter out of play.
Sorry, you made me laugh. You got some good calls. I should need to turn my mic off when you start talking sometimes. That was great. I think it's going to come down to execution. I think that's what it's going to come down to. Who can kick the goal at the right time? Who can be the cleanest? Who can make the most of the opportunity?
Rowell v Newcomb, bottom of this pack. Anderson, McGuinness, couple of balls going at it. Ball spun back in. Whips tapped to the front. Newcomb tapped it towards Holman. Now Witts handballs forward. Humphrey can't gather. Ball ricochets off Swallow out of bounds.
They've got glistening shoulders of players now, and the ball is getting slippery. Who can execute will be very, very interesting to see.
Still a 9-point margin to the Suns. They've kicked the only 2 goals this quarter after Hawthorn took a 3-point lead into the final term. Weddle in the ruck against Witts. Weddle managed to get a hand on it. Down though to Holman of the Sun too. He's immediately tackled and then just tossed to ground by Newcomb. Rowell gave him a little bit of a bump in the back just to say that's not on, but water off a dunk's back. So the ball goes up again, and once again Weddle gets a hand to it. Swallow is tackled. Somehow spills out towards Humphrey. His kick towards half forward. McKenzie did well, gathered, spun away from Closey. Now he kicks a tumbling ball up towards half forward. Who'll lead the foot race? Hewlin gets there first. So does Moore. Moore gathers, knocks him off the ball. Now Rioli comes in. He can't take possession. Eventually does, and is tackled by Hardwick. Ball tied to him. Should be tossed up in the air. Right forward pocket. They lead by 9 points, the Suns. It's down Hawthorn's end for the moment, though.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, the opener to Sir Doug Nicholls rounds, and great contest it is here. Witts with the clearance, hand pass to Closey, hands to Rowell, Suns out, hands it to Rioli, give it to Noble, has a bounce, make it 2 to the outer side. From defensive side of the wing, kicks to half forward, Long got a big rod on the back of Scrimshaw, couldn't take the mark, it's out of play. Tell you what, there's some frequent fly miles going on here tonight. That's out of play. Another big fly from Ben Long, who took an amazing mark over James Sicily earlier in the game. It's a throw-in left half forward flank for the Suns, right half back for the Hawks.
Well, Q, they resurfaced the Marara Stadium here not so long ago. Maybe they put a little bit of trampoline in it.
It looks wonderful and it's performing well tonight. Noble for the Suns through traffic. Kicks inside the forward 50. Strong mark taken by Barris, the former Eagle. It's worth the move on that occasion. One-on-one with King. Outpointed him. It's a big mark for the Hawks. They trail by 9. Still in this contest. Haven't kicked a goal in the final term. Barris goes wide looking for Ginnivan, and his former Collingwood teammate in Noble is there to punch the ball out of play. So it'll be tossed back in between wing and half forward, favouring the Suns attacking end. They still lead by 9 points. 12,500 in the house here. Marara Oval in Darwin. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. So Doug Nicholls round. A cracking finish coming up. Quinton Hull.
Ball thrown in. Again, Weddle against Witts. They're probably conceding that contest now. Witts has been so dominant. McKenzie tries to get a boot to it at the coalface. Can't get clear. So we'll do it again. And of course, there's Reeves is still in the game, isn't he? But not being used at the moment off the stoppage. Rowell from 60 wins the clearance for the Suns. Long with another fly, no mark.
Here he is.
Roses, Rose. There you go, Joel. Finally, Joel gets his roses as Malley runs to the open goal mouth and makes it a 15-point lead for the Suns. I don't know whether it's enough to get them the chocolates, Joel, but you've got your moment.
Well, it's like Valentine's Day because Rally Roses has brought the chocolates home for the Gold Coast Suns. What a beauty. Ben Long nearly takes another mark of the day, but beautifully roved by the young Territorian, and he just toe-poked it home. Easiest of goals on his left foot there, but a good build-up from the Suns because they blocked off the exit. The Hawthorn backs had an extra on the grandstand side, but Barris couldn't get it out this side because they zoned off well and covered him. He goes long down the line, turn it over, they get it back in, and the small forwards, as we talked about early, Q, have actually been the majority goal kickers in this game tonight.
Gold Coast 14-7-91, Hawthorn 12-4-76. 15 points the lead to the Suns. 17 and a half minutes final term. Chad Wingard.
Yes, and they got Reeves back in here, so we missed him the last 2 minutes. They need to get some dominance here in the centre clearance.
Witts still got a fist to it, but it comes the way of the Hawks. Ward kicks inside the forward 50. Chol got away from Andrew. Perfect delivery from Ward. just put it out in front onto the chest, and the Hawks have the chance to answer straight back and to kick their first goal of the final term.
Almost on cue. Reeves in, centre clearance. They need this here, Chol. This is be a real settler. Need to get some momentum.
He has won already, the former Sun. Played 30 games on the Gold Coast. Was their leading goal kicker back in 22. The Hawks need to peg one back. Marvia Chol, set shot, 40 metres out, directly in front. That's what you're paying for. He puts it through the big sticks, and Hawthorn get a badly needed goal to stay in this contest. Margin back to 9 points. Hawthorn 13-4, 82. The Suns are 14-7, 91. 19 minutes played, final term, 12,314 in the house. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard, Joel Bowden.
And I actually really like the Hawthorns mix in the midfield at the moment. So they've got Dylan Moore, Joe Newcomb and Josh Ward. Same mix that they just had in the last minute bounce. But they've got good ball users. So if they win this clearance, like you saw there with Josh Ward, that was an unbelievable kick off the line of the goal and to the advantage of Marvia Chol. So again, you've got to have ball users and the players that you trust the most. And obviously Sam Mitchell trusts these guys in the centre right now. Ken Reeves and Morey get it out again.
It's Miller, Rowell and Humphrey for the Suns, and they'll get another look at it because the bounce is errant.
Geez, that was biased by me, wasn't it? Just saying all the Hawthorn players. Sorry.
No, not at all. Just, we're working as a team, Chad.
You're a ball player.
Team. Tossed up. Reeves was about to ferret it clear, picking up. It had it smothered out of his hands. D'Ambrosio a chance. Defensive side of the packs for the Hawks. Wins it. Hands the ball to Amon. Hands it on to Newcomb. Centre clearance. Hawks pull it past. Marked by Connor McDonald, centre half forward, 55 out, rolls on, kicks deep. It's a little off the side of his boot and a behind. It's got the journey, but it sort of slewed the moment it struck. 8 points the lead to the Suns. Nearly time on, final term.
So Suns will bring the ball back into play. It's a very top-end kick in the end that just slid off the boot with all that moisture that is out there tonight. It is a lovely night in Darwin. Powell brings it in for the Suns. Kick up towards the wing. Reeves is in front. Couldn't take the mark. Rounded well at ground level. Well, it's a Fiorini. Kick up the wing. Jeff's not facing the ball as he comes back and makes contact with Roses, who wins the free kick. Took advantage. It was never really there. Still got it to Ben Long. Kick towards the goal square. One-on-one. Swallow can't take the mark. At ground level, he tries to throw a boot at it. Can he get it out to Holman? Can Holman get a boot on it? He can't get it through the major opening. It's away to the left. A couple of veterans fighting for the ball there. It's a minor score. 14-8, 92 the Suns, 13-5, 83 Hawthorn. It's a 9-point ball game, 21 minutes played. Entering time on. Mitch Turner here alongside Quinton Hull, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden for ABC Sport.
Still 8 minutes of playing time. Plenty of time as battle runs beyond the goal mouth. The inbound, Weddle, mark or free kick. He was one-on-one with Swallow, almost took the mark. Swallow grabbed his arm. Weddle gets up, plays on quickly. With a hand pass to the wing. Ward gives it on to Bailey McDonald. Runs to right half forward. Takes a bounce from 60. Kicks Hawthorn into attack and D'Ambrosio gets to the drop. It was a hoping kick to the corridor. D'Ambrosio marks it 45 metres out.
And again, Hawthorn, that's their set play from kick-in. So they bring everyone onto one side and they get their fastest player, which is Weddle, to run out in space. And yes, it's a free kick, but it just opens up all that density that's on this side and it allows for the speedsters like Bailey McDonald to get out in the open space and create.
It's a mini milestone night for Massimo. Reinvented as a Hawk after a stalled start to his career at the Bombers. Game 50. This to make it a 3-point ball game. He's kicked it across his body and off to the right. That's a behind. And the margin once again 8 points. At Suns 14-8, 92. Hawks 13-6, 84.
So Suns have a chance to go back down the field again. Kick high up the wing. Walter flies. Couldn't take the mark. Reed had a good piece of it. Couldn't take it either. Warple, handball in front of Ward. Clever tap out in front of McGuinness. Rioli was there to stop play for the Hawks. Now the ball tumbles inside the forward 50 for Hawthorn. Sicily, the captain. What can he do? Dispossessed by Collins. Coming through Noble. Handballs it to Holman. He's tackled to ground. They'll have a stoppage about 25 metres out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. They still need to find a couple. There's still time left. Can they do it? Can they beat the Suns here at Marara? Ginnivan comes through the pack, taken high. The umpire pays it. And the Suns are letting him know about it a little bit. But he knew exactly what he was doing because no one does it better. Ginnivan came through. Watching the replay behind our heads.
Yeah, was there. Nick Holman got onto his jaw.
It's an art.
It is an
You
art.
good at it, Chad?
No, I was never really good at it. Don't really like it. But I love the goal that comes after it.
Jack Ginnivan, set shot. Big one for the Hawks. Puts everything he has into it. Fist pump in the air. Ginnivan has two. And once again, the margin is cut right down. It's now 2 points the way of the Suns. 14-6-90 Hawthorn. 14-8-92 Gold Coast. Ginnivan's second cuts the margin right back. We'll play 24 minutes in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Don't go anywhere. Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden alongside Quinton Hull and myself.
Well, the Hawks have capitalised from a stoppage, whereas they had two set shots essentially in the last two forward entries, and they missed them. But Ginnivan manufactures a possession out of stoppage. He gets a clear too-high free kick and converts from 45 metres out. This is game on. 24 minutes gone. It's the Gold Coast Suns only leading by 2 points.
From 32 points down, the Hawks. They did lead at three-quarter time. But now just to the lead to the Suns. Centre bounce, defensive side for the Hawks. Moore overruns the ball, lost it. Stolen by the Suns. Fiorini's kick inside 50, bounces over the head of Roses. But Holman gathers, finds a path 40 from goal. Hands it to
Ben Long.
Touk Miller. Touk Miller, it is in game 200. He's kicked the first goal for the Suns, and that's a vital goal. Snapping from 40 metres out to answer the Hawthorn goal. What was he doing down there, finding himself dangerous? That's what he was doing. Touk Miller takes it back out to an 8-point lead for the Suns with his second goal of the night. 15-8-98, place 14-6-90.
And Touk Miller, I mean, that's the second time tonight where he stepped up desperately when Gold Coast needed a goal. And this was actually on the other end, because the prior, he actually got it out of the corridor, out of the centre square, and got the clearance. This time he started in the forward line, and that's not an easy part to be in. He caught that flat-footed, and he had Hawthorn players coming from every direction. He just, I suppose, was so calm, took his one step and just kicked a snap truly from 30 metres out. That is class, that is clutch, because some players will try and butcher that and kick it too quickly. So that was an unbelievable clutch kick.
He's been doing it for a long time for the Suns, and he's done it once again tonight. Here they go, Gold Coast. Humphrey out of the middle, kicks it deep forward. Miller's waiting in the back. It doesn't fall for him. It comes down to long. Free kick has been paid in the marking contest. It's going against Walter, and it's going to Weddle. So he'll have it at the top of his own defensive goal square for Hawthorn. Kicks wide. Looking for a target out there in Chol. Under pressure, though, it's Jath in this occasion. Roses was there to put him under pressure. Then coming through was Fiorini. Roses stole it, trying to keep it in. Boundary umpire said not on this occasion. So the ball will be tossed back in. Far side of the ground, just between wing and half forward. The Suns hold on to an 8-point lead. 26.5 played in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Still 5 minutes of playing time. Ruckman share it from the throw in. Newcombe tries to burst through but can't. He's locked up by the tackle of Humphrey. So another stoppage on that outer side, slightly forward of the wing for the Suns. Good tap down, Reeves to Morrison. Rush kick, clearance for the Hawks. Chol leads Andrew to the ball. Can't mark though, picked up by Collins. The Gold Coast gave it to Rioli, who danced his way through a tackle. Hands to Rowell. Hands on to Anderson. In the middle, a tumble at a half forward. Here's your man, Joel. Who is it?
Ben Long for his fourth.
Leading out, takes a chest mark 40 metres from goal. It wasn't him last time, but it's definitely him that time.
No, mistaken
Joel.
Identity. But did you see Daniel Rioli
Yeah, go back to that.
do a little blind turn through a congested centre? Reminds me of Marlon Pickett in his first game, mind you, a grand final, blind turning out of the centre square in 2019.
Already with 3 goals, this will make it mighty hard for the Hawks. 8 points is the lead at the moment for the Suns. No angle, 45 out. Ben Long loves territory football. And the local for the Suns in Darwin makes it a 14-point lead. 4 goals on the night for Ben Long. 16-8, 104, leads 14-6, 90. It's time enough, if good enough for the Hawks, but they'll need 3 goals from here.
Yeah, and that is absolute class by Gold Coast. They got the turnover and they shaped corridor and they got depth off of that kick. I mean, that was I thought they almost overused the handball then, but they finally got a kick off. And because they got the kick off in a dangerous spot, Long just being in front, small forward 101, playing in front, getting the mark, and he shielded again. He's done this all night. He shielded his body to protect the drop, so turned his body, took the mark, and got contact. And that is a classy finish again. I mean, you watch him, he's been a defender, he knows the class, he knows what to do, and what a finish.
Oh, he is relishing being back home, is Ben Long. He's having a massive say in this result. The Suns steal it away from the centre clearance. Anderson, massive handball, Polly Farmer-like, out in front into space. Unfortunately, couldn't find a teammate. It was McDonald who came across for the Hawks and gathered and was tackled immediately. It was a mighty handball from Noah Anderson. He's around this pack again. Ball tapped down. There he is, the skipper for the Suns. Another massive handball inside the forward 50. Coming out to meet it is Long. What can he do? He taps it to Holman. They lose the ball. Long tries to sock it off the ground. He goes without it. Players crashing in. The Hawks desperately defending. Ward ends up with Jaff. Goes to Torpedo, a big spiral up the middle of Marara. Ball goes over the back. Andrew can't mark it. Collins is under pressure. Sicily soccers it inside the forward 50. Hawthorn are pressing. What can the Suns do? Can they hold him out? Chol, the gather, breaks the tackle, steadies, straightens, kicks, goals.
Holy!
What a cracker from Mabior Chol. He said, I'll do it myself. The former Sun keeps the Hawks in it with his 3rd goal. 15-6, 96 the Hawks. 16-8, 104 the Suns. Who said it was hard to kick him from that pocket?
One-handed pickup in the wet for a huge man running full pace, evades an oncoming defender, steadies, and Chad. Come on.
Mate, that's unbelievable. And what I want to point out, that was special. That was special. But James Sicily is not having a great game. He created a contest and got that forward for him. So it's about moments. If you're not having a good game, have a moments game. Stand up when it matters. And that was an unbelievable finish by Mabior.
Is it a move to put him under Collins to shut Collins down? Is it a defensive board for James Sicily? Is that what he's doing?
Yep. Huge centre bounce here. Anderson's kick smothered by Newcomb. It's still in the bullseye. Anderson goes again. Newcomb tackles him. No prior. Ball it up. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remain. And it's the Suns leading by 8 points. The Hawks desperately need the next one. Reeves with the tap, still in the middle. Witts does his best to lock it up. Ricocheting around. Warple tries to kick it. Clear card. Witts taps it to Anderson. Clearance Suns. Anderson's kicked a half forward. Long's there again. He nudges his opponent away from the ball. Wins the footy. Hands it to Holman. Kicks on goal.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Warple makes... no, it was McDonald having a drop at full back, but he's got time to regather. Hands it to Weddle. Weddle hands it back to McDonald. Bailey, that is. He's kicked a right half back is good. Ward takes the grab.
Ward goes short to Sicily. Long way from home. The Hawks skipper has players running past. Ignores them. Middle of the ground. Kicks inside the forward line for Hawthorn. Flying from the back, Hewlin. Couldn't punch it to the boundary. Watson gathers. Tightest of angles. Top of the goal square. He can't find a teammate. Going back and taking the mark is Closey. I'm not sure it was a pass or a shot. I think it was the unselfish thing from Watson. He couldn't find a teammate, and Closey will bring the ball out of defence of the Suns.
Long kick to right half back. Barris in the pack, taps down, but Holman roves. Suns have got it. Hands it to Roses. Wow. Kicks it around the edge of the centre square. Miller can't pick up on the half volley. Scrimshaw's got it for the Hawks. Hand passes to Amon from halfway. Kicks inside 50. On the head of the pack, Rioli's roving hand pass. Ricochets to Watson of the Hawks. He's tackled, lost it, play on. Picked up by Humphrey of the Suns. Hands it to Rioli. Barrels a hoping clearer right down Ben Long's throat. He marks it between wing and half forward. He's got Ben King running back to the space. It's like last week all over again. It's fisted away from him. Amon a chance for the Hawks from half back.
Amon gets through traffic. No, that was the other The barrel down the other end from Amon. Couldn't find a teammate. Straight to Closey. Handball to Witts. Now to Powell. Noble's got some space in front of the interchange gates on the broadcast wing. Kings up towards half-board. Eamon can't gather. At the back of the pack. Ainsworth tackled. Big tackle by Weddle holding the ball. Terrific tackle. He hit him with pace, Ainsworth, and he lost it, and Weddle kicks it in the middle of the ground.
But Andrews there to fly over Givenham and drops the mark. Controlled it twice and thrice but couldn't hold it. Now Witstow does the roving. Hand passes to the wing. Humphreys there. Humphrey paddles the ball to the boundary line. Can't find it. Ginnivan picks up. Taken high by Andrew. Free kick to Hawthorn. But time is going to beat the Hawks. And Gold Coast's Northern Fortress stays intact. What a start to the Sir Doug Nicholls rounds. The Suns win again in Darwin, a mighty fight from the Hawks. But Gold Coast will sing the song in Darwin. And their season record sits at 7 wins, 2 losses. 3rd loss of the season for the Hawks. A ripper, Suns by 8.
Top end. It's the first time we've had 2 top 4 teams go head-to-head in Darwin, and it did not disappoint. The Suns hold on by 8 points to hold off the Hawks. They remain on an 8-0 streak now in the top end in Darwin at Marara. 12,500 in the house. It was the Suns by 20 at quarter time. It was the Suns by 14 at half time. The Hawks battle back from a 32-point margin to find themselves 3 points up heading into the final term. But it's the Suns by 8 points at the end of the 4 quarters. What a match we've witnessed. The goal kickers for both sides. For Gold Coast, it was an equal career high for the hometown hero. Ben Long kicked 4, 2 to Ainsworth, to Tuke Miller in game 200, and to Ben King. Singles to Flanders, Anderson, Humphrey, Swallow, Closey, and Mally Roses, who finally got one in the end for Joel Bowden. For the Hawks, 3 goals to Hardwick, 3 goals to Marbior Chol, 3 goals to Nick Watson, singles to Ginnivan, to Moore, to Amon, to Newcomb, and to Harry Morrison. In the end, though, it is the Suns by 8 points. Hopefully we'll get some reaction for you before we take off tonight, and we'll get down and chat to one of the Gold Coast Suns. Charlie King will be lurking down there. But before we do that, let's get just a bit of a reaction from our 2 experts here for ABC Sport, Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden. It was billed as a terrific game of football, and it lived up to every part of that.
And once again, high scoring in the top end. 31 goals tonight, and an ebb and flow of an evening where Gold Coast got out early, and we thought it might have been how far. In the first quarter, Hawthorn only kicked 1 goal early from a free kick, and then a miracle goal by Watson from behind the boundary. The Gold Coast in the second quarter got away, but 30 minutes into that second quarter, when they may have thought it was almost done, the Hawthorn Football Club came back and kicked 8 of the next 10 goals, and then I think we just saw a war of attrition in the last quarter where I think both teams were just pushing the ball forward, and then displaying some of the most exquisite skills we've seen. And Chol, who does a one-hand pick-up, pivots on a dime and then slots it from 40 metres, in the pocket, is exceptional. But the kicking from these players at length is just remarkable. And what a great way for Ben Long to finish the game. And, we're territory proud and we're fairly parochial up here, but what a night for him to have, kicking 4 goals, and then little Mally Roses, who's bobbed in the last score and kicked one that really counted. So the Suns, they keep their fortress fortified, and they will definitely, in my view now, play finals football.
And Chad, though, this has got to be a positive night for the Hawks, though. The way that they've played here, I'd love your initial thoughts at selection. You could see that Sam Mitchell was trying something different with Meek left out, Bruce left out, no Impey, no Gunston, all of these key pillars. the question was tonight, okay, well, who else can do it for Hawthorn? And boy, we found a few others tonight.
Yeah, and Collingwood did that recently when they travelled over to Perth. And you got to remember, this is a long season and it's very enduring. And when Hawthorn has got endeavours to play deep into the September, they've got to rely on their whole list to play throughout the whole season. So when you've got older players like Gunston, Jarman Impey's a different story. He's obviously expecting a child, but you've got players who are going to be come in and out, whether it's injury or whether it's just they need a break. They've played all season. Gunston's been pivotal for them. So I think it's a decision made, and I think it could have paid off, but I'm not sure if those guys were in. Would it make a difference? It's all what-ifs. But Collingwood proved that it can be done, no matter who's playing. It's next man up mentality. I think they'd be very proud of what they put out there today, especially this is tough conditions. This is harder than what Bulldogs had, because these guys have been here for the week. This is the second week of them being up in Darwin, Gold Coast. So it's always harder when they've been up here for a week and they've had time to acclimatise. This is not Bulldogs them flying in the same day and performing on the same day. So hats off to Hawthorn. They'd be spewing they didn't get the 4 points, but I think they would take some lessons, and it's all about September for both teams now.
It would have been a massive coup for Hawthorn to rest those players and to come all the way north and get the 4 points. They weren't able to do it. It was pretty much what Collingwood did last week when they rested the players. They went to Perth. They got the 4 points, which is just so important to do so. But it wasn't to be for the Hawthorn Football Club. They'll get on the red eye tonight. They'll get straight back to Melbourne. They have Brisbane at the MCG next, which they may have shaken their MCG hoodoo Brisbane these days. They did win a premiership there not that long ago. But that's another big clash for them. Then they've got Collingwood at the MCG. Then the Bulldogs at Docklands. Then Adelaide in Launceston. It's a pretty tough 4 weeks heading into the bye for the Hawks. So they currently sit, the record of 7-3 now, but it's a really tough month of footy heading into the bye for Hawthorn. So they'll get back to Melbourne quick, smart. The Suns, they've got St Kilda at Docklands, and they've got Fremantle at Carrara, and Geelong at Cardinia Park before they head to the bye. So not the easiest run either for the Suns. It's a pretty tough next month for these two sides. We will get some reaction from the Suns very shortly. Charlie King is downstairs and he'll chat to one of the players in just a moment. They are just giving a bit of love to the fans up here in the top end.
Well, Joel and Chad, just to ask you a bit more about the Suns, having seen, well, basically the same script of last year. We're wondering, is it really, what can we believe? The script is the same. Pants pulled down by the Lions in Q Clash, come here, win both games in Darwin. So we need your analysis. Is it different? Is it just 2024 all over again? Are they a better version of themselves this year? Because the results and the tracking certainly seems very familiar.
Well, Q, I can't give a comprehensive comment because I don't watch them often enough. I see them come up here and play each year, and they play very well. But they have added a couple of players this year, most notably Daniel Rioli off half-back, which gives them that other element. And Noble. Now, Noble's had something like 30-odd possessions, but he's had
36.
He's had 27 kicks off half-back.
He's had 1,000 metres gained.
1,000 metres gained.
He's 6 a K.
I can't run that far over the course of a game.
Well, that's another story. But he's kicking the ball beautifully off half-back, although we did have a few turnovers, and we got a text about that, and Hawthorn off turnover were able to score. But Rioli and Noble are giving them a new element. Plus, Hardwick's into his second year of coaching this group.
Yeah, I think, and the reason why I asked that to you, Joel, and Chad, to refer to you, I think the competition believes what Hawthorn is. The Suns still haven't made the finals. Can we believe yet? Because these results are pretty hard to decipher the difference from last year. They pulled the Cats' pants down here last year, won both of their games in Darwin. Yet they go and try and play Big Brother, the premiers, and so where do you see them?
Yeah, and I actually said at the start of the year, I thought they were going to win 8 out of their first 12 games, and I think that's their growth. I think they had a very favourable draw in the first 12 weeks, and we all know that they've got a tougher draw coming towards the end of the season. But I think they have grown, and where their growth is players stepping up at the right time. And like I said tonight, Took Miller stood up 3 occasions. He made a blue, and then he stepped up the very next set of bounces. So for me, it's not getting 4 to 5 goals against them. But and it happened again 2 weeks in a row where we thought a team was going to come and overrun them. And where their maturity is that they held up. They held up in clearances, they held up in contested possession, they get inside 50s, and they play the same way. I see teams who don't have their confidence. What they do, they try and save the game. And you can see that in a young team. And I think that's maybe what they tried to do in occasions. Oh, let's just chip it around. We'll try and take the time off the clock. We're going to play a completely different brand, which we played the whole game. This game and one previously against Western Bulldogs, they had the last shot. So they're still attacking. Even when the chips are down or the teams are coming against them, they're playing the exact same way. And that's what I love, and that's the growth that they've had. They don't go in their shells, we've got to save this game. We've got to save this game. No, we're going to play our way because we know that's what it's going to get us results. So I think it's the confidence in their system, being the second year, but also confidence in results, and that we're going to play our way, win, lose or draw. And I think it's evident in the results because it's happened 2 weeks in a row where they've had momentum against them and they stood the test of time. But again, this is early. It's almost halfway through the season, or it's like just over a third. So this is enough evidence for me, if I'm being honest, to say that I think this team is legit.
It felt like last week was probably their best win next to the Adelaide one, where they got a little bit of luck late, but they managed to hold on. Last week, as you said, the Dogs came out them, and it was the same tonight. It felt almost at three-quarter time, the Hawks had a 3-point lead, and you thought, maybe playing that extra game here in Darwin last week, maybe there's just a little bit of a touch of fatigue getting their legs. Hawks have been here for the week. They didn't play a full 4 quarters last week in the Darwin conditions, and it's not as bad as it could be in terms of the humidity and the heat, but it's still worse than you're going to get in Melbourne. And it felt like maybe it was getting to them, and the fact they held on was such a good effort by the Gold Coast Suns tonight, and what a spectacle they were treated to here, the Darwin locals. And they turned out, and they turned out 9,800 the other night. It was an okay crowd. They tend to turn up for the second match. It's a bit of a maybe there's I missed out, I really got to get to the next one, but 12,314, more than they had last year against Geelong. Just an incredible turnout here in the Northern Territory. A massive result for the Suns. The Hawks will lick their wounds and go back. But just a massive, massive result for Gold Coast and for our Queensland counterparts.
Well, now 7-2, which replicates the ill-fated 2014 season, where they actually started 7-2 that year, and up until round 16, that was the Gary Ablett shoulder night, where they beat Collingwood at Carrara that night, but then proceeded to lose 6 of the last 7 games of the season and missed, of course, the finals because they've never been there. So. We're in best ever start territory.
And Q, if there's a knock on them, they didn't go to Melbourne and beat Richmond.
No.
That's the knock on them so far.
I think that's why the game at Docklands against St Kilda is so intriguing next week, as is Hawthorn's game against the Lions at the MCG.
We'll break down a few other things as well before we get off air tonight. We will try and get into the rooms with Charlie King to get some reaction from the Gold Coast. And this is one of the great things we see in football, not everywhere, but the race once the siren goes from the fans. The young fella it's almost a dead heat in the middle of the ground as the fans run out and try and race the 2 young fellas to get to the centre circle. It is not done at every ground anymore because when they get let on, they confine them to the wings often and away from either the centre wicket or the centre square. But that was a genuine crack of a race.
Give it to the kid in yellow and black.
Yeah. And, and there's no security guard around the middle of the ground, which we see certainly at some of the venues, particularly of mirth to those that visit my part of the world. They do it at the Gabba and Carrara, and they've got about 3 security guards trying to stop 1,000 kids running into the centre circle.
Good luck.
They have about it.
And the security guards never win.
They have a very tiny area you're allowed onto it per stadium. It's they do call us a...
Well, and that's one of the luxuries up here. The community up here loves footy and they can get onto the Oval because this will be the last time this Oval's used for probably another 3 or 4 months in a full competitive game of either AFL or we have had the NRL play up here already this year. So this is now free for the community to use, and I hope they leave the lights on all night, although it is a school night, Mitch, so some kids are going to need to get home because they've got to go to school tomorrow.
The only issue I have is I cannot see Charlie King anywhere at the moment. The Suns have gone into...
He's having a kick.
He's having a kick. He just took a specky on Ben Long.
It's like playing Where's Wally at the moment, because I can't see Charlie King because there's about 1,000 people on the field. We will get to Charlie as soon as we can. But for the time being, the Suns have gone into the rooms and are celebrating accordingly. think Charlie King might be somewhere in the middle of that song because I've lost him here from our vantage point. That sounded like a song sung in a very echoey big room. A lot of Gold Coast contingent here as well. Families, friends, not just from the Northern Territory players, but many people out there supporting. They're set up in the Michael Long Centre and they sung that song with a fair bit of gusto because it's a really big win for them in what is a top 4 clash that has resulted in an 8-point victory over the Hawthorn Football Club. There are some other news tonight, and we will get through a bit of it because the other news was that the fixtures have launched for the AFL season, so the back end of the season that we have been waiting for to get a bit more information. There was talk that it might get pushed to, I guess, the next early part of next week, but they did drop this afternoon, and there are some things to take away. We also have, of course, on a Thursday night, some teams. So we'll run through the teams and a few of those big fixture news bits before we get off air tonight and bring you the latest with that as well. And if you also miss our pre-game chat with Joel Bowden, who's part of our coverage tonight, who reflected on the life of Robert Walls and the part he played in his AFL journey after Robert Walls passed away this morning at the age of 74. You can find that on the ABC Listen App, the AFL Daily Q. Don't tell me you've spotted Charlie King.
No, I haven't spotted Charlie, but just the unique circumstances of these smaller Australian football venues where usually you'd have, obviously, the host broadcaster in the rooms. There's just a railing, basically, between a portion of the Michael Long Centre and the concourse. And that's where Channel 7 have set up. And Touk Miller at the moment's being interviewed, and there's literally fans leaning up on the rail, holding a poster reading 200 You Beauty for Touk Miller. So it's a different scene to what we're used to for Thursday or Friday night footy or any of the bigger venues. But he did his bit tonight, kicked the first and second last goals for Gold Coast tonight. And as much as it's a minor stat, but of note for a guy that he's now kicked 11 goals for the season. His previous best was only 8 goals in a season. So, of course, 2 All-Australian jumpers, twice best and fairest in those years as well. He actually finished 3rd in the Brownlow one year. That was back in 2022.
Well, he won the Coaches Association, which is about as good an award as you can win as well.
But never as a mid that would go forward and damage on the scoreboard, Joel and Chad. So that's one thing now with the continued maturity of Anderson, Rowell, Flanders, etc., he's been sent forward, Touk Miller, and hits on the scoreboard at important times.
And they're starting one of their mids forward in the last couple of games because of the plethora of midfielders they've got. So that gives them a better opportunity to score. And, he's kicked the first, he's kicked one in the last, he's had 20-odd touches in his 200th and they've won. I think he's going to be pretty happy going on the plane back to the Gold Coast. And he'll remember not only his 150th year that they won, but he'll also remember his 200th year that they beat the Hawthorn Football Club. So while we wait to get some reaction from the rooms downstairs with Charlie King on the boundary, just some of those fixture, I guess the big key takeaways, we can't go through every round from round 16 to 23, we'd be here all night, but some of the key takeaways, the AFL's added, one of the big controversial points, added 3 Friday night double headers to the back end of the season in the fixtures, so we'll go through that if we get a chance, but Friday night double headers are back, even with Thursday night football. There's only 2 sides and 2 clubs that will not feature on a Thursday or a Friday from round 16 to 23. That is Melbourne, and I'm sorry to tell you, Joel, Richmond will not feature on Thursday or Friday prime time in the back end of the season. Round 20 will be the round for, of course, we know, for all the derbies and the interstate rivals, the greatest rivalry in football. The showdown will be on Saturday evening in round 20. The Q Clash, Q, that's for you, named after you. Gold Coast will host Brisbane on Saturday afternoon. Fremantle and West Coast will play the derby following that. And as I said, the showdown will also be on the Saturday. The Sydney Derby will be played on the Friday for the first time. They will take a game there for a Friday night game in Western Sydney.
That's one of the double-header games, isn't it? Yeah, yes. So there are 2 games in Perth and a game in Sydney. Now, the reason why it probably shouldn't be explained that way, but they are seen as the extra fixtures. It's a rudimentary Victorian way to explain it, but in a sense that's the way that we see the league working at times with, tongue in cheek and all respect, that they are the extra fixtures on those Friday nights.
But also within the broadcast lens, because it's on the other side of the country, an hour's difference in our time zones, you can actually watch them both and they can get more eyeballs on screens. Like one of the big things about Thursday night footy is lots of people will be watching this across the country, and then the attendance isn't a big issue. You do the doubleheader on a Friday.
West Coast and GWS play up against Carlton and Collingwood. What wisdom is there? What wisdom is there? I just don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure there'll be many. And as someone who'll be calling many of those games, like the West Coast doubleheaders that get hit on a Friday night,
Essendon versus
with the second biggest rivalry in football, Joel.
Essendon versus the Bulldogs is the one against the Sydney Derby. Sydney. So
yes, yeah.
So that's when the Giants play the Swans, and then the other of those Friday night matchups on the doubleheaders. Excuse me as I just scroll through this fixture here. Essendon play St Kilda at Docklands while Freo host Brisbane.
I would give some other numbers as well for the Friday and Thursday, because I know everyone, it's one of the big things people look at straight away is who's playing prime time in the back end of the season. It gives the AFL some flexibility to put the hot teams and the big teams on Thursday and Friday night footy. So the Dogs have the most. They have 5 games across the Thursday and Friday night time slot. Carlton and Greater Western Sydney and Essendon, they have 4. 3 for Collingwood, Brisbane and Hawthorn. 2 for Sydney. And then each of the next clubs I list all have at least one Thursday or Friday night game. West Coast, Gold Coast, Adelaide, Geelong, Port Adelaide, North Melbourne, St Kilda and Fremantle. And as mentioned, Melbourne and Richmond are the only 2 clubs that will not feature on Thursday or Friday.
And the other part of that, of course, is we still don't have the exact fixturing for the final round. But all of this is asterisks everywhere. Sorry for giving you a headache. But Gold Coast need to play Essendon after round 24.
Yes.
And the 2 fixtures which are basically in the crosshairs there are Carlton plays Essendon, and Gold Coast travels to Adelaide to play Port in round 20. In round 24. So basically, and you can see there that Essendon, Gold Coast, Carlton, and Collingwood. Sorry, not Collingwood, and Port. All of their games, they're Friday night or early Saturday. So you could sort of take it as read that you'd expect Essendon and Gold Coast will play on the Thursday and the Friday in the final round to try and give them both a bit of a break before they play what could be a very important game for both teams to try and get into the finals or seedings in the finals.
Yeah, and the problem is the ladder looks a bit weird until we get to that point at the end of the season, unfortunately. But they are up to second at the moment, the Gold Coast Suns, but they'll be out of whack for a while at the end of every round until they make up that fixture. I wasn't getting bored of what you were saying either, Q. I actually found Charlie King. I can see him. He's standing out there. The problem is, as you mentioned, there are so many people in and around the Gold Coast rooms that they're endeavouring to bring a player out to Charlie King, who I can see standing just on the boundary.
There he is.
There.
Yes.
We've spotted him again. So we're doing our absolute best to get a player out towards Charlie King on the boundary so we can get some reaction from the Suns, because it is a really good win for them here up in the top end in Darwin. They'll leave and head back to the Gold Coast on with 2 wins from their road trip, which is what they say every year they come up here. They're now 8 straight here at Darwin. They have turned it into an absolute fortress that is still yet to be breached since they returned to regular fixturing here. We'll also have to get the votes before we get off tonight as well. So I'm giving you a heads up, Chad, and heads up, Joel, because that'd be a pretty tough task tonight, I reckon. A close game of football. And there were plenty
I've got it close, but I've already given Anderson the 1, Mitch.
Okay, well, there you go.
Who have you given it to?
Anderson, I've given him the 1.
Just the 1? Okay.
It's a matrix.
Hold on,
man,
he's not a Northern Territorian. What's going on, Joel?
He loves this matrix.
Neo.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
I had him a bit higher up.
Follow the white rabbit.
Oh, hang on. We won't give it away just yet. Who get the votes? We'll get them from Chad Wingard and Joel Bowden momentarily. If you want to send us a late text as well, 0437 774 774. Bill wasn't happy with the umpiring tonight. He says they've forgotten to play certain free kicks to certain players. And just a quick one from Sir Swamp Thing on Twitter, who is terrific, or X as we call it, one of the best stats men in the game. David Swallow has played in as many AFL wins in the Northern Territory as he has played in New South Wales, South Australia, Western Australia and Tasmania combined. So he has now racked up another win, has David Swallow, and from memory he's played in the most wins in AFL history without ever playing in a final.
And we've never had Scott Pendlebury play in the Northern Territory.
And you never will. Unless you can get him up here to St Mary's post-career, I'm not sure you'll
after
see...
600 games, I don't think he'll play in the NTFL.
I'm not sure you'll see Scott Pendlebury. Still keeping an eye out, see if Charlie can grab someone downstairs. Also, the Hawks fans, they've had a massive contingent. It almost felt like they were the adopted home side tonight. They had a massive contingent over in the pocket to our right, and they have a fair bit of a crowd as well lingering outside the change rooms, hoping the Hawks will come out. I know they have a red-eye flight, so I'm not sure, given it is approaching 20 past 10 here in Darwin, I'm not sure they will come out and...
Well, it's not far. It's not far to get to the airport.
It's not far to the airport, but they do have a flight they're getting out tonight, and the decision was made that they would maximise their time back in Melbourne rather than stay here for a night and basically waste a night sleeping in a hotel room. They said, let's just jump on a plane and get back.
And speaking of fixturing, the other thing we should have spoken about, with the construction taking place at the Queen Elizabeth Oval in Ballarat, the AFL has decided to bring the Ballarat game between the Bulldogs and Adelaide to Docklands. So that was due to be played out at Ballarat later on in the season, but it didn't look great when Port were there a couple of weeks ago, weren't they? And we had all of the caterpillars and the diggers and the scaffolding all around the place. So I think there's going to be... Obviously, there's an agreement there with the City of Ballarat and the Victorian government. I think it's going to be basically banked. They'll try and play an extra game there later on. But I think it makes sense too, with that facility undergoing significant construction at the moment. The Bulldogs and Adelaide, you'd have to think that's 35,000 plus at Docklands.
Yeah, it's a cracking game. That would have a bearing on certainly the 8, but maybe even the 4, depending how the Doggies are going with their form.
Keep Bailey Smith happy.
I was about to say, Bailey Smith's comments have had an effect, and it's not quite 85,000. I always found that interesting for a man who plays in Geelong every second week and doesn't get 85,000 to any of those games in a large country city anyway. I think we will get someone from Charlie King. He is standing there very patient. I have spoken to the Suns and they said, we will give you a player. So hopefully we get that off air. Before we get off air tonight. We've got about 10 minutes to go. If you are just joining us as well, there was some news in the around the grounds and some other sports. New South Wales have clinched the Women's State of Origin series with a 2-0 lead now after taking out Game 2. So Game 3 will be played, but they hold a unassailable 2-0 lead to take the shield in that one. So sorry to our Queensland fans who may be tuning in across the ABC Listen app tonight. And some other news earlier today, which was saddening to the football world, was that, if you haven't heard it, Robert Walls, one of the greats of our football game as both a player and a coach, a media personality, administrator, Robert Walls sadly passed away at the age of 74 today after a long fight with cancer. He chose to end that fight today, and he's still going to be remembered by many fans and people involved with football all around the country. He played 218 games for Carlton, 41 games for Fitzroy, 4 games for Victoria in the Big V. He made his debut at just 16 years old. He's part of the First Kick, First Goal Club as well, which is very elusive. Played in 3 premierships in 68, 70 and 72. He coached Victoria on one occasion. He coached Fitzroy, the Bears, Richmond, and he coached Carlton and coached them to a premiership in 1987. He's an Australian Football Hall of Famer. He's a Brisbane Hall of Famer. He's a Carlton Hall of Famer and a legend in the Carlton Hall of Fame. His 3 children, Rebecca, Daniel and David. David's still very heavily involved in the football industry as well. So our thoughts with the Walls family. If you want to hear just some of what Joel Bowden and what we had to say pre-game before Bounce Down tonight, you can get that on the ABC Listen and the AFL Daily podcast stream.
And Mitch, I've just remembered a story about Wallsy in my first year, and he'd just come from the Brisbane Bears. As I said earlier in the night, he'd swapped effectively with John Northey. And I remember it was like the first time we sat down, he had a whiteboard in front of him. He could draw perfect ovals on the whiteboard. He'd done it for so long. He just drew this perfect oval. And then he wrote QLD right through the centre. And he said, it's not because I've just come from Queensland, boys. It's because I want you to play quick, long, direct. And that's what we saw from the Gold Coast tonight. Quick, long, direct. And when they went away from it, they fell down. But it's just a small thing that just came back to me then, and it's the way that I coach the junior football up here, which is get it quick, long, direct. And I can't remember much, if any, of the coaches' speeches they gave, the tactics they put in the game during the game, but I'll never forget Wolsey with his quick, long, direct.
Yeah, he certainly left an impact on the game. And if you haven't heard AFL Daily today as well, the podcast, Paul Roos reflected on that, of course, a premiership coach in 2005, the Sydney Swans. He reflected on how Robert Wall's messages helped shape him as a coach.
I think, was Wolsey 30 years of age when he started coaching? I think he was very...
I think he went straight into it after
Well, he started playing VFL at 16.
So he had a couple of seasons
14 years and still been 30.
It was a sort of an acrimonious end to his playing days at Carlton, then played a bit of time at Fitzroy, and then very quickly went into the coaching
straight in
fraternity
and
after that.
Remembering that there were playing coaches, at points in time in the VFL.
And I did read a bit of...
31 he was,
and he sort of... There was a long piece, I think it was the News Limited Press, Joel, speaking about how he probably shouldn't have taken the Richmond job because he was burnt out. Did you ever sense that when you were playing under him at Richmond?
No, I never sensed it because I was a kid, right? I'd moved down from Alice Springs and I looked up to this guy as a revered figure in the game. He'd played VFL, he was a premiership player, a premiership coach. I was in awe of just being at the Richmond Football Club, let alone having Robert Walls as my coach. And as I said earlier, he was a fatherly figure to me because I'd left home, I'd packed my suitcase and gone down to Melbourne and tried to make my way in the big city. And here was, a man who resembled my father because my father had a beard, Wolsey had a beard, they had the deep voice, they were telling you what to do, they were very clear in their instruction, go hard, be brave, be tough. And it was something that I never sensed at all because I was young, but clearly there were periods of time when that happened.
Yeah, wonderful to hear Joel Bowden reflect on his first coach at AFL level, Robert Walls, and much love and our thoughts with the Walls family tonight after the passing of Robert Walls. We've got a couple of minutes left. See if we can get a player with Charlie or not. He's very patient down there waiting, and the Suns said they're in a team meeting, so they took a while to fight through the crowd to get there, and I see Charlie wandering around. He might get a kick out there, actually. It's a tough pocket to kick him from. There's a trampoline there. Careful, Charlie.
He might take a mark. He's in that spot.
There's a trampoline. Just be careful where you step. I want to get the votes, though, before we run out of time. Chad Wingard, Joel Bowden. Plenty of votes in their time. Both won best and fairest their clubs. Who are we handing them out to tonight?
Well, I like to hand it over to Chad, but again,
are you going to hand it to me, or do you want?
No, you have to do it.
I'm happy to do it, but I'm going to give mine 3, 2, 1 then. So with one vote, maybe not someone who dominated the stats, but I thought had a massive impact. I'm going to go with Collins. I thought he set the tone, and he won so many one-on-ones, and he halved so many one-on-ones. I mean, we probably took him for granted last week, and I thought this is the week he actually stepped up again. Held Norton to, I think, maybe 1 shot or 2 shots on goal. So he did his job. I'm going to go 2 to the local in Ben Long. He had 10 touches, 4 goals, and really kicked those goals when it mattered. When the game was on its even keel, I thought he really stepped up when it mattered. And 1 for 3 votes, I'm going with Noah Anderson. He had 35 disposals, 83 disposal efficiency, 865 metres gained. He led the game in clearances with 12 clearances. So he did the nitty and gritty, and he also kicked a goal. So 35, 12 clearances, 5 tackles, 1 goal. I mean, I know you wanted to give him 1 vote, but I honestly thought he stepped up massively.
I just think he was the one tonight.
Yeah.
He followed the white rabbit.
Yeah.
He's, you stick to a theme, and I like it, and I respect it, Joel Bowden. 3, though, to Anderson, 2 to Long, 1 to Collins. Well-deserved in an 8-point win to the Gold Coast Suns. No Hawks managing to get in there, although they were around about the mark all night, but as you said, these players stepped up in big moments to get the win. Tomorrow night, football returns on ABC Sport. Sydney take on Carlton at the SCG. Brett Sprigg leads your coverage alongside Daniel Garb, Ty Kennelly and Ryan O'Keefe. Declan Byrne on the boundary as well. That starts from 6:45 Eastern time. Quarter to 7 Eastern time. That's when they will begin their coverage for Friday night football on ABC Sports. Sydney v Carlton at the SCG. Terrific to have your company, of course. Catch up with the AFL Daily podcast tomorrow with the boys who will go through tonight's game and everything on for the weekend ahead. Chad, it's been great to have you up here. Joel, it's been great again to have you in the top end.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you to Frank. Thank you to Charlie down on the boundary. Thank you to Q for making the trip as well. The Suns, they'll leave the Northern Territory in the top end 2-0. The fortress at Marara remains unbreached. The Suns beat the Hawks by 8 points.
Now closely with his right boot, kicks Gold Coast to attacking. 50, King! And a 2-on-2, read it better than everyone. And takes a double grabbing mark 45 metres from goal. It's a 15-point lead to the Suns, but Gold Coast somewhat need a steadier after Hawthorn kicked the last 3 of the second term. King from 50, that is a beautiful, beautiful right foot drop punt. We were right behind it, never deviated. And over the goal umpires had it goes for Ben King's second. Hand pass taken by McDonald. Kick to the forward line and Charles there at the top of the square to take the mark. For Mab Charles to keep the Hawks in the hunt. Chips it through. His first of the night. 14 points the lead to Gold Coast.
Got it to Newcomb. Now D'Ambrosio kicks inside the 50 and a strong regulation set of hands from Blake Hardwick to cut the margin to 9 points. Hardwick from directly in front. His second goal is an important one. The Hawks will not go away. They continue to come.
Hand pass indiscriminate. Barris there again for the Hawks. Taps it to the advantage of Newcomb. Rides a tackle. His hand pass stolen by Closey. Gives it to Ainsworth. Kicks the answering goal for the Suns.
Blake Hardwick kick from 45 metres out. The Hawks haven't led since the opening stages. They lead now. Ground level game. It's a Humphrey. Kicks a high ball inside the 450. Barris punches it away. It comes to Swallow. The super sub snaps. Goals. The Suns back in front. 12-6, 78. The Hawks 12-3, 75. Wouldn't this be nice? They love him in the top end. He bangs it through. Ben Long has 3. Jack Ginnivan, set shot, big one for the Hawks. Puts everything he has into it. Fist pump in the air. Ginnivan has 2. And once again, the margin is cut right down. It's now 2 points.
8 points is the lead at the moment for the Suns. No angle, 45 out. Ben Long loves territory football. Free kick to Hawthorn, but time is going to beat the Hawks. And Gold Coast's Northern Fortress stays intact. What a start to the Sir Doug Nicholls rounds. The Suns win again in Darwin, a mighty fight from the Hawks. But Gold Coast will sing the song in Darwin. And their season record sits at 7 wins, 2 losses. 3rd loss of the season for the Hawks. A ripper, Suns by 8.
Roy and HG are back with a fresh season of bludging on the blind side at the new time of 10 a.m. Saturdays on ABC Radio or on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of basketball.
Welcome to ABC Grandstand's Hall of Fame. On mobile, online and on your radio.